Welcome to Pew Pew Bang, a video game podcast that's also a slumber party. We're talking games, we're sharing stories, and dishing out life advice. My name is Kelsey Lewin, and joining me we have Janet Garcia.
Hello.
Haley Maclean.
Howdy doody.
Sarah Podzorski, the goldfish.
Hello. I like JRPGs, and I'm not a goldfish.
Tune in to Sarah's Loaded Gun if you want that reference. And then a special guest, the crown princess of JRPGs herself, Nadia Oxford. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, what a lovely title, Crown Princess. No one has ever called me princess in my life. Even my own father was never like, you're my little princess. He was just like, saw me covered in mud and like, you know, just picking up frogs, and I never really earned that princess
That's how most
title. So thank
princesses
you.
start, though.
Yeah, I was
That's
going to
true.
say.
That's a good point.
It's a very princess
I was a fellow
story.
slugger growing up. Let's go slugger. That's what I got.
How you doing, Slugger?
Okay.
All right, well, we are starting the season 4 off strong with a special guest and with a special subject. We're talking about games that take as long as listening to an episode of Pew Pew Bang, which is JRPGs.
Kelsey's horses.
My horses, I don't want to get too bogged down in the semantics of JRPG, at least not the beginning of the episode, so kind of, it's one of those things where it's like porn, you know it when you see it, doesn't have an exact definition. But Nadia, we've invited you here today because you are an expert in JRPGs and you also do a lot of other things. Can you tell the Pew Pew Bang listeners a little bit about yourself if they have never seen you before?
I certainly can. I'm actually the co-host of the Axe of the Blood God. That is a, I think it's been running for 10 years now. It's a podcast. It's about RPGs, old, new, Eastern, Western. That includes JRPGs and Western RPGs. That is at patreon.com/bloodgodpod. But I also am a writer, and I've been writing since 2004 on the internet, but I recently published my own book, From Pixels to Prose, What Video Games Taught Me About Writing. And spoiler alert, I learned a lot from JRPGs, for better and worse, as we'll talk about today.
Yeah, I think we all did. All of us normal people, at least.
Yeah.
The hell?
Okay, well, let's start with a question for the panel, which is just, what's the first JRPG you played and, like, introduced you to the genre?
Ooh, first is a tough one. I think for me, the
You
ones
can skip
that really
Pokemon
like,
if you need to.
I was just gonna
'cause
say,
that's-
yeah, I think
Yeah.
skipping like the Pokemon,
Besides
skipping like
Pokemon.
any
Pokemon,
Japanese
Pokemon.
games. I feel like the two that really got me into it was Tales of Symphonia
You
for the
love
Nintendo
that.
GameCube and Kaitos. And I feel like I've been like chasing that high ever since.
You're a Baton Kaito Siculus. I know many people who would like you very, very much.
It's weird because like I thought that people I thought that it was like a common JRPG, but I didn't realize that it's not.
It's not.
You know,
it's
it's
that's
not.
Takahashi, right?
Mm,
Yeah. It's not. I think it was GameCube exclusive, and
Yeah.
GameCube,
Yeah.
like 3 people bought it. So unfortunately,
it's me. It's me.
Yeah, that's
That's
actually
me.
one of those that I'm kind of surprised even made it to the West. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think it had English voice acting in it too. If I
Yes,
remember
it did.
right. Oh my God, that's just what
Infamously
made it
so.
was crazy.
That would be rare.
So for people who aren't familiar with Kaitos, essentially it is a JRPG. You are in this magical world, the sky world, where every different area is an island, and they're all, you know, they have their own crazy themes, like the Island of Sweets, the Jungle Island, and your characters have wings, like they can fly. Basically, they have these magical wings, and the battle mechanic, which is one of my favorites, is it's a deck builder, and each of the characters can have their own cards, and while you go throughout the story, instead of getting like new equipment, you get new cards for them and you can level up their cards. And then you
Yes.
kind of want to like build the deck certain ways for certain bosses, make sure you're like culling the bad cards. But then they had this crazy mechanic where if you play 2 cards in a specific combo, you could unlock like a magic card. So if you play like the grape card and then you play the ice card, you get like a special dessert card, but you wouldn't really know how to get that. It would just kind of randomly happen. So it was a crazy game, and I wish they would bring back more deck building JRPGs.
We have
It's
had
very
many
s-
discussions about that on the podcast. I think we had a whole episode dedicated to deck building RPGs because some people love them, some people do not like them at all.
I feel like the wing thing especially is like, if you had told me there was a JRPG or just a video game in general where everyone had wings, I think I would have been really into it without, like, you could have just sold me with that. And I feel like that's, you know, it's a good cover, but because this was such a niche game, like, I don't even remember seeing this one on store shelves. I don't know.
I will say, when I was growing up, my mom subscribed me to GameFly. And a lot of the JRPGs and a lot of the best games that I played on the GameCube came via GameFly because they would be like highly recommended. Like they weren't in stores. So like Chibi Robo, GameFly. Skies of Arcadia, GameFly. Teslephonia, GameFly. Bon Kaitos, all GameFly. So it's like I credit GameFly for like educating me as a child
GameFly
on like
hit our
what
line.
good games were. Because like, yeah, as like a kid, I didn't really know where to get recommendations, and GameFly was like, you like this game? Try this game. So yeah, shout out
It's
GameFly.
cool to hear that worked too, because like I feel like a lot of those services kind of tout that, but the fact that it actually really let you down like a good path of games is like pretty cool.
Yeah, like a non-evil algorithm.
Yeah.
Ethical algorithm, the very first and the last, actually.
Pretty much.
I think my first might have also, that I played through entirely on my own, was also Tales of Symphonia. I had kind of dabbled beforehand. I feel like this is a fairly common thing. I had a cousin who was really into JRPGs. I feel like that's a very common pipeline, is the cousin that knows
the
about
sicko
it.
cousin.
Yeah. And so I saw a lot of like, you know, Final Fantasy 7, 9, 10, no 8 for some reason. But like a lot of especially like PlayStation 1 JRPGs I saw through my cousin. And so like around holidays or whatever, I would be watching him play these and think they look super cool, but didn't really like, I don't know. Sometimes when you try to think back to what was going through your head as a child, you're like, was I the dumbest child alive? I don't think I put together that like I could also have those games, and I didn't just have to watch my cousin play them. I could like ask for them myself. So either I didn't know that I could do that, or I did, and my parents were just like, no, he's older than you, so therefore those games must not be good for you to play. But the first one that I was, you know, I got and I played through the entirety by myself, and I'm sure it is because those graphics look very inviting, cute anime, you know, was Tales of Symphonia on the GameCube. And really sent me down, I think solidified that path for me, where I was already kind of interested in it, but got super lost in the story and the characters. I mean, we'll get to this later, but I think the like avid reader to JRPG pipeline is a straight line. So, you know, that was one that really captured the imagination for me, and also just had those really beautiful, bright, colorful, cute graphics that made it look like something on Toonami. Yeah.
It would have been around the same time, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mine's Pokemon, because there's nothing
else.
We're skipping Pokemon because I don't think Pokemon is a gateway drug to JRPGs. I think Pokemon
it's a gateway drug to Pokemon.
Yes. But I don't think that you play Pokemon and they go, oh, I like JRPGs, now I should try more of these.
It happens, but it's not extremely common. People, like I said, it's a gateway drug to Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, then I had this similar weird kid brainworm where I never asked for games. They just fell in my lap, like on Christmas. I'd be like, wow, Hamtaro, Ham Heartbreak, neat. And then I love this game. And then sometimes when we walked by the Walmart game bin, Mom would be like, grab one. I'd be like, ooh, I'd grab one. And that's like the only way. I never was like, I would like this copy of this game that my friend had. I just never did that for some reason. But I think the first one would have been Kingdom Hearts then at my friend's house.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, which we passed. I didn't technically beat it by myself. We passed the controller, but that was the first one that I was really... Yeah, I know, right? Actually, I prefer that. But it's the first one that I was invested in, beat
Kingdom Hearts as well.
Yeah, and I loved it.
Damn, I played alone like a fucking loser.
Yeah, be 11 again, idiot.
My
What's
chat
wrong
was
with you?
there, so you're never alone when you have Twitch
alone.
chat. You're never alone on Twitch.tv. Yeah, no, that's a funny first one. I think that's probably very common. My first one is technically Golden Sun. I don't remember anything about it. I know I liked it a lot. My brother also liked it a lot. And I have a vague memory of a tree in that game.
There was probably a tree. I think it was.
The art was good.
That's
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'd love to go back. There's nothing stopping me. I just haven't made the time for it, just to see, was this really heat, or was this just like a good afternoon I had once when I was a child? But yeah, I remember loving that game.
Got a tree puzzle.
Yeah, but it all
level.
You see some sprites, you see some webs. It's like, that seems like an adventure I maybe went on. And then also I feel like how often we finished games was like really muddy, which is weird because we didn't even have that many games. So I'm like, why was I not finishing the 2 games I had? I don't know. So I'm not sure if we if we saw this through, or if, like what that through line was. We definitely did finish our games, but just not all of them. Like there are some that we just like dipped into for a bit. Also seems like a maybe tough kind of genre to share the cartridge on. I'm not really sure how that works.
It can be.
Yeah, so I'm sure my brother has a better memory of that than I do. He listens to the show, so I'm sure he'll text me when this comes out. And then after that, my first one that I can really remember vividly, there's a chance I'm forgetting one, is actually Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, and then the path has been very, I think, like, I'm looking at my list of JRPGs I've played. It's very content heavy. It's like I streamed a lot of these, or I like did these games for work. I guess Rebirth I played offline, and Metaphor Remontage I played offline. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, weird start.
It's a start.
What about you, Nadia?
Start. I think I'm probably the oldest one here. Yesterday actually was my 46th birthday, so
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Birthday!
I have been playing video games since I was 4. But my first RPG I played, I can't remember how old I was. It's actually all in my book. I don't remember numbers that well, but I was probably about 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, somewhere around that vicinity. But I got the NES, and my brother came home one day with Dragon Warrior, aka Dragon Quest, the first game. Now, I don't know if you're aware
Nintendo
of
Power, or did you just happen to...
That's the funny thing. Yeah, because as you know, as you're kind of alluding to here, Nintendo was like, please God, please like RPGs, please make them as popular as they are in Japan. We'll give you the first one, go. And I think like me and 5 other people were really hooked by this game. Yeah,
it's at least a better version of Dragon Quest, because
you are right. Yes.
Yeah, Dragon Quest came out in 85, I believe, and it didn't come out
86 in Japan. You're right.
Yeah, and it came out a couple years later in the States. And so that first one, your character sprite does not change directions. Everyone is facing the same way at all times. And so it's really weird. Like, it was a very tough, like, we can barely get an RPG onto a cartridge kind of thing. So
so it was
Dragon
just like
Warrior...
the size was too small. Like the cartridge sizes were very small.
Yes.
Yeah.
But by the time they brought it to North America, which, gosh, I think it was 89 or 90. Yes, they did do quite a few improvements. The sprites were completely redone. It still looked pretty, old, to be honest with you, though. And by that point in the history of the Dragon Quest series, Japan had just gotten 3, or no, they had actually had 3 for a while. 4 was coming out. And 3 was monstrously better than the first game. And that was probably the Dragon Quest game that, again, sorry to keep plugging my book, but I have a whole chapter about how Dragon Quest 3 led me down the path of writing, as it were, because it is such an influential RPG for me. So those were the two really significant ones in my life, because I started with 1, and of course I loved it, but it was 3. 2 was good, but 3 was like, holy crap, this is amazing. And to kind of go back on a point you made earlier, Kelsey, was about the pipeline from reading to RPGs is it is like as wide as the 401 highway. It's huge. And that was definitely what hooked me, because when I was a kid, like, I loved stories, I loved reading, I loved listening to them, I loved hearing them. My teachers would bring in storytellers all the time. I loved to, listen to them. And I was just like, wow, I can play video games and read. Isn't that incredible? And all my friends were like, no. Why would you want to read for fun? And I mean, they weren't stupid or anything like that. They weren't like, oh my God, I hate reading completely. They just didn't get the pleasure out of it that I did. So the two kind of collided in my brain. And yeah, Dragon Quest was definitely my entry point for the series. And I got to actually talk to the creator, Yuji Horii, and I told him all of this, and he was very flattered. And I think that's really cool.
That's awesome.
I'm not deserving to be on
Yeah.
this podcast.
That's not true.
No,
Like,
like, you're
I
gonna
play
learn.
Pokemon.
You're gonna sit and you're gonna
Hey,
learn.
we all played
I am
Pokemon.
sad.
And we're probably
I'm
gonna play it
sad.
again, so don't feel bad.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
No,
you,
no,
you
I mean-
represent all of our listeners who also like haven't played a lot of JRPGs.
That's a nice way to
Absolutely. You
think of
got to start somewhere. It's all valid. It's all a valid starting point, man, as long as you start.
it. I feel
And
like
here's my great shame. I've never gotten through a Dragon Quest.
I know a lot of people who haven't.
oh.
Yeah, I have tried several times. And I've honestly, most of the time, I'm not even like having a bad time. I'm just not having a particularly engaged time either. And part of that, I mean, especially with those earlier JRPGs, I mean, I think your pipeline is interesting to me because by the time I was seeing JRPGs, we were sort of already in a like very cinematic
Exactly.
you know, elevated writing world. I mean, some people might scoff at that now because it's, you know, continued to get better and better over time. But like, you know, I didn't really see JRPGs very much until like Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy VII
Yes.
is famously, you know, the one that for as much as, you know, the former president of Nintendo of America, Minoru Arakawa, really wanted, it was like, oh my God, JRPGs are so big in Japan. We gotta get
They
them
tried.
over here. We gotta
They
get
tried.
Americans to try them. You know, multiple times. Like that. It wasn't until Final Fantasy VII that Americans really started paying attention to. You know, obviously, there's always been some people, but it wasn't till 7 that was like the super cinematic experience. This
Yes.
experience that was like very intentionally about. You know, if you go and look back at the marketing, they like never say JRPG, or RPG.
Oh, no.
Or
No.
anything about the battle system, anything about any of that. It's all just focused on the cinematics and the story and the characters, and you know, you're gonna cry when you play this game and that sort of thing. It's a tale of vengeance and all of that. And it's so when I started seeing JRPGs, they were already at this sort of level of like, we're gonna be like a good book, or we're gonna be like a good
Mhm.
movie. And if you go all the way back to Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior, early Final Fantasies, I mean, you certainly have like the primordial versions
Absolutely.
of that,
Yeah.
right? But like, it's really not, you know,
Final
there's
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because Square Enix has always been desperate to be cinematic. That has always been their thing, especially you really start to notice it with Final Fantasy IV, which is Star Wars, the video game, basically, without any of the Star Wars characters. Final Fantasy VI in particular, my very good friend, Eric Van Allen, one of the co-hosts of Axe of the Blood God as well, he played Final Fantasy VI for the first time very recently. And he was really kind of pointing out the moments when Square Enix was really in that prototype cinematic phase. Like, how many of you played 6?
My
haven't.
great shame is that I have never finished it, but I'm quite familiar
This
with
is your
the
second
plot and
greatest shame
everything.
so far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
it's gonna be
you're
a
right.
big shame. I'm
episode,
making
I
you
think,
all
in a
like,
lot of
I'm
ways.
making you,
Big
I'm
shame
dinging a bell
episode.
here, like saying shame, shame, shame. You're all confessing your sins
I've
to me.
played so many of the Final Fantasies and don't know how I have not finished that one.
Well, in particular, 6, Eric pointed out this particular scene he really liked, where you get the second airship called the Falcon, and I won't really spoil any of the story around it. But the way it is framed, it's like you get this ship from an old friend of one of the party members, and as you are descending to find this ship, like through this friend's tomb, you are seeing the cinematic scenes playing in the background, like a little movie, like a sepia tone movie. And of course, that was all done with sprites. But you could tell by the time that Square Enix was done with 6, they're like, we are so desperate to make movies, man. We are so ready to do this. And well, they learned some hard lessons about all of that. But honestly, like when you look
By
at
making
7,
an actual movie.
yeah, it was really bad. I'm sorry. I watched it recently. And I was just like, this is so boring. I'm gonna fall asleep. But you know, when you look at the cinemas they do in video games, like most of them are still fantastic. Like I think Square does great work, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like there was a point where it became much more about the cinemas, or as much about the cinemas as the rest of it is all part of telling the story now.
Yeah.
I've been playing the
Yeah,
Final
and
Fantasy VII original trailer in the background while we've been chatting, and it's exactly what y'all are saying. Like 60 minutes of cinematic cutscenes,
Yeah.
state of the art 3D rendering, gameplay. Like that's like they're way
Yeah.
more focused on like
Gameplay
also
also.
gameplay. Maybe.
also some
Who cares?
gameplay.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it was a really big campaign.
It
You know,
was.
part of this is because, you know, Sony was really trying to court the big I mean, what they really wanted was Enix, the Dragon Quest people, because Dragon Quest has always been bigger than Final Fantasy in Japan. But they were like, well, we'll get Square first and then we'll get Enix. And but they were really pushing this game and trying to push the PlayStation as a part of that. And so there was like just huge amounts of marketing put behind Final Fantasy VII, which, yeah, I think just the combination of very intentional, high budget marketing, and then also just pretending the RPG part didn't exist, basically. Just
Yeah,
being like,
that was very much. I always loved how like they spoiled a very big plot point in between episodes of Johnny Bravo. Just as they're showing the cinema, and like people say like, oh, I don't know how people are about spoilers about Final Fantasy VII these days, but I'm just gonna say,
no, guys, come on, you need to have played it by now, or at least
okay, but
like,
they have a scene
You
of
saw the
Aerith
meme, at
floating
least,
dead
yes.
in the water, and they're like,
that's
okay,
actually crazy though.
That,
but
that
I
is
guess maybe
crazy.
you
It
wouldn't
was
know.
a commercial.
It was a commercial. It's in there.
Wow.
You'll find one of the trailers like that. Yeah.
But
and
you
so
also
that's why
wouldn't know
You
that
wouldn't.
she
Not without the
doesn't come
context.
back.
That's
So I
true.
think, and I think that is, again, one of the things that made that game.
I mean, they
really
probably just like
interesting
gave
to
all the
people.
cinematics to like an ad company, and the ad company
Yeah.
cut the motion
Yeah.
picture cut, and then they didn't review it or something, and they were like, "Nah, this is sick."
Oh yeah,
This
I
is
see.
All the
sick.
Sephiroth walking through the flames, just that over and over again.
I think I see
I
the
wonder-
trailer that you're talking about. Or
This is exactly the trailer that I'm talking about. Because actually,
she's dead.
Sleeping,
Can't tell she's
yeah.
dead. She's
just
sleeping.
even one of my
She's gonna get
normie
up in a second
friends was
now.
like, "This looks so cool." She's like, "Oh my god, it's a story of love," and it's
Yeah.
yeah.
I will say
basically.
that's what got me into playing Final Fantasy games. Is like I would watch like the AMV videos on YouTube of like
Yeah.
Final Fantasy X, Titus and Yuna set to like Evanescence or something. Like all, and I was like, this
Iconic.
is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Like these cutscenes are immaculate. And then that's what got me into Final Fantasy games was like how beautiful the cutscenes were.
that kind of stuff would give you butterflies when you were a preteen kind of thing. You'd be like,
Mhm.
absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I distinctly remember I wasn't subscribed to the Game Informer magazine for a super long amount of time, but I was in that time period. And I like distinctly remember reading the article about Final Fantasy X, and it said something like individual hairs are rendered, like they're all rendered separately. And I was like, what?
Wow.
Video
That's so
games will
cool.
never get better than this.
I
This
literally
is
looked at the Final
crazy."
Fantasy X cutscenes and I was like, there's nowhere to go from here. We've simply
Yeah.
peaked.
God, when I was a kid and I'd see like 16 bits, I'm like, oh man, you can't get better than this. How's it possible? But yeah, with the Final Fantasy VII one, shoot, I had a point with that, but I completely lost it. I'm sorry. I'll come
That's
back. to that.
okay. We're getting sleepy. Let's turn into the inn for the night. 50 gold to the innkeeper. Here's hoping they have a mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. Wow, we got to this inn, and do you guys see these beds? Do you guys see
Whoa.
these mattresses from Brooklyn Bedding?
I do.
Now we get to
That's
sleep on
incredible.
these mattresses here.
Finally, I'm
Um,
so tired.
I am genuinely really excited about this sponsor because we have two beds in our house. We've got, the one that I sleep on most nights, that was a very expensive mattress that I bought. And then the guest mattress, which I have for the past year been meaning to literally swap mattresses because it's a Brooklyn Bedding mattress and it's way better. It's so much better than my $2,500 mattress. And that feels ridiculous. And all of my guests that have stayed at my house have been like, wow, this is a really nice bed. I can't believe it's such. I'm like, yeah, it was from Brooklyn Bedding. And it was not very expensive at all. And then Janet, you just got a mattress from Brooklyn Bedding as well, right?
Yeah, thank God, because mine was like obscenely old. Like so old that I don't quite remember when we even got it. Like I think Isaiah had that mattress like when I met him. We've been together for like years and years already. So yeah, it was a really nice upgrade to have, especially because they have all these different models you can choose from, which was really fun because they have like ones that are oriented for like if you're like larger, ones if you want to have things be cooler, and we're always like struggling with like finding the right temperature for how we want to sleep. And it was wild putting the Brooklyn bedding mattress down and then realizing how much more like luxe and high it was than our old mattress. Like we had our bed frame lifted to like put stuff underneath, but we had to delift it because I'm like, I feel like I'm literally sleeping in the sky because the mattress is like so plush. And being 5 feet tall, I'm like, I have to like climb into bed. This is insane. So yeah, just kind of goes to show how much like more low key our old mattress was, which was just kind of like a random one we had just ordered online for like the cheapest thing you could find. But this is really nice for hitting that sweet spot between having the support but it feeling like soft without you like totally sinking into it. So yeah, it's been really
that's
really nice.
exactly it. I'm like a soft bed person, but I don't like
Mama
you know
bear
the
style.
lack of support that soft beds offer. The Brooklyn, it's like magic. It like feels exactly like a soft bed, but I never wake up hurting while sleeping in this thing. I'm being serious. I literally go downstairs and sleep downstairs sometimes. Just because, look, it's hard to move two mattresses at the same time. That's why we haven't done it yet. But I like my Brooklyn mattress so much more than I like my other one. Yeah, it uses Glaciotech covers and copper-infused foam, temperature-regulating materials that help you keep cool. And it's one of the few mattress brands endorsed by the American Chiropractic Association for spinal alignment and back health.
Hey.
And I can tell you, yeah, I wake up feeling great when I sleep in that bed. So, you don't have to take my word for it. You can go get your very own mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. They offer a 120-night comfort trial. Love it, or they will help you return it or swap it hassle-free. You can go to brooklynbedding.com, use promo code PEWPEWBANG at checkout for 30% off site-wide during the back-to-school sale, which ends August 20th. But you can go to brooklynbedding.com, code PEWPEWBANG. It is going to change your life. Even if you have an expensive mattress, you will probably like this one more. That is like, it's magic to me. It's cost effective and actually a good mattress. So yeah, brooklynbedding.com, promo code PEWPEWBANG. Let's go to sleep on these lovely mattresses.
Honk shoe. I'm staring at you while sleeping.
That's weird.
So that's who that was. I knew it. I knew I wasn't crazy.
All right, well, we are well rested now.
Nice.
But we do have one thing that we need to talk about before we go any further with this episode, which is that I was like, before we were recording this episode, we thought maybe we should have some sort of common ground because we have lots of various skill levels here, various experience levels with JRPGs on this episode. And so we're like, well, what if we all just have played Chrono Trigger or at least dabbled in Chrono Trigger? It's kind of the like, you know, every top 10 list has it. It's a very obvious choice, but it is, as Sarah will tell you because she's playing through it right now, still holds up, like genuinely still belongs on those lists. So, but I think, Janet, you maybe didn't get to it.
I did not. I did buy it, which
good.
is more than I can say for a lot of games.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. Did I download it? Let's cut the pod. I don't remember if I did. I got it on Steam because it's
You should
on
just
there.
say you bought the Super Nintendo
And
cartridge and
honestly,
you spent like
obviously,
$300.
yeah. My tithes for my sins. The reason I ended up not getting to this, besides the fact that life comes at you fast when you're busy making other plans, is kind of the narrative that constantly keeps me from playing JRPGs, which is like how much it is. And even for something like this where it's like, well, you don't gotta finish it, just taste it. And I'm like, what do I need to get an actual taste that's gonna matter? Probably like 10 hours at least.
Janet, I'm gonna stop you right there. Chrono Trigger is simply built different, Janet. Because I was you. I was literally you. I was like, I don't know if I can really like, because I love JRPGs. I'm like, but I have like a job right now. Like I can't commit to JRPGs. And then I played Chrono Trigger. I've literally been playing it this year. And I'm like, how did we stray so far from God? They literally had the blueprint in Chrono Trigger. It's all thriller, no filler. Within the first 3 hours of the game, you're like, I'm experiencing things I've never experienced in a JRPG or another game before. And I'm like, they literally had the blueprint. They had it. What happened? And that's just been me this entire game. It's like, how did we have like the JRPG blueprint and then just mess it up? Who did this?
I don't know, but I think
who do we blame?
Because I'm like, I mean, again, some things have latched better than others, and then it's like, Steam Deck can play on the plane, and I was like, I can't game on the plane. I fall asleep every time.
I fall asleep on the plane too.
And then it's that thing too, where, and this is me again. This is a problem I have with a lot of tasks I have to do. That like, I want to lock in so bad that I never start because I'm like, well, I want to give it a fair shot. I don't want to be like, it's not 8:30. You're greased up from the day, and I'm starting a JRPG. It's like that's the last thing I want to do. And that's I think that is why so many of my JRPG experiences have been like contentified because it keeps me on. I need a pace. I need a schedule. I will not get through this for fun on my own leisure. On my own leisure, this thing doesn't have a chance. And I fear I was left to my own devices. That's really what it comes down to. I was unsupervised with the task of playing Chrono Trigger, and I simply was like, any day now, we're just gonna find that nice opening. I was like, I got this weekend coming up, and then we went to that baseball game, and then the World Cup, then we had to drive back, and it was like the walls closed in on me, as they do on many things. But I have a task as a result, I believe.
Yes. So your punishment for not getting to this is we're going to need you to name all of the characters, just the playable ones, I think. And you're going to tell us what you think the plot of this game is.
Oh, this should be fun.
All right, let me bring them
Also,
up.
Is it just bring them up so we can have a shared image.
Okay.
That I can.
That's what she had. The game's like less than 40 hours. I'm like 20 hours in and I'm almost done.
It's
not literally.
Really
I was gobsmacked.
I was
gobsmacked.
And there are shorter, like not everything's 80, 100 hours, because like Kingdom Hearts also isn't that long either. But the time is always so much longer for me than the estimated time is the other thing. They're like, it's only like 30.
I mean, I'm not like
that's
that
short.
Good.
That's JRPG short. JRPG short is the longest AAA game that would ever exist. Is the other is my other.
Have you heard of Assassin's Creed? Have you heard of any Ubisoft game?
I feel like to beat it though isn't.
I fear that
Janet, but I don't play those either.
Persona 5 has damaged you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why you.
And we will get into that.
It's frightened you.
And we will get into. Okay, so who am I like? Okay, so girl on the left. I'm gonna go. Should we describe what these characters look like so that people listening can?
Girl on the left.
Well, we're
is
named
Sarah
who they
Podzorski.
are. Okay. Yeah.
That's what she's named in my game.
I'm gonna say.
Girl on left.
I'm gonna say she is. Reverie.
Ooh,
the guy on the right with the red hair.
Name.
I'm gonna say is
cool name.
Axel.
Okay.
Purple hair with the helmet. I'm gonna say is. Oh man, something like techie. I feel like that's like the design of the character, or like.
Your beloved Dragon Ball designer.
Motorcycle-y.
I know.
Your favorite.
I do recognize from the hair I would try to
Who's the
draw when I
best?
was in middle school.
Aw, that's so cool.
I'm gonna say. I don't
You
know.
want to say like lug nut or something, don't you?
I don't know. I want to say Violet.
That's cute.
Good name. I like that name.
that.
Lady on the right dressed for warm temps. I'm gonna say she's kind of tough looking.
This is the
I'm gonna
case.
say something that starts with a B. I feel like Beatrice is too old. I'm gonna say Beatrice. Evil dude looking dude on the bottom left. God. I mean, I just want to say Sephiroth because that's just the vibe they do up. I'm gonna say
Wrong company, but
I'm gonna say. God, what's an evil or nefarious sounding name? I'm gonna say Luke. Don't read into it. I know it's a biblical name, but whatever. Frog guy. Love a little guy. I will say JRPGs do tend to bring out a little guy, which they do get points for little guy. Well, sometimes I get points for little guy. Again, Persona 5. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say Stefan. And then the robot, I don't know, Bolt. And what is the game about? I'm gonna say Chrono Trigger. The iconography is very. It has like kind of like a clock but compass. I'm gonna say that you're trying to like reach a certain point. You're trying to like defeat a dragon in order to get the Chrono Trigger that will like in reverse time, and then you can go back and stop him from ever coming to power.
Hey, not a
that's
bad
the game.
guess.
Yes,
That was closer than
a little closer. Yeah.
That's closer than I kind of thought you'd get with the
Ship it.
with the plot. Yeah.
We gotta
All
go.
Okay,
right.
who am I looking at here?
We gotta get for the real
Who am
names
I-
now. What was your answer for
Yeah.
the blonde one? Top left?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Reverie, I think. that's what
Reverie.
she
Yeah, it was
said.
Reverie.
Ooh.
That is Marl.
Okay. Yeah, I have a
Okay.
question for the group. Is it Marl or is it Marley?
I say
I always
Marl.
said Marl, but also this was the first time I saw, because her real name is Nadia. And that was the first time I saw the name
Whoa!
Nadia in a video game.
Ooh.
And I flipped. I'm like, Mom! Mom!
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. But yeah, Marl. I always said Marl.
Okay, who's
Um,
Violet?
The main
Wait, you're
guy.
skipping- You're skipping the main guy. You're gonna kick yourself on this. Janet, his name is Chrono.
Without
Really?
the H.
I mean-
Famously without the H.
What?
without
was
the
better than that. Come on, his
Yeah.
name's Chrono.
Axel?
Oh,
Chrono.
Who else am I looking at? Trigger? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, the next girl, her name is Trigger. No, her name's Luca.
Oh,
I like
had a look
Violet
in
though.
there.
I like Violet.
Yeah, I think that works.
It's a nice
Yeah.
name.
And then this is another question for the group here. Do you guys say Ayla or Isla?
I
said
thought
Ayla.
Isla.
I say Ayla. This was another instance where
Ah.
my mom kind of came in and said, hey, that's actually based on Ayla from Clan of the Cave Bear. And
Oh.
she's right.
Ooh.
Okay,
I
mom
didn't
with
know
the
that.
lore.
Okay.
my mom had the lore. My mom
know that. In a
My
million
mom was
years.
my mom was always handy with the lore. Like when I first saw Mithril, like I hadn't really read Tolkien by the time I played Final Fantasy, and she's like, "Oh, that's the elves. They have the metal. It's called Mithril." So yeah,
How
she
did
was
that
kind
come
of
up
helpful
with?
for that.
Were you just like talking to her about the game? Was she watching you play the game? Like, how do you
Sometimes
even
she'd
have
be
that
watching me play the
conversation?
game. One thing that's actually really fun is that she and my dad are like classic rockers, and the first localizer for Final Fantasy of note, Ted Woolsey, he put a lot of classic rock into his games. Like for example, the characters Ozzy, Flea, and Slash in Chrono Trigger were not initially named that. Anything close to that, they're like something else, something food related because of Toriyama. So my favorite, and I wish they would have kept this, was in Final Fantasy VI. There is, if you play Final Fantasy, you know the spell Aqua. What's it called? Aqua Rake or something like that. It's a very common spell. It's been around since like the early games. Woolsey originally localized it as Aqua Lung. And that was another instance where my parents laughed and said that is a reference to Jethro Tull, because they are huge Jethro Tull fans.
Oh, cool.
And I remember as a kid, like listening, like be playing their record player, just remembering dun 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 dun. So yeah, just that riff.
That's fun. Yeah, something, I didn't really go into much of the history of JRPGs at the beginning of this episode, but if you look back far enough, it's kind of all like everything that you think of as being a JRPG thing originated either in fantasy literature or Dungeons and Dragons, and there's like
Absolutely.
no exceptions to that. I mean, the birth of JRPGs comes out of Ultima and Wizardry, which are not Japanese games, but they are the games that inspired all of those early Japanese games. And those games were absolutely inspired, and maybe if not direct ripoffs in some ways, of Dungeons and Dragons. And so everybody, like Hironobu Sakaguchi was just an avid fantasy reader, and then Akitoshi Kawatsu was Avalon Hill board game fan who got really into Dungeons and Dragons, and that's why the first game had a bunch of like straight up Dungeons and Dragons enemies in it.
Yeah, a lot of that in Final Fantasy as well. Some of them had to be changed because they had the Beholder, and I think that's where they said, no, we can't have the Beholder. We got
That's because that is Haley, you're a
that's
lawyer.
okay,
I don't think you can't just do that.
Nah, that's a crossing a line. Yeah.
That's crossing a line. Anyways, where were we? Oh, we're still naming these guys.
Right.
Stefan?
No. We gotta. What did you say,
Luke.
What did you say for the?
Oh,
Luke with the red cape.
Oh, you said Sephiroth.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a joke.
You know, pretty close.
Yeah, no joke. I like that.
This is Magus or Magus. Magus. I don't
I
know.
always called it Magus. Hard G.
Magus. Magus sounds like maggot.
Mm.
Well,
Well, he wasn't a good guy.
Yeah, it's true. It's good.
See, I knew. Okay, I was like, this guy's giving like an evil vibe. I don't know what's okay. What's going on with this guy?
that's just a scythe.
Yeah, he's
Stefan was
just
the frog.
angry and has a scythe. Janet, you were so close. The frog guy, his name's Frog.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate this last
Yeah.
one.
Chrono.
Too. You're gonna hate the last one too.
Is he robot? What's going on here?
I mean,
Drop the T.
Is he actually Robo?
Drop the T.
That's
It's Robo.
Robo.
It's Robo. It's Robo.
You know what?
Ness will never play
I went too theoretical.
Mm.
That's Robo.
I think.
But like when
I
you,
think
because you
did
can name
great.
them all. Like you can name them whatever you want. And
That's
do you
true.
guys name things? Like when a video game asks you to name something, do you normally name or do you leave the default option?
I like leaving.
I
the
tend to
default.
name.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I name.
I name.
I-
I kind of shit post at the same time.
Yeah.
My favorite was probably Persona 5. Since you start that game in a prison cell, I named myself Gowan Sticks, as in like a Criminal Mind. The song, ha ha ha. I just had to do it. Very funny, very clever.
I don't like to name my characters anything other than the default if I know I'm going to be actually invested in it. If that makes sense.
Because you don't
If
want
I
to
I totally
die,
understand.
You know?
If the story doesn't seem like it's going to be that important, or it's like a funnier game or something like that, then I'll name the characters. But if I feel like I am going to try to get invested in it, I don't like to change the names.
That's
one-
understandable.
The one time I don't actually is because I started playing Persona 5 at my parents' house one Christmas, and I let my mom choose the protagonist's name because she was like in the kitchen. And I was like, Mom, who's this? And she like poked her head in for 2 seconds and she said Dagmar Jones. And I said, that's the best name I ever heard in my life. And then I went on to play 120 hours of Persona 5. And it would just be like,
Hardened criminal.
they'd be like,
Wait,
Jones
I
Kun, come
forgot.
on. It's like, this is the
I
best
forgot
thing
we
ever.
talked about this. My
Yeah, we
my
did.
mom named my Metaphor Refantasio character, and even though that game is 100 hours long, I can't remember.
I also like I
names
just now was going to my phone because then when Metaphor came out, I texted my mom a picture of the protagonist. I said, "What's his name?" and I did it again, and it made me so much more tied to the character. I started to really want to know a lot more. So
fun.
now I want
Aw.
to do that more.
That's
That's
the
so
exception.
cute.
Is your parents naming it, then you're still just as invested.
Yeah.
She gets sassy with me though now. Like I texted her, I go, "Name this guy." She was like, "What are you doing Saturday?" I was like, "Focus. What is this man's name?" She was like, "I don't know. Who is he?"
Mom,
I'm like,
look at
"Name
him."
him now."
A cultural exchange. Yeah, I growing up, I didn't name anything. You know, again, back to the Pokemon that we're not going to be talking about. You can nickname in that, and I never did. And then as an adult, something switched, and it was like, yeah, let's have some fun. God
Yeah.
forbid, they're not real. Like whatever name you want. So yeah, I name. When it's me, it's usually just my name. Sometimes if I want to give them a more masculine name, I'll use Jay, which is like a very barely used nickname for me. So it's like it's still me. Because like Metaphor Fantasio, you name like it's like there's you the player and then there's you the character. So me the player is
Yeah.
Janet and me the character is Jay.
Ooh,
And then that's why my Joker, I believe, is named Jay as well. Yeah, but I haven't had the privilege of getting to name my party. Like it's usually just the protagonist. In the games I've played, it's just the protagonist, if that.
Yeah. I
My favorite
don't
examples
know
of
how
naming I ever
common-
saw was I was on a bus just kind of watching over the shoulder of some kid who's playing Pokemon Blue. He named his Squirtle just the letter A, like across the screen. So
Oh, you just
whenever
held the
like
button down.
he held down the buttons, but when he like, is sending out his Blastoise into the field, just like, go, and it was I'm trying not to die on the bus as I'm watching this kid over his shoulder.
that's cute.
It's just
I
screaming.
feel like I
Just
always
screaming.
try to name it as many characters as the game will possibly let me because like I used to work in like localization and that was like the surefire
cool.
way to test if like the line splitting works well. Cause like in old
Yes.
JRPGs, like in Chrono Trigger, you only get like 5 characters. Because
5,
if you had more than 5 characters, the line lengths like literally wouldn't work. Like the game would just break. Like they needed it to fit in that section. So now, I mean, like if you're going to give me all these characters, like I'm taking all of them. And I just want to see if your game breaks or not.
I used to work in localization too, so that's cool. I loved doing it. It was so much fun. I miss it.
Yeah, I don't know how many games do that anymore. Like, I feel like that is a pretty common thing in older JRPGs, but
it's a lost art. So
Yeah,
you know,
for
Kelsey,
sure.
it's funny that you
Lost
say
art.
if I want to be invested that you leave it normal. I feel like naming it people or like that gets me more invested.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have so much more fun with a game and I'm so much more into a game and I remember it so much more if it's like, you know, oh, this is you know,
It's
my
your
brother or
version
whatever.
of
Or
it.
like even just so like, oh, Pokemon Rival, I'm gonna put like my friend's name in there and then I can like message them and say, oh, look, it's you.
Your
I
pity
beat your
sucks.
ass. You know, obviously I wait until I win. I don't send them the screenshots where it's like you were defeated by this person. You lost X amount of dollars, but
Smell you later.
yeah, it's the Oregon Trail way. It's like that was the first time I got to name in a game, and I was like,
I was actually
"That's
just
you."
playing Oregon
You're
Trail
there.
at it was I think it was Midwest Gaming convention in Milwaukee, and
Oh, yeah.
I
think I've been to
I
that.
played. There was Oregon Trail. Like they have a whole bunch of Apple IIs and stuff just set up, and I'm like, oh shit, Oregon Trail. So I actually won. I sat down. I named my characters Axel, Bono, Bowie.
Axel's back.
Axel's back. Axel lives forever. And I'm really into the Proto Men, and I had just seen them at MagFest, so I named like Panther and the Gambler. And I made it. Everyone died except for Panther.
A win is a win.
A win is a win. Bono died of dysentery because someone had to.
someone has to.
Timely.
It probably would be Bono.
Bono ate the lettuce, everyone.
That's going around again. Yeah, that lettuce.
Yeah, I totally get that perspective, but I think for me, because I am like, I'm experiencing these stories, I think, more like a book. I guess that's the sort of like psychological way I'm doing it. It's like, well, if I just started renaming the characters in this book, that would just be confusing. So I'd be like, wait a sec,
That's true.
my mom doesn't act like that. Why is the character that's named my mom acting like you know? So I think it's easier to just be like, okay, these are all already established people in an already established world, even though, especially in a lot of those earlier games, not necessarily the case. They're oftentimes not really doing much of anything, but in Chrono Trigger they are. So, okay, we should talk about just the appeal of JRPGs in general, because we've talked about it a little bit, but I think that
Me getting my notepad out to write it down.
yeah, I think there's people listening who are like, that's great. I'm so glad you guys like JRPGs, but I'm simply never going to play them because they're long and I don't get it. And so we've talked about some of these things, and I especially think the book thing is a big thing if you are just interested in rich plots and characters. For a long time, that was kind of the only genre that was doing that. That's not the case anymore. We have a lot of really good stories that are told through a lot of different ways in video games, but certainly like big epics, you know, like if you're a fan of big fantasy or sci-fi epics, this is still mostly the way to go with that. But for me, I think also I've never been amazing at video games, but I'm okay at thinking. And JRPGs tend to be a lot more about thinking and planning. There's action JRPGs, but even within action RPGs, I still feel like it is not nearly as much emphasis, you know, outside of, unless we're calling something like an Elden Ring or whatever a JRPG, which we can debate that if we want. But but I mean, in general, like it's not really the focus. A lot of it has to do with planning and, you know, speccing out a character in a certain way. And it also, for me, is just easier to get some little wins out of the way. Like if I'm having a day where I'm like, I need to have a brain off kind of game, JRPGs have, you know, you can just go grind and not think about it. You don't have to like go through the story. You don't have to do, you know, prepare yourself to go through a level.
You don't even need to grind that much.
No, you really don't.
That's what makes it
Yeah.
the perfect game. And why
I
did
don't
we
think I
stay
ever
so far
did.
from God?
I don't think I
That's- I
grinded
mean-
at all in that so far.
I
Like,
know.
It was just
Well,
perfectly leveled every time I had to do something. I was like, perfect.
it was perfect.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, like-
perfect.
And that's very unlike even Final Fantasy VI, which I adore. Like that, yeah, I had to grind like hell for the end of that game. But as for the appeal, we already kind of covered the reading part. And Kelsey, that's actually something that you brought up that is again in my book. Sorry, when I wasn't so great at video games either when I was younger, and I'm still not fantastic, but when I was a kid, games were savage. They were quote unquote Nintendo hard. And that they required really good reflexes. And even then, even those games, even though they didn't have the stories that were as involved as an RPG, a game like Castlevania 3 had lore that is still stuck around to this day, to the point that they are making a follow-up game of it now. And I mean, even at the end of Castlevania 3, like, you kind of had like Trevor and Sypha, like, kind of embrace, which was like, oh my God, that is so cool. So an RPG comes along, and yes, not only does it have like, the story that I love, but also you don't have to depend so much on your reflexes for platform. This is not Ninja Gaiden. This is not like the original Castlevania. It is, if you screw up in Dragon Quest, the original, like, okay, you lose half your gold and that sucks, but you keep your experience points. So it's very, very forgiving. And you have that opportunity to build yourself back up and try again. It's much, and you don't have to worry about, oh my God, that's my last life. Oh my God, that's my last continue. It's just a continuous thing that you work at like a project.
Yeah. What about for you guys, Sarah, Haley? Anything that comes to mind as to why you enjoy it?
For me, I think, JRPGs, the biggest thing was the story. I find that they always had, like, you always joke, like, you start in, like, a little thing, and then you end up, by the end of it, like, killing God. You're in space killing God, basically.
Yes.
And it's just, like, it's like halfway through the enemy's, like, the Catholic Church, and then by the end, it's God himself. But I find that, like, JRPGs have some of the craziest plot twists that I feel like they take the biggest risks narratively. There are so many JRPGs that will just like kill your main character, like take the main character, like your party members be dropping left and right, like, and I feel like I thought that was really cool, like as a kid that also read a lot of books. And didn't really care much for, and the exploration. I find that the worlds in JRPGs, especially like the early ones, were so rich, and you went to like crazy places. Like when I put that second disc in Tales of Symphonia in, it blew my mind. It blew my mind. And I feel like I haven't had that experience in a game with like the second disc in Tales of Symphonia as an adult, right? Where it's like they took such swings.
Yeah, and I think the exploration part is an interesting part of it too, because I mean, maybe not as much now as adults who are, joyless and devoid of whimsy or whatever, but as especially growing up, I liked books, but books are like incredibly finite. It's like it's just what they tell you, right?
Right.
Theoretically, in a video game, and this is, to various extents, but like theoretically, I can see kind of like what's going on behind the pages. Like I can just go to this town and see what people are doing while the Catholic Church is killing everybody or whatever.
The Catholic Church is killing.
It's like
it's colonizing the world.
Just this little
you can kind of like see behind the scenes and like what the rest of the world is doing. And as someone who had a more vivid imagination as a kid, I was just like, this is so cool. I can not only like read the story they're giving me, but I can also see what else is going on in the world, even if they have 2 NPC lines or whatever in these villages. It still felt very like, this whole world is alive. This whole place is a real place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I completely understand that mindset as someone who, has a tattoo of Orin from the Neverending Story. Is just the appeal of a story that doesn't really. Of course, they end. All RPGs end eventually, unless you're playing like Final Fantasy 14 or something. But they don't end as quickly and as finitely as a book does. That's a good point. A good way to put it.
Yeah, because you can always kind of go back into a JRPG. You can't really just like open up to a random page of a book and get back into.
Yeah, like there's a chance like we play an RPG, you're like, oh, I missed this whole other side quest. I can do it now. And a book is beginning to end, unless you're playing Choose Your Own Adventure. And and specifically if you aren't playing, UFO 5440, which was a game, which was a choose your own adventure you had to cheat at to win. It had a hidden page.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's
had a hidden
cool.
ending. It really was it was really cool.
I had a couple of those choose your own adventure books, but I couldn't stand not knowing. Like
I would go and read
I hated making decisions, so I would just like follow I had sticky notes on like every page so I could follow every thread, and I was like, I can't make these decisions.
I can't take the anticipation. Oh god, I screwed it up.
Well, I want to ask all of you, and I don't know if you came prepared for this.
Uh-oh.
What is your favorite JRPG? Do you have one? Or a favorite series?
Oh gosh, I mean, everyone says, "Oh, that's like picking my favorite child," but I mean, Dragon Quest, of course.
They you to have one then, because I feel like everyone avoids that question because the name came to their mind. They didn't want to answer too fast.
Gosh, I don't know. Like Final Fantasy VI, it meant so much to me as a writer, for example. But Chrono Trigger is still so incredible. Everything comes together so perfectly in that game. Persona 5, I just remember exactly where I was when I played it. Even Final Fantasy 14, certain expansions like Shadowbringers is freaking incredible, and I played it. That was like my COVID game, so that made it even more holy crap to me.
Yeah, Shadowbringers into Endwalker. Like one of the best JRPGs I've ever played, but it's like you can't tell someone like, oh, Shadowbringers, you don't understand. Shadowbringers is one of the best stories ever told, and they're like, oh, but you have to maybe play 100 hours before you get there. But trust me, it's great.
It's the antithesis of everything we're talking about here today, now. But the lead up, even from Stormblood to Shadowbringers, if you could erase my mind and I would get to experience another RPG experience, that would be the one. That was incredible.
And that's what's so tough about JRPGs and why I feel like it's always a losing battle to try to get people into them is because you want the greatest story that's ever been told. Okay, well, strap in for 100 hours. And I mean, that's definitely how I feel pitching Xenoblade Chronicles, which is
that your favorite?
Probably my favorite series.
I love Xenoblade Chronicles so much. I adore it.
The trilogy is so good, and I am still in awe of how well it wrapped up with the DLC for...
I have not played that yet, but I'm going to.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
I'm going to, because Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I went to bat for that game when everybody hated it, was just like laughing at the stupid looking characters and like saying Rex is lame. I'm like, no, this game is the best in the world. You don't understand. And I'm so glad that 2 is getting like it's roses finally, like, getting its remake coming out later this year. When I played Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I think it's Act 5 that just ends on such a holy shit moment that I vividly remember I was house sitting for my parents, and that moment happened. And I was just so thunderstruck that I had to just smoke weed and walk to Tim Hortons at 3 a.m. I was just like, I gotta get my shit together, man.
What a night. Most Canadian sentence that has ever been uttered on this show. And
it was a very Canadian night.
Yes. Yeah, that's like I know the weird thing that I want to like ask Nadia about specifically.
Yes.
Is like, I love
Canadian.
JRPGs around the GameCube era, but I've been really struggling to get back into them in like the modern era, mostly because of like the hours, but I feel like something has like shifted in them. Like there's too many mechanics. Like with the Xenoblade Chronicles 3, it's like you're hour 30 in and there's a new tutorial for a new battle mechanic that they've just started to introduce you to. And I'm like, what happened? I'm like, is it just that I have a job? But it's like, do you think modern JRPGs have changed from like the older versions?
They are definitely beefier. I mean, when I was a kid, you would think like, oh my god, I thought like Final Fantasy VI was like the biggest game in history, and maybe it was at the time, but now I play it now and I'm like, oh well, okay, well I finished that in 30 hours, didn't I? But I think maybe there's like been a lot of conversations around bloat, video game bloat. I actually adored Final Fantasy VII, the remaster, the remake, rebirth, all of that. But yeah, there's a lot going on that didn't really have to go on. But I guess it depends, like, who you are. But at the same time, there are still games out there, especially indie games, that you can find that are actually really well paced games that remember what made the older games, like what made them move along so very briskly.
Sea of Stars. That's
Sea of Stars. That's a good and
Yeah.
Chained Echoes, I believe was it Chained Echoes that also was one that came out. Even officially, the remake of Super Mario RPG by Nintendo is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and that's a really good brisk RPG because it takes everything that it is the old game, which was like 30 hours at most, and it adds a lot of fun stuff to it, but it just looks good, it sounds fantastic, and I would easily recommend something like that to anyone who's like, oh, RPGs are a little bit too long, too filled with stuff I don't need. What do you recommend? Still a great game, has great writing. And I'm someone who is like, I liked the original Mario RPG, but I'm not like wild, like holy crap about it. Or I stopped being like that once I grew up. But I played the remake and it really reminded me why I loved the game as a kid.
Yeah, I think that's probably not true that they're all bloated, but I do think that's what I don't know. That's maybe what we're seeing a lot of in the like mainstream. I mean, the things that are coming out over the last 6 or 7 years are like Persona games, and we've had some Fire Emblem games, and I mean these are really long ones, and Xenoblade, of course. But there's a ton of other smaller ones that are coming out that I think just don't get the sort of like rabid fan bases around them. Things like, what was the name of that? Like Eiyuden Chronicles.
Eiyuden Chronicles, yeah.
Yeah, which I don't think is a horribly long game, right?
No, it's not. But even like Suikoden 2, one of the best RPGs of all time. And it's a very well-paced game. It has a lot of mini-game stuff. It's completely optional. Don't even have to look at it, but it's great. So you're probably going to want to just kind of dabble in some of it. And if you want to put the time and effort into recruiting those 108 characters, which I recommend because it's really cool, you can or you can't. It depends on you. But either way, it's a very well-paced game. And it has one of the best stories in an RPG, I think.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of good stuff out there, and especially with remakes, because there's
a lot of exactly.
Yeah, they're
it's
bringing
really
back
the
a lot
age
of
of
ones
remakes
that were in more the 20 to 30 hour range. But I don't know, like I really liked the Mana game that came out.
Oh, Visions of Mana?
Visions of Mana.
That was a very, very nice game. As someone who is a huge Mana fan but is very picky about the Mana games that she likes, I really enjoyed that. Like the first Secret of Mana is one of my all-timers. It's one of my like really like my soul games, I guess, like ones that means a lot to me. And when I play Visions of Mana, I was like, okay, well, I absolutely see the flaws in this game, but the visual style, they nailed it. Like they nailed the nature worship, and that's what I loved about the first game. And then unfortunately everyone in the studio got laid off. It got shut down, I think. And it's really a damn shame because this is the kind of... It's so pretty, and it's really the kind of game where you play it and you're like, okay, this team, maybe it's a little clumsy the first time, but the second time, I think they really nail it. No one gets that chance anymore. So,
yeah. And again, just another one where, like, it's not a crazy long game. It's maybe 40 hours,
like 20 to 30. It's quite short.
And I never felt like it was wasting my time. I think action games help with that a little bit sometimes. Like the more action oriented JRPGs can be a little bit better at least fooling you into thinking it's moving along at a snappier pace.
I'm looking at this trailer now, and I'm remembering how much I love Ramco and this I can't remember the name of the Southern Dragon Girl. Ramco, get over here.
Yeah, why was she Texan? What was that?
Why did she have that Kansai accent?
I love it when that happens.
They localize that characters.
It's like, oh god, this is another Osaka character.
Yeah.
Would it be weird to start with Visions of Mana? Like, is that going to be...
No, not at all.
Frowned upon?
Like, are you feeling intrigued by Visions of Mana?
Well, what's funny is I previewed Visions of Mana, like, when it came out. Before it came out. And I liked it fine. I liked the combat. I felt like it felt a little like the movement feels a little sluggish in my time with Visions of Mana. But I liked the vibes of it, the exploration of writing. Was it P-Cool? the little like it's like a big dog, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I love being on big dog. And I liked the elemental
fast.
vessels effect on the character classes. Like I thought that
Yes.
element was cool. But I was kind of like, oh, I could take this or leave it. Maybe I should pick it back up. But this is an interesting thing because I feel like my favorite JRPG I haven't even gotten close to finishing, which would be Metaphor Fantagio. And it's because I started it and then I was like, well, let me just focus on finishing with this Persona 5 and then I'll get back to it. And I've been wanting to get back to it. I've had the dream of doing the like, I forget who I think it was Jonathan Dornbush and Tom Marks did the Take Your Time podcast where they played Persona 5 Royal in real time. Like each day was like when they played. And I feel like I wouldn't want to do that exactly because that's a little too much. But I like the idea of that because it does there are many things that tear me apart in JRPGs where it's like the devil and the angel on my shoulder. I don't know what I feel because there are things I like about it. Like the thing that I have enjoyed the most of JRPGs is the combat and the synergies within the combat. The reason I like Metaphor Fantagio is because I feel like you have a little bit more of an array of options in the combat. Like versus Persona 5 Royal, it's like, okay, like everything's about Joker. Joker goes down. We all go down. Like it was a game of like hide Joker from the enemies. If I could have taken Joker and put him in a little safe box, I would have.
Little birdcage.
Maybe I just didn't know how to build him out. He was buns on my team. This man could do
It used to be even worse because you used to not
and I
be
do
able
know
to
that.
control your party members at all, and boy, are they stupid.
Oh.
They
I
are
have to
kind of
see
dumb.
Mitsuru cast another frickin' Marin Karen on a enemy that can't be charmed. I'm gonna scream.
I do know that like it was worse, and I was playing Royal, which is also like has a lot of quality of life. You know, all through my playthrough, people be like, "Did you know here you would have just had to delete the game?" I'm like, "That's crazy. They shouldn't be like that." Like really wild stuff of like if you're struggling with this. But yeah, I like that element, and that's what makes me like Metaphor so much more. I mean, like Persona 5 Royal, I did start to like. It's funny because people compare that to Pokemon because you're capturing the personas and then doing stuff with them. But I'm like, not really. But yes, I get like
it's more
there's
SMT
creatures
like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Which, oh my God, you play Persona and then have all the SMT people in your ear. It's like a whole amalgamation of things. But I felt like I also maybe just didn't like shine within that system. But the weird thing with Persona 5 Royal as well was it is one of those like tutorial a million hours in. But funnily enough, it's like I played so much of that game because it's so long. And then literally in the last like 20 hours, I'm like, wait, guys, it's kind of clicking, which feels stupid because it's like, what do you mean? Yeah. So it's weird because like I think sometimes these games feel like weirdly stagnant at times. Like, and again, they're all very different approaches. They're different games, different studios, like, you know, different everything. But like P5R, it is like well made, but it is kind of like you're doing the same thing every time. It is different because it's like there's different dungeons, but it's like we have a dungeon and we have a bad guy and then we do the thing. We have a dungeon and we have the bad, and then you do that so much, and I'm like, I just don't know if I'm getting anything new out of this. And I get it, you wanted the 7 deadly sins, but I didn't want to play 7 dungeons. I don't think I actually wanted to play it, except for, and this is like an experiential spoiler for P5R. When you turn into mice, why wasn't the whole game you as mice? Like that's the thing. I like the moments of whimsy. I think are really fun. Like when you have like that, like something fantastical, something fun, something cutesy, something surprising, or just like cool badass characters. Like the Metaphor cast. Like I really love. Like Hulkenberg, I adore. There's a little guy as well.
Is great.
But then I think I get caught up in JRPGs too, because like there is a lot of times, and y'all gotta let me know, like, you know, is this commonplace or is this just guy who's only seen Boss Baby? There's the like annoying guy, and I hate that archetype. I don't like it in games. I don't like it in anime. I don't like it in general. Ryuji, so Morgana is honestly way worse than Ryuji.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
That's like
Yeah,
mascot character.
Teddy is the worst by far.
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder what they're going to do to him in
Is that
Persona
3?
4 remake.
Oh, 4.
That was 4.
I really like Persona 3.
I also really like
played 3
Persona
yet. I bought
3.
it.
I'm
Like,
not
people like
planning
having
on
a guy to
replaying
hate.
4.
What's the appeal here?
It's
This I've never.
It's
Chadley, I also don't.
starter. Like we're all
Why do we
bonding on
want-
it right now. You know,
I think we're gonna.
I want to bond on
we're
something I
gonna.
like. I don't want to. We can bond on things we enjoyed though. Like I don't know. That's another weird.
You know what though?
Again,
Actually,
not the biggest
metaphor.
deal,
You're right. Atlas games always seem to have some little freako guy, but metaphor has Galaga. I love Galaga. I think she's amazing. The fairy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
She's
like
cute.
Galaga as well.
She's cute, and she has she has armor. She has a little armor set when she's in that dungeon. It's adorable.
That's true.
Oh,
She's not.
the-
She's like actually useful.
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that also like with the length and the flow of like how am I playing this? What's the vibe? I am still always really like having a hard time figuring out like am I gonna be playing or am I gonna be watching?
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing that like grinds my gears more than when I'm like, okay, we have the time tonight. We're gonna get some time in tonight to play. And it's like actually you're gonna watch a cutscene. And sometimes a cutscene, you know, obviously it depends on the story, right? Some of the cutscenes are really engaging. If you don't like the story, obviously that's not gonna do much for you. Cool. No shade on the long cutscenes. I've been enjoying Yakuza. I like what's going on in Metaphor. Baby, I could have ate lunch if I knew this was going to be the case. That's why, like, this could have been a lunch game. So I think the on-ramps, off-ramps so clearly exist, especially in Atlas's day structure. But even within that, like some days are like, oh, boom, we're done. And then some days are like, actually, this is like the whole day. And the boss battle's 40 minutes if you do it right. And if you fail, you got to start over.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I don't, like, there's a lot of like time planning pressure and time punishment.
Right.
That I get caught up in some of these where I'm like, I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
tough
that's
when you don't
understandable.
have a lot of time to spare for something. I mean, in most of these games, you can always kind of go grind and be like, I guess I'm just going to, you know, chip away at some progress as opposed to like actually advance the story. But I totally get some people are like, well, I would like to never grind, actually. That sounds horrible. So
Sarah with the
Yeah, I
beautiful
don't-
nod.
Yeah, that's me. I'm a hater.
My favorite thing was when an RPG is like, okay, here is the story point. If you go here, the story is going to advance. A number of
Mhm.
cutscenes
Yeah.
will play in sequence, as they say in FF14.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Go get
literally tell you they're
popcorn.
like, this will be a long cutscene. Do not proceed unless
Yeah.
you're ready to sit through
Yeah.
a long cutscene.
FF14 now running to tab of
No, because that's like I have like 1,000 hours in Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, it's like
But I
going in
love it.
between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. There's nothing that happens in that cutscene. It's all good. They have a nice dinner.
Yeah. It's not important. Skip.
Oh my god.
What happened? Yeah, Final Fantasy 14, I struggle to put it in that JRPG category because I would love if they just broke it up and released them as single player games because I want other people to experience what I experienced
Yeah,
playing
yeah.
the game.
I appreciate that sentiment very much.
Yeah,
someone
and it's
who
like while
has
I like sit here
started-
and I hate on Persona 5 because it's too long, but I'm like, yeah, Final Fantasy 14, but it's because it has that MMO aspect to it where it's a lot more like technical and multiplayer that keeps me
Yeah.
going than a Persona 5 where I'm like, I cannot
And do you
sit through
always
another
play with
math
other
quiz.
people when you play 14?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you
for
have,
sure,
like,
yeah.
You're like being social while you play it, so you're filling
Yeah.
two
Yeah.
Sims needs at
Mhm.
once.
Actually tend to
Built-in
like
friend
the single player stuff, the duty
Yeah.
finder.
But yeah, now there's like a single player experience. So if you are interested in trying Final Fantasy 14, does
That's
it go through
cool.
the entire game yet? I think they're like
It goes,
retroactively.
they included Shadowbringers. So
Yes, so you can play
yeah.
through the best JRPG you've never heard of, Shadowbringers, for free. Actually,
never
it's
heard
for
of
free
it.
up until Shadowbringers now.
Shadowbringers is such a classic JRPG name too. That sounds like a
Mhm.
It
parody
is.
of a name, but in the best way. Have you played Shadowbringers?
I think a lot of JRPG names sound like
Yeah.
parodies of JRPG names.
They do. It's actually something we pointed out recently on the show once is that RPGs, including Final Fantasy 14 expansions, they used to be named with a lot more complicated. Like now everything's more algorithm friendly.
Mhm.
Shadowbringers, Endwalker, you know, versus, you know, A Realm Reborn, that kind of thing. It just definitely has changed.
Yeah, going away from full sentences to snappier
words.
things. Like
Mhm.
like Metaphor Refantasio, a name that no one will ever
I
confuse
remember laughing
or
at that
forget.
name when I heard it.
Me
but
too.
I love it now.
Yeah.
I was like,
kinda
Atlas,
love
this
it
is
now.
so stupid. I'm like, this is really good, and no one should have laughed at it. I also remember at SGF that year, they had this is like so dumb. They had like a lemonade that was like the Metaphor Fantagio, like lemonade or some shit.
Did they
and I
name it
drank the
something
lemonade, and I was
cool?
like, this lemonade's really good. If the game's like nearly this good, that would be like such a dub. And it really was that good. Again, so early in it, so I guess they could fumble. But I also think like, and this is another maybe question I kind of have, like to what frequency are you really building a different take? I don't think you really are. The story evolves obviously and the mechanics build, but I don't know that there's a lot of pivot. Like even like whether I loved a game, was mid on it, or had a weird thing, like Kingdom Hearts. If I played the first world in Kingdom Hearts, like sure you're gonna miss like hyper specific moments of BS or challenge, but you're not like, oh, like, and there's not really a big change. It's kind of the same thing but in different flavors, and obviously you should play through it at least to see Emo Sora, but you know,
Of course.
that doesn't really change things for me. I just enjoyed seeing him in different Disney forms.
I counterpoint some of the Yakuza games, at least Infinite Wealth. I wish I hadn't finished it. It was a really good game
Yeah, you
until
hated
I
the
finished
ending.
it. It's
Really?
terrible. It's a
I didn't
terrible.
mind
Right,
it,
we
and I
talked
never,
about this.
I never understood why you hated it. Let's talk about it. Why'd you
Really?
hate it? Yeah.
Okay, well, spoilers for Infinite Wealth. Is anyone
That's
here
fine.
planning to play it? Okay.
No.
Not
Probably
after
too
you said
long.
you hated the ending. No, actually I don't care.
Yeah.
It's so good up until then, and then it just becomes like a
I'll
weird,
just turn it
like
off before then.
actually there's a mystical being and he's an old man who's genuinely magical for some reason, and also the voice casting in it is really not great too. This is something that I usually
no.
do.
I think I'm gonna look up this cutscene because as someone who's like an avid Yakuza fan, I'm used to like the 11th hour. There's actually a shadow organization above the shadow organization
Mhm.
of said Yakuza franchise games.
I don't
But it's
mind
weird that
the,
this was a mystical magical man.
Yeah,
it's a mystical
that's
magical
new.
man that makes no, like, his motivations don't make sense. Like, just none of it makes sense. It's just very like I am totally on board for the shadow organization over the shadow organization, and that kind of already happened in that game. It's been a
Yeah,
little
it
while,
did.
so I'm a little fuzzy on the
With
details.
that,
but
that
like,
weird church or whatever, like his,
yeah. And then there's usually some like, there's government corruption that's like another layer that you didn't know about halfway through the game until the end or whatever. But no, this is just a magical old man that they like cast someone who it's a white guy, right? And they didn't
I'm scared.
cast someone who speaks very good English as a primarily English speaking.
Oh,
white
so like
villain?
the end of Squid Games, kind of.
Yeah, so it's like it's a weird. No shade to the voice actor who's clearly trying his best. I just don't understand
he's not
why.
listening. It's fine.
Maybe he is.
Pretty
I don't
cool.
know.
Cool, but he's not.
Like that's not the right choice. In the same way where if you need someone to be speaking fluently in another language at the end of your game, you don't cast someone who only sort of speaks that language.
It's like that one country western Uma and Uma Musume that can't speak English. It's like, aren't you from Texas?
Oh yeah, Taiki Shuttle or
Yeah.
I
whatever
love
her name
Taiki
is.
Shuttle though. She's great. Wow.
So was it
I have
just
to assume that was really good.
Was it kind of like, you know how in like Scooby-Doo, it's always a guy in the mask, except for that one time in the live action
This is
movie
what I
where
hate
it's
about
actually
Uncharted
magic?
also, because it's just Scooby-Doo.
Yes.
But,
yeah,
like,
you know what?
It's kind of
That's
like that.
perfect. Yeah, it's like you're setting this up to be like a really interesting, like, kind of cult shadow organization thing, and then in the end it just turns out, nope, actually magical and not. And I'm gonna feel stupid if I'm getting some of these details wrong. His name was like Bryce or something.
That's
Everything
an
you say,
extremely
I'm like,
white
what?
guy name.
Chrono.
Chrono and
was-
Bryce. Yeah.
His name
His name
is
was
Chrono.
His name was
Yeah.
Infinite. It was really silly.
Wealth is my father.
I guess I didn't mind because the only Yakuzas I've played are
Yeah,
7
wasn't
and
he
8.
like actually immortal or something? Like it was something like that.
It was something like that. But I
Is
just
7 like a
remember
dragon?
we talked about it at the end of the year
Yeah.
when we were doing our end of the year game stuff, and you and Jacob hated the ending, and I was like, oh, and I just
It
for
was
some reason
such a-
it didn't wash over me
Such a
that
wet
way.
fart at the end of a
Interesting.
really good narrative. Like
Oh.
I just, I genuinely wish they would have like cut it and been like, we couldn't think of a good ending. That's all you get. Like I would have preferred that.
Yeah.
I just feel like the ending for Yakuza games, like they're pretty like set in stone. Yeah, like the shadow organization appears, 2 guys take their shirts off, you wrestle on a rooftop,
Let's
there's a
go.
Yeah.
helicopter, guns, and like
Wait,
you
how'd
end
you
it,
know?
that's
Ended.
fine. What?
That's not just
Yeah,
the ending of Like a Dragon. That's the ending of all
That's
of them.
that's literally every single ending to every single Yakuza game. Taking your shirt off, fighting on a rooftop. There's probably a helicopter.
There's usually a
Did
cool
that.
tattoo reveal. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, look at
Yeah.
that cool ass tiger.
I eat
That
that,
is
up.
true.
I eat it up.
Me
You
too.
should play Zero, Haley. Then I hope you
started
like Zero
Zero.
more than 7 and 8. But I don't know.
I started Zero, but then my Christmas break ended and I had to start playing other things. But I really liked it. What I
That's
played
how
of
it
so
goes
far.
usually.
I was really starting to
I do feel
understand Majima a lot more.
That's my guy. I do feel like I don't finish a lot of JRPGs, and I do feel like I'm happier because of it. Like I usually just fall off them after like 40 hours, and I do think that I'm a
That's so
happier
much time,
person
though,
because
that-
of it.
Just finish it. And then
See,
you
but
can
you're
brag
like
about
more
it.
well-adjusted than me. What would you recommend to a non-well-adjusted person?
I'm also not
The
well
same
adjusted.
thing?
I need to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm 40 hours in, I'm finishing it simply because then I can put it on backlogged.
Oh, see, I'm
I
not finished. But backlog,
don't
you can
like
just
the
say
end
I
of
didn't.
things.
You could just say I didn't finish. Abandoned. That's the tag.
I
you
don't
know?
use those tags. I only put things I finish on
You don't use
backlog.
those tags. No, see, this reminds me of one time one of my friends was like, I have a goal of finishing every game I start. And I'm like, I think it's a terrible goal because
Yeah,
it's going to make you want to start less games.
Yeah, it is.
Like now you're holding yourself hostage. You have to, you know, when
See, I
other
start-
content piece.
I start
But
other
when-
games. I just don't put them on backlogged if I abandon them. I don't even mention them. They don't even get mentioned on backlogged. It's only stuff I finish.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's fine though.
Yeah.
But
What if you
can
put
you walk
like 20
away?
hours into it?
I don't. It doesn't even get to go on there.
I feel like it deserves to go on there.
That's not how I run my backlogged.
You're running a
Like a
tight
backlog
ship
business.
over there.
Yeah.
No, I will literally be like, I tried this and it didn't work. LOL at the end backlog. Like it's like, look,
LOL
other people
backlog.
can, you know, see my journey. But
Mm.
yeah, I do think maybe that's really the hack because I feel like there's plenty of other games I don't finish, but there's very few games I don't start out of an. Oh, I guess a lot of times the time can be an intimidating factor, but it's something. It's a
That's
it's
how
a
we started
fear.
the app. You had a big
It's a fear. Yes, I've been trying to face. I face it here and there. That's why I did Like a Dragon. That was in part because I felt like I would never play a game that's that long. So I'm like, let me see what's in here. Everyone says it's so good. And I thought it was really good. And we lived happily ever after. Is the same set for other games? Maybe not as strong. But then I think also the weird thing about sometimes with some of these games that are like really long, have a huge fan base, are really beloved, maybe have good things going for them. I feel like, and I know this isn't true, this is very dramatic. I feel like I'm the only person on earth that finished P5R that didn't love it. Because if you didn't love it, you just simply wouldn't finish it. So I feel like the only people that can talk about it are people that love it. So I'm like, I need to see this through because one, it's just the stream I'm doing it. Also, the game's fine. Two, I'm gonna be the only person that can actually like talk about the game besides saying that like.
But then you're like
This
just
game
torturing
changed me.
yourself.
Yeah,
I've done more for
it's
less, and it's not a bad
thankless
game.
position to be in, you know.
But I learned so much from it. Like it is funny that like I know y'all are, you know, maybe iffy on like should I have played this massive game, but like
We were
so many
offering
other
Janet
games.
money to stop playing Persona 5
You
during
did
the
not
What
want
was
MinnMax
the
trip.
amount you landed on? It was
I wanted
crazy.
at least-
she wouldn't
at least to be
even
offered,
take
like, 10
5,000.
grand. At
Yeah,
least
she
10
wouldn't
grand.
take 5,000 to stop
Oh my
playing Persona
gosh.
5.
Wow.
And she wasn't particularly enjoying it.
But
I
you
enjoyed
clicked
it
at the
fine.
End, you said.
Yeah,
To
like
the
it's
last
like
20.
I think it's a good game. I think it is a good game, but like I think it is a bit overly glazed. Like I think it does have a lot going for it. I think the minigame stuff is really fun. Like I like that stuff in games
It's
to
just
be
so
able to do. I like the
flashy.
day structure.
It's great to look.
Yeah,
at.
like it has a lot of style,
Mhm.
but like didn't particularly love the story. Thought some of the combat stuff felt kind of limited.
Mhm.
That's kind of it. I don't have like major
because they want to
notes.
like live in Japan as like a Japanese high schooler. I thought that was like the appeal.
Who said that?
I
I
don't know.
I have no desire to go back to school, but I still enjoyed Persona 5.
Plus, it's like
Yeah.
a fun. It's kind of fun to have like a shared chonky experience. Like there is something fun about like the way people talk about that game. Like there are certain games where I don't want to say the fandoms are better because like I think the fandom for Persona 5 is both better and worse than a lot of fandom. Like it's like it's both, but
Yeah,
you
it is.
get it is kind of has like a cult vibe. Like there's a different vibe when you play P5R and you're talking to people about it. When you're playing Kingdom Hearts, when you're playing Souls like game, like people are, despite how popular the games are, people are like desperate for more, gluttonous for more fans. Like I want to see another person play it. I want to see another person. Like I don't know. It's just something. There's something like oddly magnetic and ravenous that you like don't get from like I love a lot of other games, but like even like the people that love Super Mario 64, you can kind of only love it in such a certain way. Like you're not going to be in the chat like, oh my god, I remember jumping in this painting. Like it just doesn't hit it's like hits for different reasons. Like it's not the same kind of thing. So like I don't know, it's fun to be like in the pit with the sickos. And I might not be a sicko, but like I'm, a sicko journalist. I'm learning about the sicko culture, and I gained a lot to take away from it.
Hey, do you guys know that it's summer?
Phew!
Woo! It is.
It is. I'm hot as hell.
Do you like summer? Do you like doing cool things in the summer?
Hell yeah.
I love to do things in the summer. Like wear my bathing suit.
Yes, and there's one thing that sucks about wearing your bathing suit in the summer, and that's having to shave, or at least that's what used to suck. But now we've got our Flamingo razors, and it makes it easier than ever.
Team Perp.
Team
Perp. I don't like that you call it
purple.
That. Mine's pink.
Team
Everyone's just purple but mine.
No, I have a pink one too. That's how much
whatever.
I love Flamingo razors. We've said this before on this show. We don't like to take advertisers that we don't truly believe in. So when Flamingo came knocking, I was like, I've been using them for years. That's perfect. I get these at Costco. They're fantastic. So we love Flamingo razors. It is genuinely the best razor I have ever used, and it is freaking inexpensive. They have on their website for PEWPEWBANG subscribers, you can get a whole kit shaving kit. This razor, plus some shaving cream, and a little suction cup thing to put it on the side of your shower, which makes it really easy. You know how easy it is for razor blades to get gross. Yeah. It's super nice. And it matches even better. That whole thing, $7. $7 with free shipping. Oh my gosh, they have a green one now?
Yeah, they have green. Look at like a sterling chrome one.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm about to have 3 razors, you guys. 3 Flamingo razors. I freaking love this thing. It is not flimsy. It feels good in your hands. Handle is weighted. There is no irritation. It's a great shave every time. No pink tax pricing. You are not paying a cent extra just because it's pink or purple or whatever pretty color you want to use. I really love using these. It makes shaving for the summer, for swimsuit season, super freaking easy. I shave year round because it's easy now, and it doesn't cost me an arm and a leg.
Even in the winter, Kelsey?
Even in the winter. I still shave in the winter because it's just easy. It's just easy now. I used to let that stuff grow. I don't anymore because it's so easy with Flamingo. So you should definitely go check out Flamingo razors. The whole kit, just $7 with free shipping. You can go to shopflamingo.com/pewpewbang. This set includes the original razor, 1 5-blade cartridge, 1 ounce of foaming shave gel, and the shower holder. Head to shopflamingo.com/pewpewbang to claim this offer. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them, so please support the show and tell them we sent you, and have a beautiful, lovely shave all summer long, and maybe for all of the seasons as well.
And when you shave with your Flamingo razor, it's like we're all shaving together.
The damn
Just
hell.
imagine that.
That's something I would say. That's something I would say. Why are you saying that?
I know, but when Sarah said it sounded really nice.
It sounded nice if I said it. You put your
and when you said it, I feel like you're watching me in the corner, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Get your Flamingo razor!
Damn it!
Okay. Persona is such an interesting choice for someone who's not particularly into JRPGs, because it's never one that I would recommend. And even though Persona 5 is a much more like, it's still really long, but it's a much more like streamlined and quality of life improved version of some of the older Persona games, it's still just like, I mean, that's a game that has some, tropes that can turn people off. It's got some pretty repetitive combat when you're doing it for that long. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Persona 3 is one of my favorite games of all time, but I do think that's a series that, like, I would never recommend that as you've never played a JRPG before, why don't you hop into that?
I feel like I have the opposite.
You shoot yourself in the head to get call monsters. It's really cool.
Y'all got to get in the chat. You weren't there in my hour of need. It was just, randos in there. So throw it up P5R.
I started playing Persona 5 in my first year of law school before my first batch of exams. So it was an interesting game where it really felt like a treat. I think maybe that's why I ended up finishing it, where it was like
go to school while you're going to school.
yeah, like
Yeah.
and it was also like it was like COVID had just hit, and we were all like, I was like playing it while my online courses were happening with my camera off while listening, and low-key it came in clutch because sometimes I would remember things. I'd be like, oh yeah, this was when we were in the casino. I remember that my professor talked about this case. It helped me remember things, so it came in handy.
That's so funny.
But
That's happened to me before. It's really good when it happens.
but I weirdly, because I hadn't played a lot of JRPGs up to the point when I played Persona 5, and I'd never played another Atlas game or anything like that. And I was like it did take at least 30 hours before it really clicked. But when it clicked, I was like, I need to keep playing this nonstop all the time. I was so in love with it. And I think it was largely the style and largely the characterization. I think that's what draws me into them, is if the characters are really good. And I think it's easy for characters to be better written in games that are inherently long just because you have more time to spend with them.
Yeah.
That's just like a natural result. So when I just have more time to like hang out with them, do multiple things with the characters, I start to like low-key love them. And then like what you guys were saying earlier about how it kind of feels like Game of Thrones, where anyone can die at any second, instead of other games that are more like precious about their characters. And it's like, we can't kill him off. We need him for the finale, whatever kind of thing.
Yeah.
It makes me way more invested in it. And I think that's why Yakuza 7/8, I kind of view them as one game because I played them in a row and they're sequential. This might be my favorite just because I love the characters so. I couldn't believe how smitten I got with Kiryu and Ichiban in those and I never played any other Yakuza game, but the writing is so freaking good in those that I now have I'm literally wearing my Ichiban shirt. I just remembered. I'm wearing my Ichiban shirt. I have like 3 statues of Ichiban behind me. I have my little Ichiban pin on my bed.
I'm wearing Cloud snowboarding.
Hell yeah.
Cute.
Love
That's
it. And it's just like and I'm literally I think about Ichiban all the time, and I'm like, I can't wait to play another game with him. And it's like there's no other characters in games that I care that much about. I don't go, ooh, can't wait to
get more
see
attached.
I don't know, Tracer again when I play Overwatch later. I'm like, no, I don't care. But like Ichiban, I'm like, oh, I hope he's okay.
Tracer's crying in the back.
No offense, Tracer, but you know what I mean. She's like, she's there.
Put Ichiban in Overwatch.
He's in Sonic Racing, and I play him every time.
I forgot about that.
I love
That's
him.
cute.
He's so
See,
stupid.
it
in
was
his
a random
car.
game. Spend more time with them.
Yeah.
And that's also like, I feel like a lot of times when people are not feeling like they will vibe with a JRPG, it's because they're like, oh, well, they're all kind of, they're all kind of the same. They got the fantasy setting and whatever. And I don't really know where that perception comes from, because we have
Just Final Fantasy
games
probably.
like,
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess, but even
Absolutely.
Final Fantasy, like
Allegedly the Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy, if you play longer than the first like 5 or 6 hours of most of them, like you find out that it's not just like, a lot of times it's like, oh, there's ancient civilizations that had a ton of crazy tech.
Absolutely.
And like you go to the moon, and there's like, it's all kinds of crazy stuff that is not basic, medieval fantasy. And then, of course you have like 7 and 15 and stuff like that.
That's something you kind of noticed in 6 as well. And that was very interesting because the aesthetic was kind of divided in a way. Like, this was a game that was about steampunk. It had a lot of steampunk in it. But the Empire, who was colonizing the world, like, their aesthetic was different from the rest of the world. Like, they really embraced the technology, especially the steampunky kind of technology. And that would, when you went to their island that they operated from, it was everywhere. But as you got like further out, the further out you got from the Empire and their territories, that's when it was more medieval. Except in the first town, Narsh, which is exactly. First town, Narsh, is very like steam powered because they have to keep warm. But no, everything else was like, oh, it's a castle, but it goes underground. It's a really cool blend of technology and medieval.
And like, even older games, even if you do like just look at the cover art, I guess, of Final Fantasy and think it's all like that, it's, I mean, the Mother series, Earthbound,
Absolutely.
Those games, like, those were contemporary to that same time period. I mean, we're not talking about other than literally kind of the Ultima wizardry, origins of this stuff. It's not like it really stayed in the medieval realm for very long. Like it started branching out
absolutely
pretty
not.
quickly. And that's one of the things I love about JRPGs is there are such a variety of settings. And I guess
Exactly.
there's monsters in most of them, but otherwise, it's a pretty varied, like, just
Much is.
selection of worlds.
As you said, like, so I started Dragon Quest, and that, for the most part, is quite medieval compared to other RPG series. And I remember playing Final Fantasy VI, and again, being so amazed with how, oh, wait, this is technology as well as, medieval fantasy. But the original Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy in general, as you say, has always been a mix of the two. The first Final Fantasy game is about time travel. And it's been ages and ages since I played it, but I think you go to the space. I think you just literally go up in outer space.
Yeah.
On a spaceship or something like that. Like, there was always that twist at the end. Something that's interesting, though, you brought up Mother, and I just remembered this, because I had just recently, God, I wish I could remember where I'd seen it, or I'd saved the clip. So there was an interview from the 90s, like really old, with Trey Parker, I think it was, who did South Park, and he lived in Japan for a long time, and he cited like Mother specifically as one of his inspirations for South Park, because he had been living in Japan for most of his life. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Wait. Not of like the South Park games, of actual
South
Park?
Actual South Park, Trey Parker. I don't remember if it was Matt Stone or Trey Parker. One of them knows
crazy.
Japanese
They're the
fluently.
same person. It's a whole conspiracy.
Pretty much.
That-
They're
I guess
the
it makes
conglomerate.
sense in that they're kids that are constantly going on wacky adventures. Like, I see
Well,
it.
they kind of
I
have
see
those like
the
primary
line.
colors in their
And
animation.
they look
Yeah.
They're from far
I'm not
away.
saying that he said like, oh, that was the only inspiration, but he clearly had been playing RPGs longer than I had, probably. And I just found that extremely fascinating, because I know people's opinions, rightfully so, are very mixed on South Park, but I always found it extremely interesting how they reference certain tropes about anime and games before everyone else. Like, fun with weapons is one of the funniest things I've ever seen committed to TV. That's when they pretend they're anime characters, and it's just nuts.
Well, and now Hello Kitty Island Adventure is a real game, so
I laugh my
they
ass off.
manifested it into the world.
My father, who doesn't know a thing about video games or MMORPGs, he died when he saw Cartman and Butters with the same character in World of Warcraft. We should go play. We'd rather go play Hello Kitty Adventures anyway.
That's so interesting, though.
It's so weird.
Have any of the rest of you guys played any of the Mother games?
Yes. I am kind of a latecomer to Earthbound, but Earthbound is definitely a game I adored, and I kind of had how you have to get older. Again, I'm probably the oldest one here, so I'm just warning you. You will get instances where certain games remind you of people dying in your life, and Earthbound was one of those games for me.
Oh, no.
Earthbound, when it first came out, of course, everyone kind of ignored it, because this was like, we had Chrono Trigger, we had Final Fantasy VI. What is this garbage ass game they're advertising? Looks like Crayola met Charlie Brown. I don't like it. So I finally got back to it around the time that people started saying, oh, actually, this series is really good. This game is incredible. Starmen.net in particular, like, they were banging that gong forever. So I tried it again. And here's the thing about Earthbound back in those days. When I say I tried it again, I meant I emulated it. And this was like probably early 2000s. And famously, Earthbound had a version of the game that was had piracy detection on it. And that would lob enemies at you every 2 steps you tried to take.
That's fun.
And so of course that corrupted ROM got online, and I said, I can't play this. What am I doing? Like, I'm getting my ass kicked. So when I finally got a clean ROM, that was probably in 2008. I was going through it because God, I had a lot of uncles who died. My dog died. A lot of people died, and I just like, I need something nice. I need something good, and I'm just going to try Earthbound again. I don't even know why I got inspired to do it. And this time it stuck, and I really loved it. And around that time, actually, was Mother 3's translation came out, and that was a very big event as well. That might be actually why I tried to play Earthbound again, because I wanted to try the translation. Yeah, it's definitely a game where it is done in the fashion of older NES RPGs, including Dragon Quest, which is you have limited inventory management, and for much of the early part of the game, you are one person. You are just Ness. And getting over that hump is quite difficult, like even for experienced RPG players. But once you're past it and you finally have Paula, who's your healer and your second party member, and you kind of find yourself in this town of people who worship the color blue. And it just gets creepier and stranger and weirder from there. And I recognized, okay, this game is about the various ways in which adults disappoint children. And I think that is a very poignant topic to have an RPG about. That, of course, is by Shigesato Itoi, who's a copywriter, a famous copywriter, is the author of the Mother series. And his influence is extremely obvious. Like, again, Earthbound is also a game where a bunch of cops try to beat up a child. Like, your boss fight is against a bunch of cops who are trying to kick your ass because you're getting too close to like discovering something. So yeah, it's very much before its time. Actually had a gay character before any other RPG that I can think of. Tony, I think Jeff's friend, who helps him escape his boarding school so he can kind of go out and hit the road. Yep. Shigesato Itoi confirmed that he is actually gay. So cool.
And then has some slightly more problematic stuff in Mother 3 that was
absolutely
almost certainly well-intentioned, but has not aged
very well-intentioned, but didn't really. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
I played Earthbound because of Undertale.
Yes,
it is funny looking at it and being like, this is Undertale.
And then they were like, they said like Earthbound was like a huge inspiration, and I was like, really? And then I went and looked at Earthbound and I was like, oh my god, it's Undertale, which is crazy because I was looking at a list of like JRPGs and I saw Undertale is categorized as a JRPG. And that like, I'm like, I don't think I know what a JRPG is anymore because I
Nobody
never thought
knows.
of Undertale as I don't, like, the older I get, the more I'm like, I don't think these genres make any sense.
No, they don't. This is my career, and we've had whole episodes discussing what the hell does JRPG mean these days. I think it's a vibe. I'm just going to go with the vibe for now.
So then where do you stand on Claire Obscure then?
Oh, God.
That's a hard
Let's
one.
hash this out right now.
I don't know. The vibe is there for JRPG, and they absolutely cite so many JRPGs as their inspiration, so I can give it to them, but it's so weird and everyone's swearing in French. And not even Quebecois French, which I'm used to, but like everyone's like saying putain. I'm like, you should be saying tabernacle. You crazy people. No.
These Americans won't get that. They won't get this. That.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I will smile and laugh though.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, edit that so that there's not a gap. I mean, like the dial-up noise playing in my mind.
Yeah,
there's that joke of it being a JRPG where it's like the French.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's
JRPG.
good.
Yeah. Final Fantasy.
I love Claire
Je suis
Obscure.
Couldin.
So I feel like it's not a JRPG because I really like it a lot. So it doesn't.
No, I think it embodies a lot of what I loved about JRPGs, which is like the story, the characters, the twist, the drama, like the combat reminds me of
World
a lot of like
building.
early turn-based JRPGs. It's just been like made for a modern audience, and you can tell the people who made it love JRPGs.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you could absolutely see the love and the influence, and they've been very vocal about what their inspirations were. They've never hid it. It was a great game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that it was probably a lot easier to define the difference between a JRPG and whether you call it a Western RPG or whatever. Versus CRPGs. I think all these things like were a lot easier to define a long time ago when we were working with limitations and
1,000,000% less games.
Mm-hmm.
Hadn't really like I mean, people were riffing on structures but not necessarily like breaking them in various ways, and so I think it's kind of a vibe because you can't say it's just turn-based. You can't say it's a certain setting. You can't say it's a certain story structure. You can't even say it's like party-based because there's some that aren't party-based. I mean, it really is just.
Is the Japanese part not the main one of the main attributes?
But even when you draw that line back, like JRPGs are just like the original JRPGs are just someone smashed Wizardry and Ultima together and made Dragon Quest. Like, so even then, like, that's the formula that so many of them built on. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying a little bit. There's Tower of Druaga, which did some action stuff, and Dragon Slayer and whatever. But you know, the sort of genesis that most people consider to be the like, okay, this is JRPG, this is where it begins, is Dragon Quest, which really is someone just sprinkled 2 games together, added Akira Toriyama art, you know, like mangafied it a little bit basically. So is it like 2 Western games plus a Japanese art style equals JRPG? Like that's a weird definition, but that's kind of what they did.
Yeah, you're right. The original RPGs, the original JRPGs were a cultural exchange. God, it was all actually tied into Tetris, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't remember how, because that was a whole licensing nightmare.
It's Hank Rogers.
Made
Black Onyx, and also is the guy who brought Tetris to the Game Boy. So
right.
And that is Black Onyx was like super early. That was pre Dragon Quest. There were like not JRPGs or not RPGs, I should say, in Japan. 1983 or 4.
I have to say, even as someone who thinks she knew the history of JRPGs, it turns out I was dead wrong. Like, I started writing about games in 2004, and there was not a lot of material about games. Nowadays, there's a billion books, but back then you had, I think it was just Game Over by, I can't remember the name of the author, but that was the one text we had, and it was we now know it was full of inaccuracies, but just so that's kind of like where I learned like a lot of my early stuff. And so I would have kind of a shallow view, like, oh, it all started with Zelda, which is absolutely not the case. It started with Tower of Taraga, it started with Hydelight, it started with the Ultima, it started with the text-based stuff even before that. Yeah. So it's just there's a lot of cultural exchange going on. It's really interesting. I mean, the original Final Fantasy, Secret of Mana, a lot of Square's early games are programmed by an Iranian guy. Nasir
Gabelli.
Yeah, and he's brilliant.
Yeah. That's that Apple II early history. Like it's, I don't even know if this is a relevant metaphor anymore. We need to come up with a new one because I think this one's pretty dated. But there's that quote about the Velvet Underground that's like, no one listened to us, but everyone who did started a band. And that's kind of like, that's the Apple II in Japan. No one had an Apple II in Japan, but everyone who did went on to make a video game.
Absolutely.
So that's that's a very like,
that's actually ties into a question I had. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I know that Iwata, he came to Nintendo or was hired by Nintendo because he knew, was it C+? He knew something. He knew the programming language, but I don't know anything about what programming language belongs to what. I just know that C+ was extremely rare to know in Japan.
Yeah.
And I don't know
what was.
I don't know if it
I
has.
don't think he had an Apple, and I can't remember what he had, but it was another imported computer.
PC 98 or 88.
Yeah, no, it was an imported to Japan computer.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah. So I just found that very interesting that he knew he was either basic or I think it was basic actually. It shows you how much I know about
something like that,
languages.
which is interesting because another weird thing about Nintendo was they actually like didn't hire programmers for a really long time. They outsourced almost everything. For
That's
most
right.
Of their history. Yes, that was a big draw of Iwata and HAL Laboratories was actually being capable programmers. But I don't remember what we were talking about, so we should instead talk about some of our under the radar picks, because I think that at least a few of us on this call have played some kind of weird ones. I think everyone has read every top 10 JRPG list at this point. You all know you need to play Chrono Trigger. You all know you need to play Final Fantasy VII and whatever. But
Persona is on there in my defense. That's why I keep going back there.
Yeah,
it is on there. It is one of the ones that people mentions.
I'm going to Google this right now. Top 10 JRPGs of all time. We're just going to see.
Oh God, you're probably going to find some like crap up there.
P5.
Well, you know what? Let's go with Metacritic. Metacritic can't be that.
Oh, okay.
wrong,
Metacritic.
Right?
Totally.
The Undertale. Yes.
The judge of us all.
Okay.
Undertale might be in there.
Oops,
Yeah.
I got to allow ads.
Oh no, not an ad blocker.
Using an ad blocker.
How dare?
Good for you.
Well. What's sitting at the top?
Audio
The game that
listeners,
everyone
it's
thinks is
Persona 5
crazy
Royal.
to have played.
I just don't agree with
man.
that.
I was
hate
like, what's the
this.
best this genre has to offer? And
All
that
right.
is what people said. So that is what I
We
played.
gotta read it up for the audio listeners. Number 1, Persona 5
Yes.
Royal. Want to keep going? Final Fantasy 9, Chrono
I didn't even
Cross.
stop there.
Metaphor Fantasio is number 4. Persona 4 Golden's number 5. 6 is Persona 5. Persona's in half this.
This
Yeah,
is
I
weird.
don't-
Also,
Yeah, I
6
don't
and
know if
1
I
are the
agree
same
with this.
game. Isn't that funny?
This is just
Yeah, true.
this is a recency bias for
This
sure.
is what the community
Absolutely.
has surfaced, and I'm not saying that means they're right. I'm just saying that is what your community did. You don't
But
have
it's
to
crazy that
ability,
Skies of Arcadia is
dare.
sitting in there at
but
number
that is
7.
what happened.
Yeah, where's Chrono
That actually
Trigger?
is that feels out of place
Like,
in a good way.
I do think Skies of Arcadia is a great game, but it's like, how is it the only one that survived compared to like other JRPGs that I feel like more people played?
Now wait a second. I'm
Yeah.
seeing on the left here release year 2011 to 2026.
Oh, okay.
Why the hell is it doing
Oh.
it that way? I want
Well, because
everything.
this is
Maybe
when they
that's-
started aggregating
that's got to be
reviews.
yeah.
That is true
Oh.
too. Yeah, probably only goes so far back. I mean, there's
Worst,
some
like,
oldies
yeah,
might
of
be
all
in there
time.
if they got remade and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like those never get
Yeah, I
those
think I
rarely
see
get
Super
reviewed
Mario
as
RPG
highly
on
as
there.
they did.
Mm.
Yeah, Pair Mario's on
Yeah.
there.
If
Is
you
it?
go to IGN's top 25, it's a
Okay.
little bit more varied. I disagree with some of it, but I'm always going to disagree with some of it. So
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's okay. But they also
like
have
devil
Persona
horns
5 Royal
forming.
at like number 2.
This is
here
what
we go.
I'm
This is better.
saying.
this is
This is what the streets have been telling me, and I followed. And then everyone's like, "Why'd you go down that alley?" And I'm like, "That's where everyone said to go to find the key." So that's why I went.
Final Fantasy X at number 3. Interesting.
That's
Huh.
interesting.
That's the one I
Interesting.
still really want to play. That God, I should just take a week off and just play that.
You need to
instead.
play Final Fantasy X, so then you can play Final Fantasy X too, which is my favorite Final
Yes.
Fantasy game.
Okay, so you already know what question I'm going to ask. Which one is the one that I really want to play? I want to play the one where they fuck underwater. That's the one I want to play. Is that
That's-
10?
they
They
Oh,
don't.
that's the
We've
first one.
talked about
don't-
this over
They
and
do-
over and over
tell
again.
it- tell
Nadia,
her
can
that
you weigh in?
It's 10.
Can you weigh in
It's
on
10,
this?
Janet, at
that
the very
scene.
end. The last
That scene. You see when
They
they're under
fuck-
the
no.
water.
Yes, they
What's
fuck
going on there?
underwater at the
What?
last scene of Final Fantasy X. Shh. Then she'll play it.
that's not what she's
Very
talking
last
about.
scene.
You could also just watch Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet. It's the same thing.
Or Shape of Water.
Less water.
I I saw your article. I read your article about that. That was
Oh,
really
thank you. That I
interesting,
love that
actually.
article. That was fun. I remember I
like,
was
"Wait, what?
I was just like watching it again randomly, like, holy shit, that's Prompto.
That's so funny.
So weird.
Chrono Trigger number 1
Um,
on this, though. We all respect that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
I think
can
that's
absolutely
like such
respect
a
that.
safe choice.
so safe.
It's wild to
Safe
me
because
that
it's
it.
true.
Yeah, it's wild to me that it really, truly does still hold up this well into. Because I mean, there's so many old JRPGs that are like incredibly historically important, groundbreaking, did really interesting things, but like there's definitely better versions of it now. There's not a better Chrono Trigger. Like it's
Do
just
people
it's
not
Chrono
like
Trigger.
Chrono Cross? Do people hate that?
No, people
Chrono
like
Cross is a very contentious game.
Yeah, I've heard
Chrono
that.
Cross takes a lot of what makes Chrono Trigger jolly and makes it very unjolly. But it
Mm.
has parts that are brilliant, and of course Matsuda's score is
It's one of the best soundtracks of all time for sure.
oh so good, so good. There are a couple of scenes in that game that devastate me, and part of it is because of his music.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, so then number 2 is Persona 5 Royal. Number 3 is Final Fantasy X. Metaphor Refantasio. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Dragon Quest 11. See, this does feel like a little bit of recency bias, but it's okay. We'll
They're
keep going.
giving like they're trying to cover all their JRPG.
Well, they put the old one up
bases.
Yeah.
there.
This feels less like the
To appease
truth
the
and more like
masses.
let's put out something that no one will yell at us about.
I don't
Yeah,
think
well,
that-
I'll
I mean,
still yell
well,
at them.
That's on most
Maybe I
lists
have
are
my
these days.
bias, which
Yeah.
is that I used to work at IGN, but like I wasn't in this room, obviously. The
Did you
JRPG
write
room.
this?
But
Is
I-
this your article?
No. Yeah, I said Persona
I
5
just
Royal is
googled
actually really good.
what JRPGs are there that are good.
Yeah, and which one do people say, and then which one do people also say? And I put those two next to each other. It is a lot of like, you kind of go around in a room and start kind of naming stuff and then just debating things. So there isn't much.
That's fun.
There's unsurprisingly, there's very little like care about perception. Recently, bias definitely
Yeah.
comes up in those conversations, though, as well as I think the opposite.
I think-
Is this
yeah,
game
I think
important or
it's-
is it good? That was a big
Yeah.
point of contention,
Mhm.
and I am very firm on it needs to be good now. It cannot just be, if it's most important games, totally valid list. That's a different conversation in my opinion.
Yeah.
Than
I think,
is it good?
This
now?
is honestly similar to when we are doing debates at MinnMax for the 210s, which of course are a lot easier because it's confined to a year, but like there's no perfect like panel for this because you would need a room full of people who have played such a wide breadth of RPGs spanning so many decades. To be able to kind of like argue amongst each other for this to really be like a list that doesn't include some recency bias / some nostalgia bias.
It's only going to get
It
harder
needs some
with every
elders.
year.
But also, what is counterpoint? What is recency bias if not nostalgia waiting to be born? You know, like at one point, every game just came out.
Deep.
It's crazy.
Like you can't just say,
casually
"Oh,
drop.
we can't glaze Metaphor or Fantagio because it hasn't been long enough." Why do we have to wait for more worse games to come out
It's so true.
to glaze it? If you're hot on it, put it up there.
You're right.
100%.
You're right.
I heard the opening credit song to Claire Obscure like 6 months after I beat it, and I felt nostalgic like I had played it 10 years ago. I felt insane.
Yeah.
I was like, that's the quickest that's ever happened to me. And nothing bad had to
Pokemon
come out
Gold,
in between.
I absolutely love you, but you do not belong on the list of greatest JRPGs.
They should put
of all
Final
The
Fantasy
time.
JRPG thing.
That's a different. You're a different thing.
Get out of here.
It
Get outta
counts to
here.
be. Can I be a little stinker? It counts.
No.
How does
It's
it
not a
count?
good like JRPG. It's a really good Pokemon game.
That's a JRPG.
Where's the question?
That's
How do
an
they define
RPG.
JRPGs? On
No,
this list?
Pokemon.
That
We
should
do
be-
count Pokemon as RPGs and Acts of the Blood God. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I know it. Like I know it is, but it's just so like. I don't know. I also don't count like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. 'cause
Well,
it's
also,
stupid.
whoa. So, look, I don't know how they do this anymore. But this is not
I'm
an
not
art.
including this game. It's stupid. Okay.
I'm curious how
It's
this
like-
is made because this is
I
not an
accept it.
article. It's from the playlist team, which is different than like the IGN
okay,
best of.
yeah.
Like, so I don't know
Oh.
that this is like in a non-shady way. I don't know that this is like editorial stuff, getting in a room and doing this versus like our top 100 games thing, which is like re-upped every XR. I don't work there anymore, but so I'm not really sure how this is put together, and it's not explained. So
It does have some good
It has a
gameplay
video.
worth discussing.
maybe the video was done by editorial. It could be an editorial thing that just got like playlistified to a product that IGN wants people to use. But it's tough to say. I wish there was, and this lack of clarity is also where like when you mix up editorial with other stuff, and it just ends up getting crazy. Anyway, but not my problem.
This is an
But
ethics
just-
and journalism rant right here.
Just look, I just feel like sometimes there's product and then there's the staff, and I don't know. I mean, not that this ever came up while I was there. Everyone got along and everything was great. But yes, I'm
It's all
not
perfect.
sure where this is. Just how many thing written attached to it, but it's on their site, so I think just take it as that's everyone there thinks this. I think is the point.
All right, my challenge for the panel, if anyone's got any, is you got to give me a JRPG you enjoyed that is not on this list.
Oh,
Stupid
man.
Golden Sun.
Eternal
23.
Sonata.
Ooh,
Oh,
That shit ain't on this
really?
list. That shit ain't on this list.
That sure was a game they released,
It's
and
not
when I
on
looked
That
at
was
that, I
the
said,
wildest game I ever played. I mean, I'm not saying
this-
it's good, but I'm saying that it existed and nobody talks about it.
Victor of the Acts of the Blood God adores that game. Like we actually had, I think, an episode in part about it because he's all into music and he's in theater. So we have music. We have episodes about music in like RPGs and whatnot. But that was I remember looking at that when it came out. Like, did they release a game about a tuberculosis child? What is going on here? Is it Chopin that it's
Yeah, so basically
the composer?
Yeah, the entire game follows the premise that Frederick Chopin exists in our world and he's dying, and while he's dying he has this fever dream, which you don't ever really know is it a real place, is it a fake place? He has this fever dream and everything in this magical JRPG world is like music based. So like the main girl, her name's Polka. Like polka
Cute.
music. Because it's like Frederick Chopin's Polish, or like I don't know if he's Polish, but he's polka.
Yeah,
And then there's like
it's music.
beat is another one, salsa, and they all do like musical attacks, and
Salsa.
like all of the areas have very like musical areas. But like I forgot if like Polka's dying. I think she might also be dying. But it's like
She is
essentially they're
dying.
like trying to not die. Maybe Polka's trying to not die, but Frederick Chopin is like, I think I might be dying, and it's cutting back to his life in the real world, and you see him like we're in Austria or wherever he's dying. And it literally details his life going through the JRPG. And when I was in high school, I took an AP French test, and the entire paper was Frederic Chopin's life in French.
Nice.
And then the questionnaire was in French, but I didn't even read it. I just answered it because I played the game and I got 100.
That's actually awesome.
Because it was just like, it was Frederic Chopin born. What did Frederic Chopin do? And I was like, oh, I just played Eternal Sonata. Like, you can't. And that was one of the JRPGs that I did actually finish. And it was a wild one.
That is a wild
some fun
choice. I
cuts.
respect that choice.
I like that. That's a good, pretty deep cut. I played a lot of. I think my deepest into JRPGs I ever was like the 3DS and Vita era, and I played a lot of stinkers during that time that I still really enjoyed.
Got me thinking a game was called Stinkers. I was like, what's that?
Yes, I played Stinkers, Stinkers Quest.
Stinkers Quest 1. Yeah. Love that.
There is a parody game on the 3DS called, I think, Fragrant Fantasy or something like that. Does this ring a bell? Yeah, Fragrant Fantasy.
Fart.
Or something like that. But yeah, this is a bad game. I'm gonna preface it with that. But I actually really loved the combat, and I still think about the combat sometimes. It's a like harem RPG game called Lord of Magna Made in Heaven.
Whoa.
Maiden spelled like a fair maiden.
Of course.
It's not a good game, but the battle system is like a tactics JRPG with bowling. Like are like doing your attacks, and you're like knocking people into like enemies into other enemies, and so you're like setting up these perfect shots.
That's fun.
In the combat, and I had so much fun with the combat in this game. Could not tell you whatsoever what this game was about. I don't remember a thing.
Is it just so when you say it's bad, was it just the story was bad? The implementation
it's like
was bad?
It's a very generic, like, just
I just saw the trailer. A dude.
Yeah,
I saw a dude who looks like every other JRPG dude.
Yeah, and you gotta like befriend all of the ladies and get their resonate their hearts.
Look at its
or whatever.
release trailer with the overlay, with the fancy. This is the trailer that was released formally for it. It has like a fancy little PowerPoint overlay. Why'd they do that?
Maybe
what
console is this again? Is this to replicate
the 3DS?
It was because it's to replicate the 3DS.
Yeah.
Of it.
I guess honestly, probably to make it smaller so it looks better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also with this trailer, I'm dead at like the first thing that came up was like the ESRB. It's like partial nudity, suggestive themes, and then it cuts to like chibi characters. Like,
Well, there's like anime cutscenes.
Yeah. But it's like
in the cutscenes.
I think if you have partial nudity in your game and it's a chibi game with anime cutscenes, I think the nudity has to be chibified. I don't want to see that in cutscenes. I think you got to have them as little people, as little guys.
I don't know if I like that.
So this is my like only if you just want to try a new fun combat system pick. It's not a good game, but I still want more games to have the like basically bowling mechanic.
That's awesome.
I understand.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
All my games are in here.
Kingdom
Hearts 1? Because they have Kingdom Hearts 2 on there, which apparently is true.
Stop!
Vanilla, the non-quality
Vanillaware, yeah, that could be under the radar for some people.
Good.
Oh my
also,
gosh,
so
I
is
love Vanillaware game.
This is written on this IGN list at number 22. Ni no Kuni, that's actually a heater. I thought it just had a nice name.
Yeah,
I was actually going to bring that one up because I don't know how many of you here are Stephen King fans the way I am. I like Stephen King books, at least the classic ones. And when I played I didn't really play Ni no Kuni, but I played the second one, and I hated it. But I kept playing it. There was something about that game that I despised, and it still keeps me coming back. But the original, I read the summary. I never played it, but when I was reading the summary, I'm like, holy shit, this is just The Talisman by Stephen King and Richard Bachman, which is the Talisman is a story about a child named Jack who his mother is sick. So he learns he must travel to the territories, an alternate world. He learns how to flip between the two. And his guide is a character like a werewolf named Wolf, who kind of takes the place of Mr. Drippy there. And the queen of this fantasy land is sick. And he knows that in order to heal his mother, he must heal this queen, which is the same in the Talisman, the book. Jack knows he must heal the queen of this fantasy world to heal the queen, to heal his mother, basically.
It's the plot of Ni no Kuni.
It is, isn't it, though? And I remember being fascinated with that because the Talisman is, honest to God, one of my favorite fantasy books of all time. And I actually wrote to the PR guys at Bandai Namco and said, please let me interview the creators of this game. Please let me interview them. They're like, yeah, no, bye. We're not talking to you anymore.
They're like, you've seen the secrets.
You know too much.
You literally know too much.
You know where we got the inspiration from.
Janet, did you ever play Jeanne d'Arc?
We talked about
I started
before.
it. I didn't. I started it in line for the Nintendo Switch 2. So this was recently. It sounds like it's really old story. Yeah, you recommended that Jeanne d'Arc, and I love.
I don't know if it's. I think it's a JRPG. I mean, it's definitely Japanese made. And
this
an
is the
RPG.
gameplay I left on last time we talked about it.
That's so funny.
I know a lot of people who love it. I've never played it. At least I don't think I have.
It's fun.
It seemed cool so far. I was pretty early.
Also
on
40 hours. Yeah, it's also an all thriller, no filler, minimal filler. You follow a girl.
Take the sword.
Who's like Jeanne d'Arc, and like it gets
cool.
it's a little weird because I think it's like the British are like summoning demons and you're fighting for the French, but the British are all demons. So they're like, we must defeat the British who are also demons.
I should have brought
commentary. Actually, I should play it because as like a child of the 80s who did not have much in the way of female representation, it's like Jeanne d'Arc was such a cool just a figure. And and I learned about her through Bill and Ted, which means like my first impression of her was that exercise class where she goes crazy and like, kind of like takes over the exercise class and has that giant cross on her exercise equipment as she's like, just freaking out and trying to direct everyone through this really like high-paced routine. And I thought, man, this woman is my idol.
Yeah, if you like tactics games, like the Final Fantasy Tactics games, this is very similar.
I like the look of it. It looks very cute.
And there's also like anime, like fully animated anime cutscenes within it.
That always makes the game better.
It's a cute orc. I like a cute orc.
Add to it.
Yeah, it is.
I did remember a JRPG that I started and it famously never finished from MinnMax lore.
What is it?
Bravely Default 2.
I was gonna ask about that next.
Oh, really?
Bravely Default 2. Yeah, I loved what I played of it. I forgot how far I got. Decently far. Not far enough to finish it, but yeah, I just loved it. I just thought it was like very snappy, and I liked it. I felt like it had really good quality of life, which I know is kind of like a nothing term that gets a little bit overused, but it just felt very smooth to play. Never played the first one. I don't even know how I had this, why I had it. I mean, I was already covering games at the time. I think it was honestly my friend had it, and it was like I maybe just borrowed it because I don't know that I had it in my collection. But this was kind of this hit my apartment, and like I don't know if everyone finished it, but literally everyone that played it liked it. I think it's just one of the more JRPGs are interesting because there are some where it's like assuming that you've played other games, there are some that feel like an easier lift. Something about maybe like the handheldness of things where it's like, hey man, it's not that serious. You're just on a handheld. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I've played more JRPGs handheld than I have on consoles.
Yeah, there's something very like chip away at it vibe for a handheld.
Cozy.
That gives it something. Yeah, it's like,
I'm playing Chrono Trigger on my Thor, and it is just
that'd be beautiful.
Vibe. The DS port of it's so cozy. I love it.
The original Bravely Default was actually kind of a bomb when it came out. Not bomb. Like it actually was extremely successful for its time because this is when JRPGs were really in a slump. People were making fun of them. You've infamously seen, I'm sure, like the stuff with like, G4, Japanese video games, all these kooky ass Japanese people. People were not really big into JRPGs. The Xbox 360 was ruling everything, which had its own great stuff, don't get me wrong. But then
like
this comes out. Exactly, right? But everyone looked at Eternal Sonata as like, oh, this is stupid and gay, because that was just the sentiment going around back then. But when the original Bravely Default came out and it made a splash on a 3DS, like, it kind of was a wake-up call that, wait a minute, people like JRPGs again. People have always liked JRPGs. We should really kind of, hey, we like these JRPGs. What happened to them? Let's start, getting back into that. So it was like kind of a nice start of a climb back into some kind of like relevancy, at least.
Yeah, and it's really pretty classic, like in terms of, when you think of the Final Fantasy tropes and the crystals and the whatever, whatever makes you think of a JRPG, like it's pretty classic in that way, but yeah, not in a way that I think was turned people off very much. I think it was pretty good at just like
also has
keeping the story moving, and had so many like, just, do you feel like skipping battles? Like
that's so good.
Was it in the first one that they introduced the like slider, the encounter slider?
The random encounter slider, yeah. So you can make them as much or as little as you want. And I love that mechanic so very much. Also, fantastic soundtrack. The original game has Wicked Flight, which is we actually just had a Blood God episode about the best battle themes in video games. And that was one of my picks. Sorry, in RPGs, that was one of my picks. It's just madness. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good name, too. Bravely Default. Good name.
Yeah. Bravely Default. Everyone laughed their ass off when that name came out. Like at first it was like code name, and they kept it.
That
happens a lot. It's like the game mechanic, right? It's like the game mechanic with Bravely or Default, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. It is the like, I don't know. That is like a funny thing and then you play it and it's like, oh, we're refantaging the metaphor. I guess I understand. And it's like, yeah, but you also made it that way. Like it's another default. I think, I don't know. I think one of the reasons that this is a genre that I am newer to and more like apprehensive on or like wary of, because I just simply didn't like, that was not just like an introductory genre for me. I think it's kind of everyone. Yeah. That's how taste is made, right? Where it's like, I grew up playing this and loving this. And then if you didn't, you're like, oh, well, I'm not, you don't have, you're taste testing stuff, but you also don't have a palate. So it's kind of an interesting scenario where it's like, I wouldn't say that makes it so that like you can't like assess. Like I feel like the mechanics are like very familiar across other games, but there is a little bit of is this not working because it's not working and I can dissect it, which to a degree I do feel capable of doing. But also there's how much of this is maybe this just isn't the vibe, but then also like there's so many flavors that you can do for it. It's like, what are the different tropes and mechanical approaches, and like what's the design ethos that like different studios have for things, and like what's going to be appealing. And I think that honestly the number one reason that maybe the JRPG bug really hasn't gotten me is like pretty much all of y'all have like referenced like having a really deep connection with the story, and I feel like I at best will be like, that was cool. I'm not like, oh my god, like I'm trying to think even clear obscure. I did like the story like quite a lot, but I guess I don't know. I didn't like, it didn't imprint on me. It didn't like shake me. Like there are points that where I was like, wow, that was, amazing. Again, without points of, one of the big turns after like one of the acts. Wow, that's really cool. And like I thought the ending, like I love the ending of that game. I like being left with like a bit of having the option to be left with the feeling of like darkness and hanging on a moment. It's also what I like about the ending of Last of Us 2. But that's like, that's that, like it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't like end up caring. And I think that's the other issue of people are saying, oh, I'm here for the adventure, and I'm like, I'm kind of here just to do stuff. So it's like when and how long can you do stuff before you're like, I think I've done enough stuff. And I think that's where the kind of disconnect can land.
Persona is like the do stuff game.
Sure,
yeah, because there's just too much stuff to do in it.
But I feel like we've done a lot of stuff already, where it's like, okay, and that's kind of where like the dungeon thing I'm like, this game has a lot of strengths. I lived the way I lived for bread day, y'all. The one day they sold the like special bread, and I'm like, I'm gonna go get my bread. Yeah, it's like that stuff is so fun. But like, how many times can I get the bread before like I think I've got, you know what I mean? I've gotten that fun. Like that is really fun. It was fun at hour 50. It's fun at hour 80, I guess. But do I need am I gaining more? And I get that like, well, don't you want to see how it ends? And I'm like, I mean, yes, in a technical way, but I didn't necessarily need like every single like beat all the time. So I think that's basically the disconnect where it's like I'm not there for the story
Janet,
in a way.
I have a game for you. Can you guess what that game is
Is it Chrono
called,
Trigger?
Janet? It is Chrono Trigger.
Yeah,
There
I
are
do
games
think
out there that don't have all that filler. I mean, I think
it's not even
again,
that filler. It's just that like I just don't care that much about it.
I think you'll care about
think
Chrono
it's
Trigger.
filler.
Like the plot, like the general plot. Like I'm not even talking about the bread stuff. I just mean like I didn't really care about. I know people are gonna be mad. Like I didn't care about the kids on that level. I like some of their characters. I think Makoto's really cool, but like I don't know what she does after school. I don't really care. I don't really care if she becomes a cop or goes to college. I don't really care. And you can say that makes me a bad person. I didn't really care, and frankly, I didn't think the story made me care. Boom, I said it. Sorry. That's where I'm at.
Hiding this 2 hours into a PEWPEWBANG is safe but bold. I think
I don't know why
people will hear this.
the people who play JRPGs are here for the long haul. This is nothing. They're only 2
because I think
hours
there's a difference
in.
between like drama's happening and I'm into the drama. It's kind of like the sad game versus like
that.
it's like, oh, someone dies in a game. That is not automatically sad to me, and maybe that makes me twisted.
No,
but like I was an English
that's
major.
normal.
That's like not enough. It's like I need to feel like that
what's
punch,
a story, like whether it's a book or a movie or something? What's a not video game thing where you really cared about the characters?
The Great
Maybe
Gatsby.
you just don't care about anything.
The Great Gatsby.
No, I care. I've cared. I was,
Been a
I
Great
cared that he was in
Gatsby
that
game.
pool. No, I don't think so.
I mean, Zelda is named after.
Mrs. Dalloway was pretty good.
There was a
Virginia
PC
Woolf.
game. There
must have been.
PC
The
Great
Great
Gatsby
Gatsby.
game.
Wow.
That's not
Okay,
sorry,
wait,
am I
Neutral
looking
Plus,
at-
we
at
play
all.
games from books we know. Hold on, wait, sorry,
What?
I'm running.
Wait, how
What
is
is
this
he
happening? How did I not
throwing?
know about this?
He's throwing.
He's throwing money, right?
His
He's
money,
throw that
he
money
is
at the
Gatsby.
problem. Throw that money at the
Oh
problem.
my- he's throwing his money. He's Gatsby.
Hell
horrible.
yeah.
What's his
Oh.
find
That money
Gatsby?
go.
This is his final form.
It says find Gatsby.
New York
Is
City.
that-
Oh no, not
Uh-oh,
this part.
spoilers.
Uh-oh. Oh my God.
Spoilers. I need to play this
It's
tonight.
gotta cut to the billboard. It has
Cancel
to cut
my
to the
movie.
eyes.
Let's see.
That's amazing.
Oh, it cuts to him sad in the pool.
He's in the pool, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just the game. This is just the book.
Spoilers.
This is just the book.
Oh shit!
It's a really good book. That's also like, and I think
I have not
there
read
is
it.
a-
Believe it or not.
it's great.
I'm
And then there is an element of the
Kinda
plot. Like I like.
confusing.
So
I get all
You
confused
can watch
when I
the
read
movie.
it.
like I can understand that because it's like you just read, if you're getting confused, just read out loud, and I think it'll.
Well,
latch.
if
got a lot
I'm
of
looking at the
together.
video games, we're
Problems in
looking
it.
at a lot of giant fish.
He's
and
trying to
frog
get to
and-
Daisy.
They need to give him
Okay.
something
There's
to
the
do.
green light, there's the
Yeah,
green light,
it's
just
the green
like
light. Hey, yo, this is the book. Well, actually, this is him.
That's
I think this
crazy.
is Nick. Guys,
When
I
he
actually think you're
jumps on
playing
the
as
Mario
Nick
pole.
Caraway in this, which is the narrator. Gatsby is the other guy.
Oh my god, that's
green light.
Castlevania.
Lock in. Yeah, and I think like
This is the Castlevania
this is
3
this is just
ending,
text from the
everyone.
book. Yeah, this is just the ending of the book. And then we
This is
beat
how
on like
Castlevania
boats
3
and
ends.
ceaselessly against the
Wow.
cried
shore.
when you played the Great Gatsby PC.
Yeah, but I didn't cry
But
when
not at
Makoto was late
Obscure.
to go home.
But you didn't cry at the end of Claire Obscure.
I didn't. No, I love the end of Claire Obscure though. I thought it was we'll leave that there.
Did you,
You didn't
cry
cry
when
at the
you
beginning
read
of
Great
Claire Obscure?
Gatsby?
No, I didn't think it was that like moving because I didn't know those characters. So I know something sad's happening, but I didn't like it didn't move me. Yeah, I didn't care about the beginning of Claire Obscure. It didn't do anything for me.
But Gatsby
I'm
did?
such a crier.
I didn't
That's-
cry at Gatsby either. It's just like I was interested in the story,
Oh,
and
this
I
is
think
the
the
end of
prose
the
is really
game?
well written.
Wait, did Japanese people make this? Is this a JRPG?
Oh my god. M. Suzuki.
Yeah, there's
is-
a lot more
is- has a
Japanese
story.
names
Wait, is this
than I
a
was expecting.
Famicom? game?
Hoyahon
What is
Sato,
this?
That's his
Suzuki,
PC on this.
Yoshida,
Okay.
Tanaka. I smell a JRPG.
Lickle.
We play games.
It,
with our
it'd be
Mr.
funny if
Quince.
the Yoshida from Final Fantasy 14.
This is looking like mostly Japanese
Ooh.
developers. I think The Great Gatsby is a JRPG.
This is so odd.
Let him
That's
level
how
up.
it's made.
works.
We're basically
know.
good. Yeah.
I'm trying
Hey,
to look this
shout
up.
out to Kid Ricky,
Kid Ricky. Charlie Smith translating.
Charlie Smith.
Did this need a translation?
Wait, hang on. This is a game that came out in 2011?
What?
No.
Oh.
Wait, why is it thanking
Oh.
in Keiji Inafune? We gotta be
Yeah.
like
And
shit
is that
posting
N
here.
Uematsu as in like
That's Nobuo Uematsu. That's Sakaguchi.
Yeah.
Yuki-chan's Papa and Bun Bun. Those are all
Okay,
Capcom
I think,
people.
guys, I think this is like a fan game
is a goof.
made
Yeah.
in.
It's a goof.
Yeah.
And it made Janet
think-
cry. That's so embarrassing. Janet.
I don't think I've actually ever
Thank you
cried
for
playing a video
playing.
game.
Charlie Smith
I've only
didn't
cried
translate
out
that
of-
very well.
Frustration.
I've almost
I've
cried out of
cried out of
frustration
all
in a
of
video
it.
game.
I've cried.
I
out of
cried
frustration and sad.
constantly.
I cried.
The ending of
I'd be
Metroid
crying.
Dread.
I cry very.
That hard.
I cry very quickly.
I think
Yeah.
I did tear
You guys
up
can
for
make
the
me cry right
ending-
now.
The ending of Yakuza Like a Dragon, I thought was very like moving. Just the pain that he like had in his performance. I thought that, and I guess that's like I need that. I need to feel it. Like it can't just be like.
So you need like
"Man, that's sad."
cinematics, is what
That's fair.
sounds
yeah.
like. Like not cinematics
Probably.
but it needs to be more like not a video game, more like acting happening. And...
Either acting or written in a way that feels like a gut punch. Like I need to feel it. You can't just be like, "Oh my god, I miss you." Like the stuff with Mael when she had her like moment in the forest. I thought that was very moving because of how it's written. It wasn't moving because like a sad thing happened. It was like what she said and how she said it, and it like something that feels like, wow, you put into words something that I can conceptualize feeling, but you said it in a way that I could never necessarily think of it in that way. But now that you said it that way, I'm like, damn, you nailed it. That's totally the feeling. Like that's what I'm like. That's what really like puts the asses in the seats for me. Other than that, I'm like, I mean, it can be an interesting plot, but like I'm not like, I don't know if I'm carried through the game from that, if it's like a game that has more of a mechanical element to it. Because obviously I play lots of story games where it's like the whole thing is just story.
So
That can't happen. But I also feel like the stories are a little more,
only cut.
those grab me and sit with me more. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even that they're cutscenes. I mean, what it means if Finch has cutscenes, but like Gone Home, it's like, oh, that was like, it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't end up pulling me through.
Mm-hmm.
God, what remains of Edith Finch? Cry.
I know, it was so good. So I basically just mostly just like beating ass, and that's why I like Metaphor Fantasio is the point of the thing.
Yeah, maybe,
and like if there's something cool
JRPGs
happening, that's
beating
cool,
ass.
but I'm mostly just there to beat ass.
Maybe they're
yeah.
just not for you. Maybe you're not cut out for the JRPG
I mean, certain
life.
ones. Janet likes certain ones, but I feel like I'm the same way. I like certain types of JRPGs.
Yeah,
I don't like all
yeah.
of them.
Yeah. I mean,
There's like a really big breadth within the category of JRPG.
How did you find what your flavor is, and like what would you say is like your taste in JRPGs?
My JRPG taste is definitely on the shorter end. Not as like I like the shorter ones. I like the fantasy ones. I like we're just a bunch of like ragtag adventurers trying to save the world. And these are my JRPG. This is like my list of things that they can't have. They can't be over 200 hours. They can't be doing
So
tutorials after 30 hours.
That's
If
my
anyone
favorite.
pulls a sword out of a woman's boobs, it's off the table for me.
When does that happen?
What
you
did
don't
this
like- you like
happen in
Chronicles
just
too?
for research purposes?
Yeah. Yeah. I think there wasn't just Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but I was like, that is a line for me. No pulling weapons out of women.
but she is the weapon.
What if she?
Oh
Oh, yeah,
my
that's the one.
God.
She's the weapon, right?
You don't
She
want to
is the
hear about what they
weapon.
do. Like, what they are capable of.
Yeah. Let's see.
I love that series so goddamn much.
It's so good.
But that's generally I
man.
have like a list. Oh yeah, and then it's like I can't play Trails in the Sky because the town has to be burning within the first hour, or I don't want to play it. Like when I come to the little village, something better happen within the first hour. I don't want to be doing a bunch of like find Grandpa's cat. Okay,
Oh.
whatever tragedy is
Okay.
gonna
The
hit, it should
childhood
hit
stuff,
within like the
the-
first 3 hours.
My
of the
favorite
day.
town
It's gotta hit.
tragedy is actually in Breath of Fire 2. I don't know if anyone here has played it,
No.
but it starts off with you are a child and there's a dragon that kind of guards your town. It's asleep, but you actually go to visit one day and you just decide to take a nap beside it. And you go back to your town. And your town, obviously everyone knows you. Your dad's there. Your sister's there. You're like, hi, how are you? Everyone's like happy and fun. And you go back to your town. Nobody recognizes you. Your dad's gone. Your sister's gone. The priest who runs the church used to be your dad. Now it's some guy you don't know. And that's terrifying to me. And more than that,
Good.
when you talk to people in Breath of Fire 2, you have this item called the Dragon's Tear. It doesn't really do a lot gameplay-wise, but like it kind of lights up with different colors depending on who you talk to. You can see in the trailer, like, it's yellow. Like that means, okay, you're neutral. I think you're all right. When you talk to people when you wake up and you go into the town, every color, the Dragon Tear turns black, which means they hate you.
Whoa.
I want to play this game.
This is cool.
What?
It's Breath of Fire 2 is one of my favorite games, one of my favorite RPGs of all time. It actually has it was my first game about killing God. This came out in 1995. Nintendo, the ESRB had been founded, so Nintendo was like, okay, do whatever you want. We don't give a fuck anymore. Can I swear? Sorry, I should have asked before that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're at a
So-
Exclusively.
So that's when Capcom came out with Breath of Fire 2, which is a game about a church, an invading church. You have the kind of the pagan religion, the Church of the Dragon God, and you have the Church of Saint Eva, the thinly veiled Catholic Church, who moves in and is trying to get rid of like the pagan gods and the homeland gods and everything like that. And what's very fascinating about this game in terms of that story is that even the people who are part of this church, a lot of them are genuine. Like your father, who you start the game with, he is a pastor. He's very dedicated to his job, but he is a very kind man. And he is actually, at one point, married to Ryu's mother, who was a dragon, but that's a whole other thing. It's just the problem with it, though, is it's really bad for random encounters. Like, it is merciless. And it's one of those games where you get to the end of a really tough dungeon, and can you warp out? No. You have the spell, it just doesn't work most of the time. So you're hoofing it back. But if you can find, I'm sure there's mods and stuff. Yeah. Also, the translation is a missile. It's just bad. But it's such a good story that I think it actually transcends the translation. I actually replayed it not that long ago, and I'm like, this is a fascinating story. I really like the way they presented this, where some of it's, obviously there are certainly black and white characters, but the people who worship the church, like a lot of them are just kind of being pulled along and fooled. And if you want to talk about another kind of terrifying part of the game, when you get to the island where the church is based, you kind of sneak in and you talk to people. And they're like, yay, we love it here. I used to be sick, but now I'm healed. Praise Saint Eva, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, okay, everything seems all right here, I guess. And you try to leave. You can't leave. There's this horrifying sting of music, and you find yourself back at the entrance of the town. And again, you talk to people, and they're just like, kill me. I hate this. What am I doing here? What is going on? Ha, ha, ha. Praise Saint Eva. He is the great devil. Like, it's just, again, it turns like horrible and nasty within a second. It's just really good storytelling for an old game.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
It is really cool.
I want them to remake it.
I would
Someone
love,
remake it.
Yeah.
I would
Make
love
do
to
a
see a
remake.
remake of it. So you played it too?
No, but it sounds incredible.
Oh, it's a great game.
Yeah, it
Like,
sounds
I would
really
absolutely
fun.
love them to remake it.
I
It
love
also
the
sounds like
games
really
where-
fresh, even though it's
Yeah.
old. But like,
Weirdly
I
enough-
haven't heard anything
That's
done like
what
that since.
Weirdly enough,
Janet,
like
there's so many cool story beats in JRPGs, but a lot of them are hidden in very long games.
there's a really actually even like a subplot where one of your characters is a big armadillo guy named Rand. He's actually a healer tank. I love that
Listening.
fucking combination. You go back to his homeland, and there's like this harvest god, and the church is trying to push it out so they can get the church, the Church of Saint Eva in there, but they're trying to basically swindle the character's mother out of her land so they can build the church. And so they're not being directly like, hey, get the hell off this land. They're being very, we're very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Very diplomatic about this. We can give you money. We can give you whatever you want. Just, we just want your land. And she's like, get the fuck out of here. This is our god. You can't take it from us. It's just a really cool, like, little story about colonialism before, like, it was really a common topic.
Yeah, that's super cool. I love I think my favorite JRPGs, I think they're all a little political to a degree, but like I really love convoluted stories that have like just strong political intrigue and stuff in them. Sarah, I know you don't want to play Legend of Heroes, but the Trails of Cold Steel ones start
really
a lot
good.
faster.
Okay.
In fact, I think the first one, it just throws you in the middle of a thing, and then you like go back 3 months or a couple months or whatever to the like before the big thing happened. But I think it throws you like right into the action in that first one.
Yeah.
I am way behind. There's like what 4 or 5 of them now. I've only played through the first 2 because they are very long, but they are just like very well realized political stories, and they're very.
There was actually a scene, I don't remember, I think it was in the second, no, sorry, it was in the third one, where, of course, Mishy, Mishy, he's like not just the mascot of Trails, but he's a little cat character who shows up in a lot of Falcom games. There's a character who adores Mishy, and she gets really pissed off because her hometown is invaded by the occupiers. It's occupied, and they take Mishy and make him into like a cute sort of military mascot. And she was like, that fucking sucks. This is the character I grew up with, and now he's wearing the colors of the occupier.
No,
so I just thought that was kind of a nice little aside.
We're rapidly heading towards Labubu drones, so I mean, I think
I did see a video of
Labubu ahead of its time.
I did see a video of a Labubu, like, yeah, the firework Labubu.
I saw it too. Where, the person that exploded it for the 4th of July.
I died. I fell on the floor. I cannot believe something so funny could exist in this universe.
And that's honestly like what I look for in JRPGs, absurdism. Like in Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake, when you fight Hell House, I'm standing, I'm clapping, I'm throwing flowers.
Yeah. That was
with
great.
extra props, with that originally being just like a grunt enemy, I suppose in the original, and being made up to be like this really cool boss. Yeah, I want a little absurdism. I kind of appreciate that in any game. Like I like when I can feel surprised by something. And yeah, like that was just this is dumb and crazy but still fun. Like it still like was in keeping with all the same things you were doing otherwise. It's like, yeah, why am I not just fighting houses? We could have been doing this the whole time.
Why aren't we all fighting?
Why am I not turning into a mouse and then navigating a dungeon? It's like now I don't care that I'm lost because I get to be a mouse every couple minutes.
I get that.
Well, Nadia, do you have any final thoughts that you wish to impart upon the world about JRPGs before we say goodbye to you?
JRPGs are great. They come in all shapes and sizes and flavors, and yeah, give them a chance. I know that you don't have to like every single one. There you go. You don't have to like every single RPG or JRPG, but just, if you find one that seems interesting to you, give it a chance. We don't live in the greatest era of gaming, but we do live in an era where a lot more games are accessible than they were when I was a kid. So it's a lot easier to try things out and, I guess, discard them if you don't like them.
Yeah, I think discoverability-wise, we don't live in a great age, but otherwise, we live in a really great age of video games. There's all kinds of stuff out there. There's something for you. Well, thank you for joining us, Nadia. Where can people find you and your work on the internet?
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I am on the Axe of the Blood God, which I've talked about many, many times on this show already. Please support us at patreon.com/bloodgodpod. I have also written a book called From Pixels to Prose, What Video Games Taught Me About Storytelling. That is available on retrogamebooks.com. And actually, it has recently hit Amazon. So if you just want to go to Amazon and type that in, you'll find me. And if you like what I've been babbling about here for the past 2 hours, you might like the book.
Hell yeah. Thank you for joining us.
I'm showing it on the screen so people know what it looks
like. Thank you.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
It's a book. It has pages.
Okay.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, our expert has left us, so now you just have me and Sarah, who are, we know some stuff.
So happy to be included.
Me and Haley are there to cheer y'all on. Let's go.
And you guys look great doing it. I feel like this is an episode, these guys made fun of me because when I was like writing out the notes for this episode, I think I put something at the top that was like, maybe this is 2 episodes. And they were like, Kelsey just wants this to be 2 episodes because this is her horses. And you're right. But also there's so much we haven't talked about and we're already so far into the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, there's so many more things, but I feel like we should at least touch on some of the other big series that we haven't really talked about yet. Like Fire Emblem. You guys like Fire Emblem?
I played Fire Emblem on the Game Boy Advance. I discovered, because I like Final Fantasy Tactics, I discovered permadeath, and then I quit. And then I feel like I blinked, and when I came back to Fire Emblem, it was like a dating eugenics game.
What?
And I was like, what happened?
What the hell?
That's the houses one, yes? Or is this a
No,
different
the
one?
ones before that. Yeah, Fire Emblem Houses is a dating game, but there was a Fire Emblem before that where like you could pair up people in your army to have kids based on their stats. So you would kind of like min-max their stats to make the best warriors.
Yeah.
And you would force them to mate. And you would watch?
Well, they like each other.
It's you arranged
play
marriaging all your soldiers?
No. You like they would fall in love.
They'd
and
fall
have
in
a
love
kid.
because you
shove
wouldn't
them
be
together.
sitting them next to each other on the battlefield. It's like the teacher that's always
Yeah.
sitting the two kids that they're shipping like
That's
together. Like,
dangerous.
oh,
They're
your
gonna get
desk is
killed.
next to
And then we
Kill
found out love
together.
can bloom on the battlefield. at Fire
Proximity is one of
Emblem.
like the
Wow,
best tropes
beautiful.
because it happens the most often, and I think that's beautiful.
It's so true. Yeah, I like the Fire Emblem games. I think they definitely have become a fundamentally different type of game over the years, and especially over the last couple installments. I'm at the time of recording this, what is the new
Fortune's
one called?
Weave.
I'm excited for
Fortune's
that one.
Weave, also known as Four Houses. I'm cautiously optimistic about it because I did really like Three Houses. And this appears to be a prequel. I guess we don't fully know.
Was Three
yet.
Houses the one where everyone's having tea?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Michael played a crap
Yeah.
ton of that, and every time I came in the room, he was just having tea. And I was like, what is this game? Just tea time simulator.
They were
You have
having
to, like-
tea nonstop in that game, and like in gifting.
Yes,
We were talking about
gifting
that
and
a lot.
tea
Oh,
parties, and
I
no
gave
fighting.
Schmitty a lamp. I hope he loves me. And I'm like, they're like, the combat's amazing.
It's like
and
Dead or
I'm like,
Alive.
okay.
Just
I
gift.
gave Shizzy a lamp and now he loves
I
me.
played a bit of Engage, Fire Emblem Engage, but the vibes were
Oh.
low on that because I was like,
Yeah,
this seems cool.
never played
And
that
everyone
one.
was like, this one's trash. And I'm like, all right, I think
Oh,
I'll come
that
back
was like-
never.
the VTuber Crest toothpaste game.
Theodora.
Yes. Yeah,
Hello.
toothpaste hair.
Yeah, the bangs, the iconic front bangs
Yeah.
that crisscross.
Like
Good
what
hack
I
for when you go to
did?
sleep with bangs, though.
That's what I
Yes!
did.
Yes,
Oh,
that one
yeah.
episode. Yes, it was you. It
Yeah,
happened
it
to
was
you.
a
This happened to a friend of
callback.
mine, Haley, Fire Emblem Engage.
That's me. I was in
Wow.
Fire Emblem Engage. That was me. Mm-hmm.
I worked on
I-
Fire Emblem's Echoes,
Don't say that so casual.
Shadows of Valentia.
I worked on.
That's
I'm
cool.
like, I don't think I've heard of this series. You're like, yeah, I worked on one. Casual.
There's so many. There's so many.
Everyone's worked on Fire Emblem. There's
Everyone's
that
working on a
many.
Fire Emblem game. What are you talking about?
You did the.
I think-
you made sure all the words looked pretty, right?
Yeah, I did like a lot of localization file management. And I
Ooh.
did a lot of the voice. I didn't do the voice acting, but I did a lot of management of the voice acting files, and like that was fun because I got to like help suggest who I thought would be good for what character.
That's
Ooh.
fine.
So I got to
Oh,
listen to
that's
all of
cool.
them and give my opinions.
Love that.
That's cool.
What? That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. That's fun, Sarah.
Does it make the
What?
games? I think we've asked you this before, but like, does it make playing those like hit? Like, how often are you playing stuff?
You
that
never
Can I
played
be
it,
so
right?
honest?
You never played it.
When I work on a game, I don't play it. Like I
think
don't
that's
play
fair.
them casually. Like I worked on
That's- yeah,
Xenoblade
that makes
Chronicles
sense.
X. I didn't
Yeah.
play it. I worked on. Well, I guess I did work on Monster Hunter, but it came out on PC so much later than console. It was like I forgot I worked on it.
You played
Um,
Undertale.
Yeah, but I played Undertale before I worked on it
Oh, of course.
because I did the
yeah.
Undertale PlayStation Japanese
Mm.
special edition. So I was like in post. But yeah, it's like the more I work on games, the less I play them. Like I'll play them a little bit, but I don't like finish them. I don't know. Something about
Yeah.
the fact that like I had to work on it makes me not want to sit and like play it in my free time.
No,
Well,
I
it's
think
like
that's
I
valid.
would never listen to a podcast I was on. You know,
Mm.
Hmm.
I don't want to. I don't want to see my marks on the world. That's
Sometimes I have
embarrassing.
to remember what I said.
Sometimes.
Like, what do I think about this game? And then I'm like, oh, this is what I thought of this game. Wow. And I'm like,
I just wait
listening
for the
and agreeing
commenters.
with myself.
No,
Like,
it's actually
yeah,
I did that
that's
for-
exactly how
She's
that
so
game
smart.
was.
I
She's
did
so
that
right.
recently for Alan Wake because that was like one of my first things I did at MinnMax was like talk about Alan Wake, and I like forgot. I was like, what did I like about Alan Wake? And I went and listened to myself, and I was like, oh yeah, it was felt insane
Yeah.
to have that stored somewhere, and I don't remember what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fire Emblem though.
What's the best
Is a
Fire
cool-
Emblem to play? I'm like, I've never played a Fire Emblem.
You can't ask that question.
What's wrong with that?
So it's a pretty, like I said, it's a pretty like varied series. So you know the the further back you go, the sort of like harder and more unforgiving it is, and it's definitely kind of gotten a little bit of the Persona treatment where it's become a lot more. It's always had good characters, but it's definitely become more character focused and more like, you know, really getting to know these characters in a maybe even romantic way kind of thing. I think the best like cross section of that, where you're not getting too far into that, but you also have like a less cruel game with some quality of life stuff. I really like the 3DS ones. I like both Awakening and, oh my gosh, it's like Birthright and what are they called? What are those called?
Birthright's definitely one of them. I just saw it a second ago.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of.
I feel like 3DS...
Fire Emblem Fates. One of them, it's like Fire Emblem Fates, and then it's a Pokemon thing, Red and Blue, but Birthright and Conquest. And then Fire Emblem Fates
that's
itself
a great
is like,
duo name thing.
Yeah, I
Birthright
remember
and Conquest.
these.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
and you
hits.
would have to, you bought one and then you would fight the other side.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or you get the
Essentially.
collector's edition where you get both on the same cartridge plus the DLC, which is like a whole separate thing.
Wow.
But yeah, it's like these warring nations, and so you have different casts in each one. Some people don't like this one as much, but I really, really liked these. I ended up playing through all
I
of
like
it,
the
like
look of
both
them.
sides of the conflict and the DLC.
Both sides
And
of the
just
conflict,
thought
that's
that
fun.
I thought the characters were fun and the story was like a fun, you know, just a good. Again, I like JRPGs with politics, so it's a
The
good,
controversies was that
that
in the English version of the game, they took out face petting. In the Japanese
my
version,
God, I
you could,
forgot
like,
about
pet
that.
Are we okay
your-
as a
In the Japanese
race?
version, you could.
They
pet-
also removed. Wasn't this the game with the vagina bones? What was the
that
vagina
wasn't.
bones
This
one?
wasn't the vagina bones game.
I've
that
heard
was like
about
the
who was
Fire
the vagina
Emblem.
bone?
I've heard tale of the
FE.
vagina bone controversy.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah.
That's from a Fire Emblem?
Yeah.
It's the Wii U Fire Emblem Shin Megami
it was.
Tensei.
Yeah,
Oh
and that's
my
the one that they
God.
removed the vagina bones.
thing. Yeah.
That's hilarious. How
Vagina
how
bones.
could they do this to gamers everywhere?
I know.
Women need their
Janet, are you
bones.
googling it?
I'm Googling it.
I can see
You gotta
that.
Google. Yeah.
Okay, I'm googling it too.
China bone.
Removal.
Can you believe they removed her?
of
Yeah.
Tokyo
vagina
Mirage
bone?
Vagina
Session Sharp FE. I can
bones,
never remember
Fire
that
Emblem.
full.
Yes.
Yeah. Technically it's Tokyo Mirage Sessions, but
Oh, nothing came up because it thinks I'm looking for something naughty.
oh,
Not
Why
the
can't I
safe
spell
search.
vagina? VAG.
I'm dead because when I looked it up, I probably also have safe search on. I end up getting a picture of Link's like lower abs, and it says, "Is there a vagina bone on Link?"
The term vagina bones is about localization. Oh, I see. Oh my God.
I
It's
sent
a
I sent
censorship
the
argument.
tweet to the PEWPEWBANG Slack channel.
I found
Yeah.
it. I found the tweet of legend. Share screen.
Yeah, I remember this happening.
Sebin says on May 13th, 2026. Oops, why is it on the right thing? It's just on vagina bones. Oh, I gotta put it over here. Here we go. Here we go. What? Oh, that's me trying to come up with a thing.
What are you doing?
Where are
What's
we?
happening?
Another JRPG
I'm
name generator.
I was coming up. I need some help. Okay, let me see. Where the frig am I? I just have vagina bones Googling on me. I have multiple things open. Where's the meme I just found? Oh my God.
It's not even a.
Look, we're
Vagina
all
bones.
searching for vagina bones here.
It's a screenshot from Twitter.
Oh, because Google Lens tried to steal it. Stop it, Google Lens. Here it is. Here it is. Saban says, not only did they remove her cleavage, but they also removed her vagina bones on May 13th, 2016. What were we all doing? I was just starting my Game Informer internship when this hit, and I didn't write about it. Oh, no.
Oh, you didn't write
I
about
had to
vagina
write
bones?
about it.
I should have wrote about this. I would have got so many hits. Oh, man.
What a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was a rough
mess.
time
What
to
was I
work in
doing?
localization.
That was a mess on my part on the producing side. My bad, y'all. I was scattered.
That's
AF over
okay.
here.
That's okay.
I just Googled vagina bones.
Nothing could have
and
prepared you
everything.
for where things were gonna go.
I know. Anyways, I'll get the vagina bones off the screen.
So was the game good? I don't even know where we good from that.
I hear
Like,
that
what was
game
the
is
vibe
incredible.
here? Okay.
I only ever started it, and that was definitely like that era was when I was just playing so many JRPGs, and so I don't think I got more than a couple hours into that game. I remember being really excited for it to come out, but there must have been something else that came out around that same time that made me not finish that one. I don't know. But people say it's very good.
So the answer is Awakening or Conquest Birthright.
I really like Conquest and Birthright. I like them more than Awakening. I think that's an unpopular opinion, though.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, I don't know. And then Three Houses is very good. It just definitely leans further into the more like there's more focus on the dating sim parts of it, but it's still like the tactics part of these games are very good. I really enjoy. I love a good tactics game, and all the Fire Emblem games that I have played have been really good. But I was never going to play Engage because I can't care about any version of games or JRPGs where like the story clearly doesn't matter that much because they're just isekaiing in main characters from other games.
Oh.
Like, I'm like, this isn't real because you're just pulling in Marth or whatever. So, like, this isn't real and this doesn't matter. That's how my brain works. Are there any other series we need to make sure we touch on at least a little bit before people get mad at us? Talked about Legend of Heroes.
I mean, is
Thank
Monster
God Nadia
Hunter
had-
JRPG?
No.
I don't really think so.
No.
It's time to finally give Kingdom Hearts the time it's deserved.
Kingdom Hearts.
Anyway, do you like Disney? You'll enjoy seeing this weird amalgamation of stuff happening to you. I mean,
I only played Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3, and I hate
Kingdom
that's
Hearts.
not enough to understand the plot.
It's still a lot.
saying only with that is crazy, but I get what you mean because it has that weird like after one you're supposed to play like the one that's on like that one handheld, but make sure
And
it's this one and not this.
There's
version.
literally like for Kingdom Hearts 4, there's like plot supporting lore in the mobile game that doesn't exist anymore.
That's crazy.
So it's like if you didn't play the Kingdom
That's
Hearts mobile
insane.
game when it was out, there are things happening in Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, 3, 4 that you just won't have any context
In the main
to.
line ones.
Yes!
Too. Oh my
They're
god.
literally they're sick. They're
This
sick.
is the
That's
game
sick.
where
It's
it's like
definitely
pop over
a,
to
like-
YouTube University and you'll be
Yeah.
just like,
I've
okay, I'm not
tried
doing
and
all
I
that.
still like I literally have watched so many explanations of the Kingdom Hearts plots and I still have no clue what's going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just here for
it's
the
a
Disney.
little much.
I'm here for the Disney and I'm out.
I'm there for the Disney as well.
I'm also there for the Disney. And I like that you have an aerial latch. Like the aerial combat is actually like kind of good.
Yeah.
The first one's a little rougher around the edges. I haven't played the second one yet. I will do that at some point. I'm not sure when. Everyone says that's the best one. Very curious to see.
Kingdom Hearts
It's like,
has
sure.
good combat. I like
Yeah.
a good action JRPG, especially anything that has aerial combat. One of my favorite Tales games that's one that it seems like no one has played is that Vita one. Was that called Tales of Hearts R? I think it was originally a DS game, but there's a character that does a lot of like you can do a lot of aerial moves and stuff with him and like show up behind someone and like just teleport behind them and hit them down with your sword. It's cool as heck. That's
Kelsey, this is why I'm screwed for this. Like when we do our little thing, because it's like trying to come up with a fake name. I had a Tales of Hearts variant, and now I have to change it.
Oh no!
You're like
Literally,
definitely
no one knows this one. Tales of Hearts are, and I'm literally like,
You can't get me the 3DS and Vita era. You definitely can't get me.
I-
Because
well,
I
here's the
swear
thing,
I
I
was
started
trying to
trying to-
mop up every game during that
I'll
era.
I'll cry about my thing when we get to it, but there were many thoughts that ran through my mind on how to troubleshoot, and I never could figure it out. But yeah, also I think with Kingdom Hearts, it's funny because I don't have a big like I don't know nostalgia for Final Fantasy. Again, I've only played Remake and Rebirth, but it was cool being like Sephiroth, what are you doing here? Like there are like it's hard not to pop for like.
Yeah,
but
but they took them all out in the later
game.
games.
Oh really?
That's a bummer.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy characters just got like removed. I thought they were kind
Got
of
nerfed.
whack because I was like, why is Yuna, Riku, and Pain here as like fairies? Like I got a little confused by that.
Are they fairies in the
'Cause
first
it's-
game?
'cause
I don't
They're like, yeah,
remember.
they're fairies in Traverse Town.
Traverse Town, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Yeah,
what's going on here?
maybe.
See,
Because
It
when they
kinda
took out
melts
the Final
together.
Fantasy characters, I noticed that nothing changed in the plot whatsoever. So
That
I'm
is
like, why
kind of
were they there in
damning.
the first place?
for
I feel like
sure.
I feel like, yeah, you're kind of just there to like, what if, like, it feels like people got in a room and said, you know what would be crazy? And they'd be like, no way. And then they just kind of like,
I just can't believe they agreed to it. They
I
were
mean,
like,
that is
Disney-
kind of what happened.
Yeah.
Disney, give us
That's-
your IP, and then Yuffie's gonna be there.
That kind of was just like a, you know what we should do,
Yeah.
and then they
Like,
did
you
it.
know,
It would be
Wouldn't it be
really
crazy?
crazy.
it'd be
Yeah.
so crazy. And it's fun, and it does have like
Just
some
kidding. Unless
swag to it.
You know what I just feel
Um,
insane right now is watching this trailer is the last time I played Kingdom Hearts was a million years ago, and then I've played Remake and Rebirth in the interim, and I just saw Yuffie, and I was like, oh my god, it's Yuffie. And I just like never
No,
thought
same.
about
Because
how that's Yuffie that I also
I
just
only really
hung out with for
knew-
160 hours somewhere else.
Mhm.
I really only like know like committed to my being is Sephiroth because you know he's
But I
always
know-
standing there.
Yeah.
So it's like, and he's hot. You
But
know,
I
it's like,
almost
okay, yeah.
didn't connect that they're the same people.
No, literally-
kind of right now.
Because that's
we're
like the
talking about
toxicity of like going in like a fucked up order and coming into stuff new,
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, I guess this is what Final Fantasy is, and then there are people that are like,
Sephiroth's
oh, this
favorite color
sickens
is
me,
is
and I'm like,
gray.
that's really funny, but like I don't know what to
I
tell you
mean-
because like this is just how it happened to me.
that's just Super Smash Brothers, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know, we
Yeah.
all, that's how we learned what Fire Emblem and what Earthbound is.
Totally.
Mhm.
Marth.
In a way, it's like Nintendo's
okay.
Fortnite. Like, put all these old characters in so kids remember who they are.
That is-
Exactly.
that feels rude.
Exactly.
That feels rude to Nintendo to call it their Fortnite.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm gonna rapid fire through some other JRPG series real quick, just so
Do it.
no one yells at us. They'll still yell at us, but the Ys series, I like the Ys series. It's fun. Shin Megami Tensei, not Persona. Those games are hard as heck and quite. Man, that's the when I said I played every 3DS JRPG, not the Shin Megami Tenseis.
You've played a
They're-
few though, right?
They're punishing. I've started a few.
That's hey, better than anyone else. here.
Yeah.
Better than anyone.
Disgaea, kind of a fun tactics stuff. Also too long. I never can stick with them. There's not enough going on there. Grandia, Wild Arms. I think we talked about Suikoden. Oh, Nier's really good. The Nier games are really good.
Mhm.
Definitely play
That does get thrown
those.
around a lot for
Yeah.
people being like, you
Star
should play this,
Ocean?
and I'm like, I don't know.
I always like the name
Star
Star
Ocean's
Ocean.
good.
I
That's
played
always
Star
fun.
Ocean:
Yeah.
The Last Hope, which I think is the one people don't like, but I think was the one for the Xbox
Oh, that's like-
360.
Is that?
I
yeah, is
played
that
a lot
the
of
360
whack
one?
ass games on the Xbox
You sure did.
360. I played whatever trash they put on there.
You were like, I don't care that I have a Xbox 360. I'm gonna find a way to play JRPGs anyways.
Literally.
Respect. Anyways, there's a lot of series out there that are very long running, and it's impossible to. I mean, even like I think at MinnMax and certainly among this group, it's like I think people think of me as the JRPG person, and I think that's probably accurate. But also, there are so many games and even entire series that I have not played that it is. I would be embarrassed to truly call myself the JRPG guy. So.
No,
No.
why?
We're always
you don't have to eat
learning.
every
We're
pizza
always
to be the
getting
pizza
better.
guy.
It's kind of one of those
You know?
things where because you don't want it, I think you deserve it more.
Oh, it's like politics.
It's like
The sign of a true leader.
sign of a good leader. heavy is the crown.
But it's also it's not about to me it's not about amount played, it's about like the passion you have for it. Because I also, you know, like I haven't played every platformer, but like I definitely am
You're
like
working
the
on it.
platformer person.
Actively
I am
right
working
now.
on it, but that's so much easier, and I'm doing that for work. So you know, and it's something I could work on in my own time. Like I've pursued things like that, but it's not, you know, that you're never gonna like. That's such an impossible bar to hit. But it is funny the like that is a concept in general. Like I think about a lot with like not to change topics, but I was whenever I talk about horror games, and this came up when we did a horror episode. It's like, oh, I don't like these games, except I've played this one, this one, this one. It's like, there is interesting where it's like, what makes you shift from like, I've played a couple of these to like, I'm that one of those guys. And I think
Yeah.
I think there is that element of like passion. Like, you know, you have like a passion for JRPGs. So it's like that adds to it. While like if I played the same games as you, I still wouldn't be that guy because I'm not that guy. I'm a different guy, a worse guy, a less informed guy. But yeah, like I feel like that's more of it than you've known all of what the genre has to offer.
Well, maybe someday I'll know everything. Our show today is also brought to us by Good Story Guild, who wants you to know about their game, Cat Secretary. Good Story Guild, first of all, majority female-owned, 100% human company dedicated to bold storytelling. They want you to know about Cat Secretary. Coming this year, Cat Secretary is a fluffy and deeply subversive comedy adventure game. This debut game from Good Story Guild shows its claws as it satirizes late-stage capitalism and our looming corporate overlords. Do you guys like looming corporate overlords?
Boo, no, boo.
Yeah, boo, screw those guys.
Meow.
The revolution will not be spayed or neutered. When a stray cat gets hired by an entertainment conglomerate obsessed with infinite growth, they had no idea there would be a dark side. It's not all scritches and treats. For Dox's first feline hire, there is a conspiracy to replace the human employees with robots, and the more you unravel the plot, the more your little paws get tangled in the malicious threads. First, fix the router, snoop on your coworkers, and rescue the soul of Dox before it is too late. It features a fully voice-acted cast, including Sam Bayart, who is Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3.
Hot.
And Kyle Prue, the author of How to Piss Off Men and the Feud trilogy, and many more. It's featured on IGN's podcast Unlocked as one of Miranda Sanchez's hidden gems from PAX East 26. So look forward to that. Join the cat fight against generative AI and support this 100% human-powered project. Add Cat Secretary to your Steam wishlist and play the demo on Steam today.
Meow.
Yay.
Wow.
Meow.
Cut.
That wraps up our segment on JRPGs, I believe, and we'll move on to our mini segments. I didn't say this at the top of the show, even though this is a new season. We are going to experiment with the mini segments a little bit this season and potentially just kind of go down to challenge mode and ping pals and then kind of sprinkle in some other stuff as we feel like it. But as we've been building some of these episodes, we're like, sometimes I feel like we're just doing things to do things.
We're just
as
doing
opposed
two
to it
challenge
actually
modes
being fun.
and calling it
Yeah.
show and tell.
Yep, exactly. So we have actually several little mini things that I guess are all challenge mode this time around, because why
Challenge
not?
modes.
So what Janet was referencing earlier is our first one, is that we are going to try to trick each other. We're trying to come up with the most JRPG game name of all time that is going to trick other people into thinking it is a real JRPG. So we have unfortunately all gotten the instructions wrong. A couple of us did 2 truths and a lie,
At
and a
least
couple of
it's
us
not
did
one of
2
us.
lies and a truth.
It's not one of us.
Split down the middle.
Okay.
So we're just gonna roll with it. Would anyone like to go first?
I have 2 truths and a lie. Would you like to hear
Let's
them?
do it.
Mhm.
I would like to hear it.
The 3rd birthday. Let that breathe.
Okay.
Let that breathe. Picture what that could be. Okay, game number 2. Nosutara Gia. I'm gonna say that again. Nosutaru Gia from the very start. Say that again. Nosutaru Gia from the very start. And then 3rd one, just breed.
Okay.
Which one is fake?
And 2 of those are true,
All right.
and one of them is a lie.
Yes.
I got a hint
So
you.
third
you went
birthday
somewhere.
is Parasite Eve 3rd birthday. That's a real game. I know that. I'm guessing by the fact that Haley couldn't pronounce the second one that it's real.
But what if that's like her way of tricking us?
I can say it again. Nosutaru Gia. Nosutaru Gia.
What was the other? What was the third?
Oh, the 3rd one was just breed.
There is a Dreamcast game, I think, maybe it's Saturn, in Japan called Happy Breeding, which is always... I don't think that's a JRPG. I'm pretty sure that's a visual novel of some sort. Or sim. But you got me, Haley. I don't know. I only know one of those truths.
You gotta guess.
You guys have any thoughts?
Oh.
I'm gonna go with the one that you can pronounce.
Is
the fake one.
Nosutarogia, is that supposed to be nostalgia?
No, Sutarugia.
Is this supposed to be nostalgia?
Nostalgia.
Okay.
Wait, what's the second part of that one?
From the very start.
Oh,
From
from
the
the
nostalgia from
okay.
the
There-
very start.
there
wait,
is-
now I take it back. Now I take it back.
There is a JRPG called Nostalgia, and there's probably yeah.
Okay, I'm pivoting to breed
secondary-
now because I forgot that it had a subhead. The subhead makes it feel more real to me. That's your ploy.
I just
I
feel
think-
like, would Haley actually pull nostalgia in Japanese and then just to trick us? And
She
then,
might.
sit here and like
She has
pronounce
the
it like
internet.
that.
She might. There's nothing stopping her.
Because I could definitely see something being just breed, as in like just, as in right and
Oh,
truthful.
yeah. Okay.
Breed, like just breed. Like I could see them.
Oh, it's called Just Breed.
Just breed.
Oh, Just Breed. I thought it was like I thought the name was Breed.
No.
I was like, well, that's
Okay,
not right.
I'm
Okay.
looking at a DS game behind me
Wait,
called
that's
Nostalgia.
cheating.
That's a
No,
little
I know
cheating.
there's a game called Nostalgia, and I don't know if maybe in Japanese it has a subhead. I don't know.
Yeah, let's just say that just breed doesn't.
I'm gonna go with
exist.
Just
I would
Breed.
say, yeah.
But from the way she's smiling, I think it's the nostalgia one.
Yeah.
You give up?
Yes,
Yes.
Just breed. Nest.
is the fake one.
No, Suto.
What was that, Haley?
What is happening?
Haley, we literally went to Japan. We should
It's
get like
because I wrote it out phonetically and it's fucking me up. No, Sutarugia. How did you say it nicely?
nostalgia.
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 I assume. I don't know what I'm not reading the Japanese spelling. I'm not reading the katakana. I'm just saying nostalgia with a Japanese accent.
That's made up. I made that up.
Wow.
I looked
Nice.
up. I found a
Wow.
word that I thought was JRPG-ish. I looked it up in Japanese, and then I put an English subtitle afterwards, and I added "very" because it's so superfluous and not needed. And I did an inflection on "very" because I thought that you guys would be like, "What the hell?"
I feel like that would
Wow.
be a lit JRPG.
She's a good trickster.
Okay, so the
Sounds
games
good.
that I talked about, Just Breed, is published by Enix for the Famicom. It was published exclusively in Japan in
Wow.
1992, and it's one of the
I
largest
probably
RPGs on
have
the
this
Famicom.
in my store.
Just Breed. And then the
What?
third birthday is a action role-playing game from 2010, so a different game that you were thinking, Kelsey, but it is real.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's another.
It's called The Third Birthday.
That's Parasite
That's
Eve,
so
girl.
funny.
Oops. Anyways, that's real too, but not the middle one. I don't know anything about
Apparently,
Parasite Eve.
Just Breed never came to the U.S.
Yeah. We do not have Just Breed in stock at my store. I'm disappointed.
I want to see what it looks like. I didn't look that up. Ahead of its time.
Looks like vagina bones.
Ahead of its time
Sorry.
is crazy to say.
That's for something that came out a long time ago.
What the hell?
That's what one of the videos
I mean,
was
it's just like
titled.
a-
Sorry, I just read out a title. Ahead of its time. I also played a little bit of music by mistake. You're welcome, audio listeners, to hear that little bit of music.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, well I'll do mine as well. Which I also did 2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
All right. First we've got Dual Orb.
Ooh.
This is gonna be
Okay.
hard.
That's a good name. Orbs are always up in those.
We've got Sword of Kyogi.
Mm.
And
Okay.
we have Magical Vacation.
I think Magical Vacation's real.
Me too.
And also, I want to play it now because it sounds fun.
That sounds fun.
I hope it's real. What was it? What was
Dual
the first one?
Orb.
Dual Orb? Dual Orb.
Dual Orb.
That's such a
What was the second one?
good visual.
Sword of Kyogi.
What does Kyogi mean in Japanese, Sarah?
Sounds like a name.
Mm.
Is it? I thought it would be a place.
Hmm.
I feel like that's the fake. Maybe there's other Sword of games, not to be confused with Sword Art Online, which is another game that has sword in it that I think of sometimes.
I feel like Dual Orbs is fake. because that
I
too
feel like
sounds-
Sword of Kyogi's fake. I believe in dual orbs.
Team Sword. Team Sword.
I'm gonna say orb, and you guys say sword.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
The correct answer is
none of that.
Sword of Kyogi. It is
Dang.
not real.
Hey.
Sarah, I used Google Translate to find a Japanese word that means falsehood or deception. So there was a clue in there.
Oh,
But I was like, that's
Wait.
probably like a not very common word. So I was like, it would be such a baller shot if Sarah was like, I know what that word
That's
means,
deception.
and you're an
Yeah, it sounds
idiot
like a
for even
name
trying
to
that with
me.
me.
This is
I'm dead because why did that got me so hyped? Like that reveal, like these are the twists y'all were talking about in these games.
Although
orbs on
honestly,
screen.
sort of deception also just sounds like a video game. So
Yeah.
And what was the last one? Magic
Yeah.
Vacation.
Magical Vacation.
Magical
Yeah,
Vacation.
that is a I think it's on GBA.
Oh, it's so
but
cute.
it's-
Oh, this looks good.
Yeah.
What is this
Yeah,
little
it's a
guy?
Brownie Brown game.
Oh, it's so
Oh, yes, it
cute.
looks like them. Wait.
Aw.
This character's
Yeah, it's
moving
cute as heck.
fast as hell.
I just think
They're
it's a cute
zipping.
Game Boy Advance
Wait,
game.
it looks amazing.
Oh, I love how soft
It looks so
is.
girly.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I thought this game sounded fake. I thought this sounded too like generic, but you guys are smarter. Dual Orb's just like a bad Super Famicom game. I don't really know much about it. I was mostly just like looking at the Super Famicom games we had in the store, and I was like, that's a pretty generic JRPG name.
That guy's name is Sesame. I love that.
That's a very good name.
Sesame. And he looks like a little sesame seed. Aw. I like the look of that a lot.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. Janet, did we both do 2 lies and a truth?
I have a slew of options, so I can do almost anything I need to.
Sure,
look
I
at
could do that
this.
too.
Because I don't know why I thought something would happen. I think I also just wanted options for myself. And then I'm glad I did because, so the thing I was alluding to earlier is, actually, I'll reveal it at the very end because I don't want you all to see my inner thoughts yet.
Okay.
Even though I'll probably fail. But I can do 2 lies and a truth. We can do 2 lies and 2 truths. That's as far as I can go.
I think only one.
I could do 3.
Only one be the outlier.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
fun. So we're trying to find the real game amongst your deceits.
Yeah, do 2 lies and a truth for this one.
And we gotta pick the real one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go because I feel like Sarah's gonna do better than me. Boom.
my true ones, I think Kelsey will know.
Oh yeah, me too. That's why. But I know I'm gonna do badly, and you might.
I didn't know
not.
Just Breathe.
Now you do.
All right, so I'm doing 2 lies and 1 truth. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Here I go.
Here she goes.
Summon Night Swordcraft Story. M braced. It's like the E is big and the M is little and the B is big.
Oh.
Dragon Knight Tactics.
Is it night?
I've
The
heard
end.
I know exactly what it is. So I will be quiet for a minute.
That's so nice of you. That's so polite. Is it Dragon Knight like the nighttime or night like in Shining Armor? I don't know why this would
Knight
help.
like armor. Knight like armor.
Okay. Could you please read them again?
Yes. Summon Night Swordcraft Story. Embraced. Dragon Knight Tactics. On Nintendo Switch 2. On Nintendo Switch 2. That's the other.
And how do you say M? What's the spelling on embrace again?
Capital E, lowercase m, capital B.
Okay, I
The
feel
rest
like
is
I've seen
regular.
that before, but
This is
now I'm like, am I
tricky.
hallucinating?
Because you have two that are somewhat similar, kind of long, with something night, and then one that's just a crazy little Kesha number in the middle. And it's like, is one of the two ones?
Do you want me to read it like I'm doing the Nintendo Direct?
Yeah.
Summon Night Swordcraft Story for the Nintendo Switch 2.
Nice.
Embraced. Dragon Knight Tactics. Only on Nintendo Switch 2. Available with the NSO membership pass.
You forgot to do the summon your courage when you
yeah.
hop into Summon Night.
They should hire you
exactly.
guys.
That was good, actually,
Thanks.
until you at the end when you panicked about the online subscription stuff.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say
Choose carefully in Dragon Knight Tactics. It's very fun. They have a fun job. Yeah, that's the only thing they have to do, obviously. Nothing else.
Yes,
Nothing else for the company. Yeah.
100K a year.
I'm thinking one of the Knights ones is wrong and Embraced is real, but I don't know which Knight one. What do you think, Sarah?
Well, you're only looking for one real one, right?
I know.
I'm going to go with
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Dragon Knight Tactics. Because the first one just sounds so bad that it could exist.
as the fake.
Wait,
or as the
that's what.
That's the real
Okay,
one.
we're trying to find the one that does exist, right?
Yeah. I don't think
Yeah.
Embraced
It's
is
two
real.
lies and a truth.
And one
Yeah.
of the Knights ones is wrong, but I don't know which one. Which one's
Janet,
the
would
real
you like me to
game?
give the answer?
Well,
Let-
what's your,
let-
can you
let
guys
me
give an
guess.
official vote
Let me
first?
guess first. I'm gonna say the last one is real.
Dragon Knight Tactics.
Dragon
So
Knight.
that's
No, I'm
Haley,
gonna
and then
say
Sarah.
I'm gonna
oh.
say Summon Knight. Summon Knight is real.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Sarah is
I'm with Haley.
you're with Haley. Kelsey.
That's
what is the answer?
correct.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah. I forgot. What is this for? This is for
Game Boy
came out in
Advance.
2003. Yes. So with you, Kelsey, here's what my problem. Because I had all these thoughts. I was like, okay, Kelsey obviously knows everything. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Because like I don't know everything. Okay, well then why did you know everything that I came up with? So I found
Should have gone like
Carol
PC
Hart's-
or something.
yeah, that's fair. Because the thing is, but here's the problem that I also ran into because I was thinking, okay, I feel like you know, like the us modern, the millennial modern, I feel like you know really well. But then if I go old, those libraries are smaller. So I feel like you would have known that too.
Mm-hmm.
So then I said, well, you just do your best. And then I was like, okay, time to, I had Tale of Hearts Z2. That was my fake name
Oh,
with the
that's
real
fun.
evidence. And then you're like, Tale of Hearts are a game no one knows. And I was like, God damn it, Kelsey. But yeah, this looks cute.
The way that the
Everything
main
looks good on the
character is
GBA
drawn-
though. I
Yeah.
don't know.
The
I can get
character
sucked
looks
into
like it's from a
anything.
notebook of a junior high kid, though.
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of giving like tonight. Will be
Mhm.
the
It's
night."
the
that was,
how to
that was
draw
the
manga.
real one and
Yes.
the two lies. Okay.
Yeah,
This is real.
yeah. Summon Night Swordcraft story was real.
We did it.
Okay. So we're doing one real one, two fake ones.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll do whatever you prepared
Yes.
for.
Okay.
Which is what?
My games are Xenocross Saga, Eclipse Requiem, or Tales of the World.
Mm.
I also know the answer to this
Oh
one.
my goodness.
Can you read
Guys,
one more time?
I stumped
sorry.
Kelsey.
I'm sorry.
I stumped Kelsey.
You
Xenocross
did!
Saga,
You won.
Eclipse Requiem, Tales of the World.
And Xenocross,
I-
XENO,
Okay.
CROSS, all one word.
Yeah. Well,
I
Space
kind of
Saga,
feel
yeah.
like I feel like Eclipse Requiem is the real one, but maybe does it sound too cool? Is it
That
not real?
sounds
'Cause it
real.
sounds
I feel
good.
like I've seen that. Eclipse Requiem.
I kind of want to go there, but are we short sighted?
I don't feel like
Are we being
another
fooled?
company would want to do a Xeno something. You know, like they might
How we
not
know
wanna-
it's not just a Xeno? How many Xeno games are there?
Yeah,
Aren't
Xeno
there,
is a
like, lot?
series.
I know, but like they wouldn't
Yeah.
want to do like someone else already does Xenoblade, so we don't want to have a similar name over here. That's what I
Okay,
mean.
but that same there's Xeno Saga, there's Xeno like those
There's
are
like other
all
Xenos,
No.
yeah.
there's other Xenos.
Yeah,
Can you read your Xeno?
there's a lot of Xeno games.
It's just that the Blade one, I don't know, like the streets
Damn
are hotter, are talking about it more. 'Cause that's the one I also think. What was your Xeno one? Can you reread that one?
Xenocross Saga.
And they
That
love
is such
the
a
saga.
fucking JRPG ass name. There's
I
a
love
lot
it,
of
like,
sagas,
you're
and there's a
getting
lot of
upset about
cross,
the Xeno stuff.
and there's the Xeno thing.
And the Xeno thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I want to go with my gut and do the Eclipse one, but if we split the difference, we might have a chance, Haley. If you want to run to the other one, and maybe one of us will win. Well, also we could both be wrong,
We could also both be
and that'd
wrong.
be embarrassed.
I'm leaning Eclipsed. Requiem. That feels real. I feel like I've read that somewhere. But
Let's
then
just stay there. We die together. We
Let's
live
stay
together. We
there.
die together. I
Let's
think it's
clutch.
romantic.
let's clutch
Yeah.
clutch each other and look at Sarah for
Yeah.
this.
Okay, Kelsey.
I was gonna do that anyway, even if we
Tales
weren't
of the
playing, so-
World.
Really?
That's a dumbass name.
Wasn't even on the table.
We didn't even
It's
talk
like
about
the-
it.
The Tales of the World games are like, it's exactly the thing I was just complaining about. They're like not real games where they just isekai all the Tales people together and they go on wacky
You got to
adventures.
make your own character. You got to make your own
Yeah.
character and be with your Tales heroes. I want
I've
to be
actually
my
never
boy
played one of
Lloyd.
these.
Did you play this one, Kelsey?
No, I've never played because there's like
Oh.
3 of them on PSP,
I played this,
think.
yeah,
I
it
don't
was
know how
pretty
many came out in
good.
the US.
This
No.
is Radiant Mythology on PSP.
I like this running
Yes.
animation they have where they kind of like are all hunched over. Like a
Well, I
little
think it's because like
spider.
you're a fighter.
It's giving little rat. Why?
Yeah.
He's got his hands like that.
Let me be
The
a rat.
fighter.
He's
But like
giving Ratatouille.
there's too many like old pulls in this game, and I only knew like the Tales of
Granny.
Symphonia characters, and there wasn't really.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tales-
that's
the other thing,
few of them had really come out. Like, Tales of Destiny 1 and 2 came out on the PS1 and no one bought them. And Tales of Fantasia, I guess, came out on the GBA late.
Tales is another
and-
one that's in that Xeno vein.
Mm.
Where it's like when I think Tales, I always think of Symphonia, but that's like that's not where it ends. Like there's like a lot of other stuff.
That's not where it ends.
No.
There has been a Tales game in so long.
Yeah,
What's going on?
I think
Why
they're
have there
making
been
a
one in so long?
remake of one right now.
They don't need to do. They've been
Wait,
making
was my
remakes.
Tales game that I didn't use also Tales, like the Tales games, or just a game with the word
Yeah.
Tales in it? Tales of Hearts R?
That
So
Tales
that's
of Hearts
Tales?
R is a remake of the DS game Tales of Hearts that was a Japan exclusive, and they made it better and put it out on like Vita and stuff in the States.
They're
And-
doing a remake of Tales
How
of
many Tales
Eternia,
games
Kelsey.
are there?
Oh.
I mean, I guess
Tales
that's good because that
all
one didn't come out
games.
here. But like, why are they remaking like Tales of Graces? Graces is fine. What are you doing? They're not
There's-
remaking
there's-
Xillia, are they?
There's 18 of them.
I don't know.
That's a
They're
lot.
remaking Tales of Eternia.
I guess that's okay since no one here has really played that one. But they keep remaking ones that are just like on the PS3, and I'm like, just go. It's fine. It's like not that old. You don't need to remake that. The PS3 was only 20 years ago.
That
I
can't
don't
be
want
right.
to be old.
Kelsey's finally wrong. Wow, guys. Actually, it was
We did it!
just the other day that we had the PS3.
All right, Sarah has a fun game for us, which is we're going to play, and this one I actually don't think I'm going to be good at. It's a game called Guess That Character's Age.
Whoa, JRPG edition! So
This
I
is so
made
cute
this because
looking.
one of my favorite things to do is be wrong about JRPG characters' names. Essentially, all of the JRPG characters are young as heck, but if you're over the hill if you're above the age of 23. So it's fun to look back on these as a 30-year-old woman and be like,
Oh god.
she's 22? Like, what do you mean?
We'd be grizzled and gray if we were in a JRPG. Like we would be like
Yeah.
a
I'd
be a
hardened
witch.
war veteran that
Mhm.
has like
I'd be in a
already
cauldron.
led hundreds of battles in a
We'd
war
have
that
white hair
ended
in
10 years ago.
JRPGs.
Yeah.
Go, you need to listen to your elders. Don't go out there. Stay in.
Mhm.
They would go, shut up, Granny. They'd run away and they're 19. Ugh.
Annoying.
Annoying.
And we talked about
Okay.
this a little bit when we were planning this episode, but just, I don't know, just to be clear that we're not just trying to be shitty here. Like, the reason that characters are a lot younger in JRPGs is just because of a culture of, like, of loving children in a, like, children should be free to play and go on adventures. And a lot of it came out of, I'm going to be really, really summarizing history in a terrible way here, but like a lot of it came out of, World War II and a lot of kids not having childhoods whatsoever and only living in poverty. And then after that, they were like, wow, we should give
Now go to
children a
work.
lot of room to adventure
Mhm.
and play and have cool times. And that's
That
why
and the idea that once you get older than 18, your life is essentially over.
Yeah.
Like the best part, like I feel like in Japan, it's like the best part of your life is like your school. Like they're so nostalgic about school because everything after that sucks. But I feel like in America or like in Western culture, it's like the opposite. You're like, once I get out of this school, then I can do whatever I want. So
Mhm.
we got a little like, we're a little backwards when it comes to who we like in our stories and who the main characters are.
Right for the first one?
And that's why there's a lot of teenagers in JRPGs, and we can just have some fun with this. Okay, I'm ready to guess some ages.
So the first one is Final Fantasy X, Lulu.
This fit a little
If
bit
you know her as a goth baddie, okay? She's a bit of a goth baddie. She, in the game, is very stern. She's done this before. She's like Yuna's guardian. She's been a guardian before. Titus and Yuna are kind of like the kids of the group, whereas Lulu and Waka are like the adults that have to take care of them. She lost her boyfriend to the boss of Final Fantasy X.
She gives
and Yuna
30s.
wants to be like her when she grows up.
She gives 30s, and I know it's going to be embarrassing how much younger than 30s she is. She's going to be like 19. But like in my headcanon, Lulu is like 34.
Yeah. That feels.
I hope she's old, and I'll leave it at that for why.
I still want to look like her when I grow up, and she's probably 24.
And in the next game, in Final Fantasy X-2, she has a baby,
Oh no.
which is 2 years after this game.
Oh, they be having.
Okay,
I'm going
reveal her
25.
age.
Lock it in.
Reveal her age, Haley.
You know,
we want to guess.
28.
No, you guessed 30.
Okay. I guess 34.
Okay.
Okay. Go over here. 22.
22! She's 22!
Jesus Christ. That is a endowed 22.
That's a rough 22. That's
Do your tits keep growing after age 22?
This has stopped.
Mine stopped when I was 12, baby.
Never really started. If
Mine
we're
started
being
when
kind
I was 12.
Still waiting for the begin. You know what, Haley? Next year's my year. So yeah, 22 is crazy. I thought she was like, if I was guessing without thinking that she's gonna be younger, I would have said like 35 or like a real like killing it 40 or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, she has a more mature look to her.
There's another
in
character
a
from
cool
Final
way.
Fantasy X.
In a good way. She's very hot.
Or his name's like Oron or whatever, and he has like white hair. He's got like the deepest wing girls I've ever seen, and it gets memed on that he's like 35. But then I literally read while I was making this that the creator of Final Fantasy X didn't think to put their ages on until after he'd already designed them. So I feel like he was just like, 22 and 35. Yeah, 22. Okay, so this is Final Fantasy VII's Sid.
Oh.
He's a chain-smoking mechanic. He's short-tempered, cranky, but secretly kind-hearted. He's a former Shinra engineer and rocket scientist. And he's really, really pissed that he never got to go to space.
Oh my god, you gotta be in your 40s to be pissed about not going to space. So that makes me think he's like 35. Because you just shave 10 years off whatever you think is my new rule. I think he's 45, so he's 35.
I went with the there's like, and it's not a meme, but it's like a point of conversation for Seinfeld of like, oh my god, do you know George is supposed to be 29? Like, that's crazy because he looks so much older. So I'm gonna go 29 for that reason.
29 is like you're just safe if you're a man, you know, in an RPG. It's like you're not old yet, almost.
No, that's still 19. That's very old.
Men get
that's
to be
old
29.
RPG.
He's pissed he's gonna go to space. That takes so much.
I'm
work.
gonna take a bold swing and I'm gonna say 40.
Wow. I also feel like I should know this in a way, but you don't get to know their ages that well. So I don't know what this is, but
so we got 29, 35, and 40. Interesting.
Okay, reveal his age. 32!
32.
okay.
Okay, you guys are close.
32.
But that's a rough
Wait,
32.
I'm 32.
That's a rough 32.
I know, that's
Yeah,
a rough
well, George is
32.
doing a rough
Let's
29.
go back.
So.
Jesus, look at that one.
It's the chain smoking.
I definitely think in the
Vaping
new...
counts. Vaping counts.
The
Anything
new
that doesn't
game,
count.
he looks a little closer to 32, but he still looks 40 to me.
He looks 40 plus.
Yeah, definitely.
He, like,
He
didn't
looks
do his-
40
he didn't
trying
wear
to dress like
sunscreen.
he's 30.
Yeah, he didn't wear a sunscreen, didn't do a skincare routine. It's a rough 32.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this next one, Tales of Abyss Tear.
Oh gosh.
She's
I
a
love
bit
her.
of a cold lady, but you know, they had to soften her, so she likes cute things. She's a sergeant of the Oracle's Knights, so she's like an elite soldier in the military who gets sent on like missions and stuff. So she goes out in the field. She starts the game as an antagonist, but becomes a protagonist.
Cool.
And I guess like the biggest hint is that she is the main character, sort of like love interest.
You're nice.
And
giving
Luke
us
is
these-
like
this context.
Luke is
It
like
helps.
17.
Mhm.
So I feel like So here's I love this game. My points of reference here are that I think Luke is 17 or 18, and I think Jade, who's like the stereotypical grizzled old war veteran guy who's very funny. I think this was the first time I got actually mad about an age was playing this game, because I think he's 30. It's like something really like, oh, you've been in dozens of wars and you're 30? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to guess 19, because that would still be age appropriate while still being a little older.
See, I think
I'm gonna
That's my
guess.
I'm gonna say 16.
I'm gonna guess 15.
Oh, 15,
Okay.
16, 15.
But if I didn't know about the pregnancy age, I would have guessed 19.
16.
She's 16?
She's 16. I couldn't
And
believe it
she's,
either.
and she's a knight at
How old is
sergeant.
Luke?
Yeah, she's
Sheesh
16.
Louise.
Also,
Nepo military
Jade is
kid, you know?
35. The commander
okay.
Jade is 35, so he's even
Okay.
older, but he looks young as hell.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Okay. Yeah. Luke is 17, so I was right about that.
Mhm.
Or at least he's at 17 at the beginning of the game.
I feel like they're just making ages up because they're like, oh, well, she
They're just
can't be
making this
older
up.
than Luke, so
That's
she's
what I
got.
was
why can't she be
thinking.
older than Luke?
Because I feel like
Why
they never
can't she be a
are.
cougar?
They never
I feel like
are.
they're the same age or
They
younger.
never are.
Oh, unless they're way older, but that's a different thing.
They're way older,
Okay,
but they
next
look
one.
5.
Final Fantasy 11 Balthier or Baltier. There's not much I could say about him. I did play this game. He's cocky,
6
self-centered. He's a
foot.
sky pirate. He's 6 feet tall. He like thinks he's suave, but then he has to like be like, oh, maybe I should get serious about things. And that baddie in the background's Fran, my favorite baddie ever.
28. His face in that
21.
one pic in the back looks 28 to me. 21.
Kelsey
yeah,
knows,
he's
don't
got to
you?
be. Like he looks so much older, but I'm gonna guess 20.
Okay.
He's 100.
22. You're
22.
learning.
I don't know
You're
about you.
learning.
We're getting so good at this, guys.
They're learning.
Janet won that one.
Okay, Fire Emblem Path of
Ooh.
Radiance. Titania
design.
or Titania?
Titania sounds
She's
better.
responsible, honorable, and disciplined. She's
Titania.
vice captain
Titania.
Titania,
of
got
the
it.
Grail Mercenaries, and she is kind of portrayed as an advisor, mother, and big sister figure.
Well, we all know Mother Advisor Big Sister's going to be 22 because of Lulu.
I
So
know.
Yes,
20
is everyone 22? Is that the
I'm
is that
thinking,
the trick here?
I'm saying
how old is
23.
Hulkenberg? I feel like she's the same age as Hulkenberg.
She gives Hulkenberg vibes, doesn't she?
Am I allowed to Google
I
Hulkenberg?
guess I don't know how old Hulkenberg is.
Me neither. She could be any age, but she has the same
Wasn't
energy.
she kind
to
of
me.
like a elf?
Yeah,
couldn't
she's
she
an
be
elf,
like
yeah.
100?
I think she's like old.
Damn. Okay,
Hulkenberg is
I'm gonna-
28 to 29.
Oh, what?
Oh.
Canonically in
That's
her
a
late
baby
20s.
elf.
though.
That's like a 2-year-old
That's
elf.
a baby elf. Yeah.
Let's not think about too much. 26.
I love a little 26 age for a character. For a character.
Yeah. Oh my
God,
god.
Get your head out of the gutter,
Wait
audience.
a sec. Wait a sec.
Get your head out of the gutter, audience.
Open up. This is the police.
I'm 32. That's not that far, even if I wasn't joking, but I'm joking.
As your lawyer, I'm gonna have
how
to
old is
advise that
Michael?
you stop.
Michael's 33.
Oh, okay.
He's older than me
But
by
you
a
wish
few
he was
months.
26.
No, I like him just the way he is, nice and old.
Okay.
Yeah, JRPG old.
JRPG elderly. 23.
I'm going 20.
26. I'm sticking to 26.
All right.
I'm a believer.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
She's 30!
Okay.
In the
That's
first game, she
great.
appears in She's 30. In the second game, she's 33.
Love that for her. Go
Yay!
tit on ya. 30
We
years.
did it!
We did it. All right. Okay.
This is my
Girl,
eternal
this is
sonata,
funny.
Frederick Chopin. Literally, he's Frederick Chopin.
He's got a little hat.
Okay, how old was Chopin before he died? This is like the age of the kid.
I don't know. It probably
Um,
old.
I
He
mean,
looks
how
like he's
old
giving
does this little anime boy look?
He's serving little lad for sure.
He is.
Yeah. 15.
He's got a youthful face for sure.
14.
15's a good pull. I'm gonna say 17.
Okay.
Okay.
14, 15, and 17.
What if he's?
I'm
like
gonna love if he's like 45.
39. The
Girl!
same age he died. And that's him on his deathbed because I just wanted to show you that he doesn't
Fuck.
look different.
I wish I knew
same
that
age
when
he
he died. I never thought I needed to know what age
39!
Chopin died.
This is a baby. This is a little baby boy.
Drop the skincare routine. He should
Sheesh.
Final Fantasy
Hope we
guy.
all look like Chopin when we're 39.
Mhm.
Chopin. You
What does the
are
text
keeping
say?
it tight.
However, what is it?
Keeping
However,
it tight.
if he
39.
comes to think that the world he's on the other side is the true reality, then okay, cool. I want to get the lore. Maybe I am into story.
He's
I don't
looking
know.
good on his deathbed.
I was like, wait, what does this say?
Looking hot on your deathbed is crazy flex.
He's kind of moggy on the deathbed
Yeah.
with the shadow on his jawline, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, look at the. Oh my god, true. It's like color blocked. Great.
Yeah.
All right, 39. I
Okay.
love that. Same age he die.
Yeah.
Last
Oh,
one.
with another girl.
no.
One of the most hated characters
Why?
in Star Ocean: The Last Host, Limmel. She's traumatized. She calls her summon Cerberus doggy.
Oh.
She says stuff like, "Don't treat me like a kid, Kay." And she's the most hated character.
This feels like
I
one of
fear
those
this is an
4,000 years
120-year-old.
old. Yeah, this is.
I'm going 120.
I wonder if this is a trick and she's actually 9, and this
It
is a
could be.
trick.
But I'm going to say she's 120 and it's like, I'm actually not a baby. I am very old. Ooh, ooh. Like,
Yeah, I hate that. Kelsey, you've played these Star Oceans?
No, not this
No,
one.
these are the Xbox 360 ones.
oh, quick interjection / question. For this, did you have to kind of look at ancillary info or is any of this like in game? Because I feel like in game, they never reveal their ages.
I guess it's like if they have bios in game, but I was going off of like the fan wikis and like other information online.
That's all we can go off of. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
I'm gonna say. See, if they're old, it's always over 100. Because why would you say 87? It's always 172.
120.
120
Or
is a
1,000.
Birthday's
birthday
coming up.
bowl.
I don't have no fucking
And
idea.
I feel-
I think
Janet's
Sarah's
right.
trying to trick us here. I think she's just simply 14.
I'm gonna say 9, and I'm gonna go even baby because I think Janet's right, but I just need to do something different. I think Janet's
That's
low-key
scary.
right. Okay, let's
Okay.
see.
She's 15.
Oh!
Okay. It's still definitely weird, but
But her thing is that she was traumatized by looking into like the pits of hell at the age of 8. So
God.
she hasn't aged past the age of 8.
oh.
But she's
I really
15.
thought you were going
Oh.
to hit us with the Pressia from Tales of Symphonia.
I thought about that. But
What's
I was
that
like,
situation?
I don't think she's old enough. I think she's like 40 in the body of a
No, I think
12-year-old?
not even. I think it's like 30, but it's
Yeah,
still...
she's like 30 in the body of a 12.
Haley, Google this lady.
Okay, what is her name?
Pressia, Presea, Tales of Symphonia.
I liked her.
I did too.
the show's fun
She's
because
got a
I
big
learned
axe.
things.
I also
don't know where I'm
want
gonna
to be a
use this.
12-year-old girl with a big axe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she looks fun.
Yeah.
I like this.
She's
drawing.
super
She
cute.
looks like oh my god, hold on.
She looks like a Pokemon fairy gym.
She looks like
leader.
that one character in Frurin who has the axe.
Oh yeah, she does.
Oh,
Axe girl, not Star.
yeah.
Lenny.
Wait, so how
from
old is she
Fruin.
actually? Like
What the
28 or
hell?
something?
Yeah.
But her thing is that they like put a magic crystal. It's her thing's like they put a magic crystal in her and her body stopped aging and she became like a empty shell.
Oh.
Hmm.
I think it's worth it. I want the crystal. Give it to me.
So then everyone's gonna call you Shelly. And I don't know if I can deal with that.
If you guys had to
I'll take-
stop aging at an age, what age would you want to stop aging at?
I feel like now's good.
Yeah,
I feel like I look good
28.
now.
That's nice. I
Yeah.
feel like I look.
Maybe
I like that. Now's
Maybe
perfect.
like 30, like a couple years ago. But yeah, I don't know. I feel good now. But I
Yeah.
definitely
Cute.
I feel we're at the age where we know what's about to start going wrong. It just hasn't quite started going super wrong yet. You know what I mean? Like I know
yeah.
my knees are going to be a problem.
Oh,
They're not-
yeah,
A medical problem yet, but I can tell they will be someday.
totally.
whatever year I ran that marathon, I'll go back 1 year before that. That's the age I want to be.
Mm.
Did you mess yourself up?
I'm always messing myself up with running because you always get like an injury. Because I had like I got a little injury right before my marathon. It was fine. It didn't affect my ability to complete the race. But I'm thinking maybe the lead up where you're like kind of in a more prime situation. Yeah, I'll do that.
yourself
That
right
seems
before
chill.
you leave the starting line of your marathon.
You're like,
Where you-
stop.
Or myself right after. I don't know. I'm still pretty solid now, but like you said, now you actually have to be good because you can't. If you're as bad, you feel a little bit worse.
I definitely want to pause in my 30s because people take you seriously in your 30s and you still feel that jovialness of being, you know, people like my mom is like, oh, I wish I was 30
Yeah.
again. Like people still say that to
Yeah.
you and you still feel kind of
Mhm.
young in that way.
30
I'm
flat is kind of nice.
Yeah, 30
Pretty
is a good
flat.
age because no one. I feel like people stop treating you like you don't know what you're doing,
Yes.
even if nothing else has changed, and you still don't know what you're doing. But yeah, you're still pretty young.
Yeah.
Let's all put
Yeah, it's like that-
X fears in ourselves at age 30.
Sure, why
Perfect.
not? No downsides there. I haven't played
Yeah.
the game, so who's to say?
Haley, before we move on to our final segment, which is of course Ping Pals, you prepared for a segment that we cut from the show, and I just
Yeah.
feel like that shouldn't.
I didn't even know
that
it was
shouldn't
even
go
in
to
the show.
waste.
Okay, I'll show
Would
you.
I
you
wanna
like
see this
to
so bad.
present?
I'll present. So the prompt was, I missed that we skipped it. Oopsie. Was what would your character be like in a JRPG? What would be, would you be? What would you look like? What would your vibe be? Here's my little paper for you
Oh, I
all.
see the vision.
Oh my
see
god,
the vision?
yay.
So,
Oh my gosh!
firstly, I
So
found
I'm getting mommy night with unicorns from this. Is that
love
accurate?
that. That's a good vibe. Audio listeners, I found this character. I don't know her. Her name is Chris Lightborn.
Looks like a Fire Emblem character.
Chris Light something. I don't even know. Love her fit though, because it's like, first of all, she's got her hair. It looks nice, but it's in a pony. Really important. Can't stand the girls on the battlefield with their hair out. Freaks me out. Makes me want to scream. So I love that it still looks cute. She still looks kind of cunty because it has like a braid or something, but it's in a pony. We're done. That's tucked away. And then she's got a proper suit of armor with pants and like a cool cape thing going on. I just like her vibe. I think she can move around, but she's still protected. And it still has a certain feminine je ne sais quoi. But then I also looked up just like this game in general, and the men wear the exact same. This is this guy in the corner here. I don't want to be him. It's just an example. The men wear the
Wow.
exact same outfit. Love that.
Incredible.
Love that vibe. I would also have a low poly Labrador dog that follows me around. That would be my friend. The dog I
Cute.
have on screen is the Nintendogs Lab, just for an example. That would just be kind of like always hanging out beside me. I would have a Persona vibed thing that came out of my spirit orb in my chest or whatever of a unicorn. So I could ride
Nice.
that around. And then I kind of fuck with keyblades because I like
you
that
should.
keyblades are blunt. I'm not very keen to take a life. I don't want to stab someone in the throat and the blood gush out. I don't want to shoot a fire spell and they burn alive right in front of me, and I'm like, like that would stress me out. I kind of
So you'd
like
rather beat them to death with a blunt object?
See, with the blunt
whimsical.
object is I can hit them a few times, protect myself, and maybe not take a life. But if they keep getting back up, then I might have to. There's sort of like a, okay, you're gonna come again. I'm hitting you again with my keyblade. And then they get up
I mean,
again
the
and come
Keyblade
back.
is
I'm like, again.
Is a blade though.
So I picked the one from the Aladdin level because it's one of the more
That's my
blunt
favorite
ones.
one.
Yes, I like this one
I like
too.
that one.
So the Aladdin one has sort of a softer curved edge at the top. So if I hit you with it, it's not going to stab you. It's going to hurt like you're getting hit with a bat or something. And I also like keyblades because they have a little chain where you can put a little dangly thing, and I put a little Rowlith or like a little cute thing. I just like that you can accessorize on the object. I think that's fun.
Yes.
And so I wouldn't be murdering people, but if they keep getting up and they keep going after me, then I would kill
I just
someone.
feel like I would rather die quickly to a sword than die slowly
But
getting
it's on
beaten
them
to
to
death with a
fuck
blunt
off.
object.
If I hit them once with the keyblade and they're like, ow, I'm like, walk away, go away. And if they go, time to aggro you again, I'm like, I'm gonna hit you again with my keyblade. And if they do that 5 times in a row
Once
and
again,
die,
which has the word blade in it. Like you could have
But
You
hey,
are
like,
going to be
chose-
cutting them.
I chose a blunt one. I chose the most
Why
blunt
not like
I
a
could find.
hammer?
The pointy end isn't really
Why
pointy.
do you think this is blunt? It looks like a blade to me.
Because I guess when Sora whips it around, it kind of just hits, like the sound effect is like whomp, whomp, whomp. It's always kind of like a blunt
Oh,
thing.
interesting. Okay.
So
I'm
I
like,
always
why don't
kinda
you want
viewed
like
it
a
as that.
battle hammer or something?
Hammers look heavy. I like the sleek and sexiness of a keyblade.
He does need a dual, like he has
Don't
to
look like
put both
that.
his
That's
hands on it,
sexy.
though.
Yes, but that's okay. I can double hand it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just had to explain that. With that.
whoops.
Place
Anyways,
your firmly grasp it. Anyway.
firmly grasp it.
Well, that was fun.
One of that game's failings is that the blade like is different. Like let me transmog that. I just want the aesthetics.
Mm.
You know, but I don't want to be committed to the stats. The blades are very fun. This was cute.
This is me.
This
I'm
feels
still
very,
glad you did this, even if
Thank
we cut
you.
the segment.
I
You
like
still,
looking at it.
Yeah, we're happy you did this.
Glad
Send
that
this
you
to
like
me.
looking at it.
It's for socials. Don't get creeped out. Just for personal use. You're like, Sarah, are you gonna post it? What are you talking about?
I go over to your apartment sometime in the future. It's just on the wall.
I'm like, you look
Just
just like your
frame it.
pictures, Sunline.
Okay, we have one last segment for the show, which is, of course, Ping Pals, our segment where people write in and ask us for advice, and we give them really good advice about whatever they should do in their lives. We got a lot this time, so I don't know how many we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a really quick one real quick because it's relevant to the thing that we just did. This person didn't sign off or anything, but they said, OMG W episode, if you guys were at a JRPG party, what would your individual roles be? This is not advice, but I just feel like we should do it anyways.
I would be like like exactly what I said, a warrior with a keyblade.
Yeah,
A
with
blunt
the blunt, the one with the blunt weapon. Who's
blunt
like, I really don't
keyblade.
want to kill you as you bash their skulls open.
It's up to them to fuck off, and they get to keep their life.
Would definitely be a magic user. Probably, I would be. Oh no, I would be a summoner because I don't like to fight my own battles.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So I'd be like a Final
Oh.
Fantasy summoner,
You'd be a Yuna.
That's good.
and I'd wear the unicorn horn, which is very important.
I can see that for you. And you'd have crazy high mana, like right from the get-go.
She'd be a glass cannon build for
Mhm,
sure.
absolutely.
No
You
defense
look at me and
whatsoever.
I fall over
Yeah.
and die.
I feel like I want something ranged. And I don't know if that is magic or like a bow and arrow or something I throw. Do I
could
give
see
any of
you-
those in particular?
I see you with
You give
little
bow and arrow.
spheres that have gas in them, and then you throw the sphere and
You
it
had me
breaks
and you
on
lost
impact.
me.
And then the different color gas do different things. So ice, gas, spheres, and you chuck them at their feet.
Is this what's that guy from
you-
Overwatch that throws things?
Oh,
Is that the
Junkrat?
orc?
Is that Junkrat?
No,
No, the other
it's
one.
like the floating guy.
Oh, the
Oh,
Orby guy.
Zenyatta. Zenyatta.
Yeah. Oh, Orby. You should have said that.
Orby.
I see you as Orby.
I think I've told you this before. You remind me of Desyudai or whatever, the Rowlet evolution, the
Oh.
archer. So I would give archery for you.
Decidueye.
Decidueye, yeah. Obviously, there's the bird thing, yes.
Oh, you could
And
have like a
typecasting
big
you
hat with a
as
feather
bird.
that's sort of tipped downwards, so it like obstructs your face a
Go
little
like,
bit.
Yeah, ranger.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I like magic, so I'm gonna go magic. But I am salty about your summoning thing, Sarah, because that is also my vibe. Like I will spend so much more time working in a game if it means I'm technically not working.
Mhm.
I like to have a
We
little thing
have-
set up.
We are
Mm.
such an unbalanced party. We are all,
I-
other than Haley, we're all like
What?
run
Yeah.
away,
Well, 'cause
be as
I
far
could be a
away from the
healer.
battle as possible.
I'm
I
not
could be
comforting.
like,
You don't want me by
here,
your side when the
I
arrows
could
through
be
your
like
chest.
I would be like a scythe user. Like I want to be like a small girl with a large blade. So like I would be like a
Mhm.
scythe user and it'd be really big.
But
That's also.
But if you're a
very
summoner,
cool.
you never want to be using that scythe. No one gets close
No,
enough
Haley,
to you.
I'm switching classes.
Oh!
I'm a scythe
Oh my gosh, she's a
user
multi-class.
Oh, multi-class.
She won.
She's Prescia
I'm-
now.
I've spec'd into multiple things.
Oh, respect. Interesting. Which one of you is going to be healing me while I blunt force trauma the front lines? Someone has to.
I just don't feel
It's
like I
gotta
have
be
a healing
Janet.
touch.
She's the only one with magic. Unless my arrows.
Oh, I
unless
do
got
have a healing
arrows
touch.
that
Here you
heal.
go.
Yay! I'll
Just
need
drink
it.
some potions.
Okay.
I am an item hoarder, so I think I could just be the person that you when you're playing like a turn-based game, you do have that one person where it's like, who's the inventory, the fucking inventory bitch, for lack of a better term, where it's like you're just gonna dell out potions,
Yeah.
don't do any attacks,
What's
don't
my
defend.
role?
You've done enough.
You give
I
me, you hand me a potion.
yes, and I do
Oh
often
my
make that
God.
like
It's like
healer
the-
person.
It's the Pokemon you switch to like sacrifice so that you can
when you run out of
switch
SP,
to a Pokemon with a real
My
turn.
Pidgey that knows fly.
you're throwing bottles. Throw the bottles out.
How
That's me, I
dare
throw
you
the
do that to a
bottles.
Pidgey? It's messed up. Okay, I have another one, which is an update. Update time. Hello, it's Thomas, the guy who wrote in months ago about how to talk to a girl I was hanging out with about video games without it feeling like I'm testing her or quizzing her. I took what you guys said to heart and made sure to respond in kind and not invalidate her interest. Shortly after I wrote in, I worked up to the courage to ask her on an official date. 2 dates later, I asked if she'd like to be my girlfriend. We have now been together for a few months, and it's been wonderful.
Oh my god! And this is all thanks
You're
to us,
welcome.
you guys.
All thanks to
Healing lives.
She's a big Animal Crossing fan.
When you
We watched.
Haley.
She may listen to this. Hang on. She's a big Animal Crossing fan. We watched the PEWPEWBANG Animal Crossing episode together. So I asked if she wanted to play Pokopia since she hadn't started it yet. That was shortly after we went official. I appreciate having partners with different interests, but at the same time, it is very comforting to have someone I can share my favorite hobby with. Here's hoping we get to experience a new Animal Crossing together someday. Thanks again for the advice and providing such a fun and positive show to listen to.
Yay!
I'm so happy.
I'm so happy.
I thought this is our credits moment, and it's only episode 1 of the season. You know,
credits.
Thank you for the update.
I
not
love
to put pressure on people that
updates.
write in, but I love a little update. Yay, that's great.
Oh my god.
I wish Copacopia had a co-op campaign because I want to run that.
They just have
campaign
that co-op
so bad.
island, but it's
Yeah.
like
They do have
not
the co-op
well
island,
done.
yeah, but it's not the same. And you gotta get the abilities in the campaign. I'm sure we'll get into it at some point. So it's like,
Okay, I've got a video game advice one, y'all. Juliet, who uses they them pronouns, writes in and says, I love Final Fantasy X. It's one of my favorite games, favorite stories, and favorite settings. Sometimes friends or acquaintances will play the game for the first time and get stuck on bosses near the back third of the game and become too frustrated to continue. Do you have advice for how to give advice on the importance of preparing earlier in a game for a difficult thing later? I imagine this applies to a lot of games with boss difficulty spikes. If someone's natural, intuitive playthrough will lead them to dropping the game when it gets too hard, how much obligation do you have to help them to know where and when to prepare when that preparation will definitely help them have a better time later?
I also quit Final Fantasy X at that part of the game because there is a significant difficulty spike. And I still consider myself like a fan of the game, but I just feel like when I hit that part, I was like, I just don't want to do it. I find that with a lot of these JRPGs, you quite literally need to start people with a guide because there's things that they should be doing and prepping and collecting in the beginning of the game that they will need later. And I just feel like you can't force it because like if they don't want to put in the extra time to grind or like, you know, when they start playing it, you can say like, oh, here are some tips, right? But if they don't really want to do the tips or if they don't want to invest as much time as it in it, I feel like my thing is like I can quit a game and still like it and get enjoyment out of it. Cause like I don't feel like you need to force yourself to play it if you don't like it, but you can still consider it a game that you like.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it is good to, even if you're not giving someone a guide, if you especially know like where the difficulty spike is going to be, it's maybe good to just kind of prepare them for that. Like, hey, this game will probably feel fairly smooth sailing up until this point. So if you ever feel like, you know, you don't really want to get further in the story, but you might just want to like dick around and grind a little bit, that is probably good because you'll need it later, you know, something along those lines. I don't know. I think this is a really good question because I think it is so easy to bounce off of something when there is like a really big wall like that. And it's the reason you heard me say it a bunch of times in the episode. I have mentioned I've started games I have not finished, like a ton of JRPGs I've played a very significant amount of, like Final Fantasy VI is one of those. I don't even remember. Probably wasn't that big of a difficulty spike. I don't know if that was the reason, but like there's definitely been times where I'm like, I don't want to do the grind work. I'm going to distract myself with another game. And then the time to return to that game never comes. And I agree with you, Sarah. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to just be like, I played most of that game. I liked it.
Quite literally the only thing you could do for me to keep playing, like if I was this friend in the situation, is if they went and took my game and did all the side grinding and then gave it back to me and said, "You're good, go." And I'd be like, "Okay, thank you. Like, I got all these spells on your characters. I fully equipped them with stuff. I did all their hotbars." Like, that is the only way that you could get me to pick it back up. Because I simply do not want to invest the additional hours in grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this happened actually to me and Claire Obscure towards the end, where I said, because there was, I feel like I don't know if I played it right when it came out or whatever, but like there was already like strats online and they had the like, the broken builds and stuff. And there's one that's like, you can make Maella bomb. I don't really know what that means, but it's like, it just does like a bunch of damage. And I was like, I want to just play it regularly. I'm just going to do my own thing. And I'll like, because Isaiah knew about the bomb strat. And I was like, okay, like I'm just going to go and we'll see how I do. And I did pretty good, but I think I couldn't do like, there was like one boss I couldn't do. And then there's like maybe one boss after that left. So I said, I tried a little bit and it was too hard. And I handed the controller to Isaiah and I said, make Maella bomb. And then he set it up for me. And then I just flew through the game. Does it mean that the battles were like quick and boring? Technically, yes. Did that matter? For me, no. I just don't crave difficulty inherently anyway, especially from a game that isn't inherently difficult to begin with. It's like, I don't need, I got a lot of good boss battles. I don't need because like some people have that thing, oh, don't you want to always feel challenged? No, actually, I don't. I would love to feel overpowered. I hate, what do they call it? I'm blanking, like the auto, like when it like levels to you. Level scaling?
Yes,
I hate that. Because I need the freedom to be a little bit, to get a little ahead if I want to. The big thing and then the other time I hit a really bad difficulty spike was Yakuza Like a Dragon, which has like somewhat notorious. Obviously, maybe some people didn't hit that spike to them, but it
in like the last third, yeah.
And the thing that helped me for that, I wasn't like too mad I had to do it. I mean, I was mad in that like, Sarah, I'm with you. F the grind. I think grind by design is silly. Grind to get powerful, good. Grind to live, bad. But I like the game, and I didn't have a beef with that. A thing that helped me is I kind of was worried about this coming up anyway, so I would grind sometimes, and my chat was like, actually, you should just wait, because there's going to be a better spot for you to grind later in the game, and that was the battle tower, instead of just grinding in the sewers. And that was great. I got to like work on the battle tower. I eventually finished the battle tower, and then I worked the battle tower for a few extra hours. Now, I will admit, I believe, because I have my VODs, I don't know when I went from I can't do this to I am grinding, but like that stream that's named the difficulty spike is 8 hours. So like that is long. Oh. But like, I don't know. If you're willing to put up with it, it's chill. That's my recommendation. Like if there's key things that will be like, this will really help. You'll really want to do this, gain this item, or you can grind at this spot. I think those are good things to know. But yeah, inherently, like you can't there's nothing you could say that's going to be like, now I'm actually excited I have to do, like it's always going to be a little bit of if it's annoying to the person, it'll be a little bit annoying, but it's nice to know that. I mean, I know people talk about that in Souls all the time of like, this is the good Souls grind spot or whatever. And it's like, it's nice to know that, so that if you want to do that, you have a good spot to do it where you'll feel like it's chill and that you're making progress and not like you're unhappy. Because I kind of liked doing that. Like I didn't mind doing the battle tower because those fights were fun. And I'm so glad I didn't just stay in the sewers because that would have been less fun.
The only time I give up on games like that is like when there's a save point and then I do stuff for 2 hours and then I die and it takes me back 2 hours. Oh, and I sit there and I go, get this the fuck away from me. I'm so mad. Like I don't want, like I have to go to bed in an hour. I don't want to do half of what I just did again. Oh my God, I'm so mad. That happened to me in Persona 5 twice. Once on, I won't say which one it is, but there was this particular elephant enemy that if he auto aimed at Joker, he could one-shot him, and I was just fucked, and it happened like 3 times in a row, and I lost an hour and 20 minutes each time of going back, and it was just like, please, elephant, don't auto, and he would just auto-pick Joker, and he killed me every time.
I don't understand, like, are Persona 5 fans okay? Like, what have you done to yourself?
Well, I dropped the game for 2 years. I dropped it. I didn't play it for 2 years.
There's also that really hard part of Persona 5 Royal where it's easier if you set the game to hard. What? We could honestly do a whole episode on Persona 5 Royal. So like I'm ready now.
No, I want to play it.
This is a thing that like my friend Barrett Courtney had told me about because I was having a hard time with it. But so all of that is to say, because we could again talk about P5R forever because there's so much stuff in there. a little assistance can go a long way, like, because it's like, you know, if you're willing to reach into the tool bag that exists, like there's usually a lot of great, you know, things. And I'm of the style of I like to go it more naturalistic, and then when I feel like I need to go into assists, I like to have that ready to go.
The other worst feeling ever is when you're at a fight that you could beat, but you just don't have enough SP to do it. And you're like soft
That's
locked.
in general, yeah.
That makes me want to.
And then you're like, oh, I didn't
out.
buy enough items before. Like,
yes,
there definitely can be a lot of pain.
Like I know
in
what to do,
spots.
and I could wreck this guy's butt. I just don't. I don't have enough SP. I used all my items in the dungeon right before this, and I went to this fight, and I can't hit him, and I'm gonna die.
It was how to beat Okamura and Persona 5 Royal, because that fight is also timed as well.
Oh,
so you I'm pretty sure that fight is the timed one. Yeah. Shout out to Oziak on YouTube, because I watched this video. I just copy paste, and even then I was still sweating it. It was crazy. For older games, definitely like saving in different spots, like that used to be so essential. I had a friend
learning not to save over your save, because you would get yourself into really. I still do it, and like every new save spot, I do a new save slot because I am just. I've been burned
that's so
before.
many. I keep like 3 or 4.
It's a lot, but like you don't understand. I've been hurt on these streets.
I think also to kind of add to what you said, Sarah, like, and I know this is like sometimes I get hung up on like I want to finish this and sometimes I don't. It just depends on the game. But like if something really bad happens to me and I'm far enough in the game, I beat it. YouTube like I beat it. Like like if my file on the last, 2 bosses of Persona 5 Royal corrupted, I'm just going to say I beat it and watch the end. Like, it sucks. It's not fair, but, like, I'm not going to... Don't feel like you have to do stuff for clout either, I think. Like, it's... Because, one of my friends got, like... I forgot if it was a Final Fantasy game or what, but they got to the final boss, but they just were simply under-leveled, but their only file was, like, right out... Like, it was, like, just... They were just on a loop that they could never get out of.
You can't, like, you literally can't back out or something.
So she beat that game.
Like, there is no backing out. There is no going back. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Ugh.
The worst.
But yeah.
One of my JRPG pet peeves is when you level up and you don't get your SP back. I think when you level up, you should always get your SP back, because then you can decide, like, if you do kind of get trapped in a situation, you can be like, well, I can just grind to the next level and then I'm on a fresh slate. I don't have to like totally start this whole thing over again.
I didn't even think of that.
That's my
rational,
2 cents.
Rational.
Yeah,
all right,
I mean, I play old JRPGs, and I like for Tales of Symphonia, I use guides, because it's like I'll be damned if I miss whatever weapon that's going to be the best weapon in the entire game, and if I don't get it, the game's going to be significantly harder. Like, I'll be damned.
Or also on that note, like, there's a lot of, I mean, any game can have this, but JRPGs where, and this is what I like about Metaphor Fantasia, where they're like, do you want to just kind of buy info within the game? I'm like, yeah, because otherwise I either have to like fight a boss and definitely die because I'm not going to guess right, or I have to have someone tell me the answer, and like neither really feels that sad, because Persona 5 definitely has a lot of that with like the elemental elements, where it's like, actually, like, you need to have this exact combo, and if not, like, you're going to be put to sleep every time. And then it's like, well, it's like, or I need this thing equipped, like, yeah, sometimes there are just stuff where it's like, you could figure it out on your own, but that would kind of just be for the cloud of saying that you did it. And it's like, is that worth it? If it is to you, totally fair. But like, if it really isn't, maybe you could just save some time. I was like, how about chat tells me what this guy's weak to? What's the difference?
All right, I've got one more for us. Actually, I have one more quick one, just because it's a nice little compliment for Sarah. It says, not a question, just a shout out. I knew Sarah worked on localization for Fire Emblem Echoes, but during a recent Twitch stream, she shared that she practically picked the voice actors. We talked about this. Fire Emblem Echoes makes some interesting choices, but the voice acting is 100% one of the best parts of the game.
Yay.
Might be some of the best voice acting I've ever played. Wow, and that's all because of Sarah. I don't think Sarah gets enough credit or respect, quite frankly, at MinnMax for her wealth of experience and in actual game development. Shame on you, Ben.
Oh my God, print that out.
Oh, wow. Ben is getting...
Just print that out.
Ben, I like how I'm not under attack in this. This is good.
No, what was so fun about doing the voice stuff for that was it's like the names that I saw when I like was listening to their auditions, right? It's like now I saw them later as like actual, like they were all kind of new because like the issue with like localization is they go like non-union. And now like a bunch of them are like big names, union, like huge animes under their belt. And I'm like, yes, yes.
Watch their career.
Well, somewhat, yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I say we glaze, Sarah. All right, one more. Hey, ladies, I work from home, and it seems like you guys mostly do too. I was wondering how you structure your time to get stuff done when you don't have a designated place where other people are monitoring your work. I work as a freelance composer, and I am also getting my music
Ooh.
degree remotely and trying to keep up with hobbies as well, but sometimes it really feels like it starts to pile up without the distinction of being at home or being at work. Those of you that work from home, how do you do it?
It's hard.
I didn't. That's why I didn't play that JRPG. Like it's like you. I think you also have to be okay with, especially with it being freelance and kind of endless. It's I do not have this balance, but I'm constantly looking for it, which is the balance between trying to be disciplined, trying to be on top of things, and also realizing that it's actually never going to be done. That dream of being like, of going, and it's all taken care of. Like that's not going to happen. Like, it's just not. Like, there's always going to be something that's kind of in the, at least that's how I feel about it. Like, there's going to be like an iron in the fire. Even if it's just something like, well, the laundry's like drying. You know, it's like that perfect all at once, like, just isn't realistic. And I literally had this conversation with Isaiah yesterday where I was like, okay, I need to make sure that, like, I had to work really late, like, yesterday. But I'm like, okay, this is an outlier for me because then generally I don't work late unless I really literally have to, like I have a deadline, because if staying up till 3 a.m. meant like I would be like so on the ball and in a good spot, I'd be willing to do it. But it's not like I'm just going to be tired for the next day and then have to do it. And then I'm going to get backlogged. And so you have to just kind of, you have to kind of accept being Sisyphus, in my opinion. Maybe that's kind of too negative, but I do think you have to get in a good groove of that and be okay with it. Maybe I've just given up. I don't know.
Yeah, the freelance makes it hard because like I work like normal hours, so it's like between these hours I sit at my desk and I do my little tasks. Like I have a list of little tasks that I have to do, but I feel like if I didn't have that and I was like an artist and it was like, oh, I got to churn out a new work today, like I got to paint a new picture, that shit would never get done. I'd be like on scrolling away. But like because there is like a level of accountability, like there are things that I need to complete and things that I need to do, and if they don't get done, everyone's gonna be like, "What? Where's that thing that was supposed to get done?"
Yeah.
Like yeah, there's like that level of accountability in it.
I'm in the same boat as you, where if I need, like, I have 3 meetings a week where I just check in with like all the firm just sits down and says, "What's everybody working on?" And that's kind of like proof that I did something in the last 2 days. And even just having that is nice, of like, that got finished, I'm working on this now, this will be done by Friday, all right, cool, see you in a couple days, bye. Like just even having that one touchstone helps a lot. And just the fact that, yeah, I need to do these things. And there's a certain thing with working from home though, which is really nice, that I can pick my hours, so I only have myself to blame too, of, oh, do I want to start later this morning? Okay, you got to work till 9. Like, okay. And like making that as a definitive decision instead of just like, oh, I'm working till 9 tonight. It's like, yeah, because I decided that this morning when I woke up, you know, like being able to figure that out yourself feels good, but can suck if you pick. Sometimes I miss when I walked into a building at 9 o'clock and I left at 5 o'clock. Like that feeling does hit. But I don't think I would sacrifice work from home for it again. I do like the benefits of working from home too much now.
I straight up can't do it. I can't work from home. It's hard.
I mean, you're kind of doing it right now.
I did for yeah, but
Your hybrid work from home.
Yeah, but I'm suffering. So, you know,
That's not good.
I think
Get down the pit with me, girl.
Tough.
It's hot. We're not doing much better over here.
I envy people who really thrive in the work from home environment. I am just far too distracted, and it's such a tough thing to get around, especially, you know, the advice that is good advice that's like structure and having a dedicated area for different tasks and stuff. Like that's all of that helps for sure. But if you like accidentally don't adhere to that, you know, you can start screwing yourself up. And that was always my problem. I'd be like, oh, I need to get up and go to the bathroom, and then I would just get distracted by laundry or whatever on my way. Like, I was set up in my nice little spot that was supposed to be just for work, but like I do have to leave to like eat food and do bodily functions sometimes, and then I'm just in my house. I can't not be in my house for those things, and then I get distracted. So
Yeah.
it's tough.
Yeah.
It's really
I
tough.
do sometimes feel like I have to sacrifice like doing more around the house to stay focused on work, which I've just accepted as well to a degree. My hack, which is this is kind of a toxic hack, because like a Pomodoro break, you're supposed to have a break in between the 25s, but so a lot of times for my break, I'll just tidy up. Because otherwise I spend too much time cleaning.
Work sitting over there.
So yeah, so it's like
good.
I'll do 25 minutes on, and then it's like, okay, during my 5-minute break, that's when I make the bed. So I do try to make the bed pretty much every day, but I'll do it on my own time, so that's not like to start my day, I'm spending an hour doing a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, but it's hard because there are usually a lot of like different things that you're working on at the same time. And then it's easy to, again, like when we were Chrono Trigger, it's easy to be like, I'm gonna get to that, and I'm just gonna like lock in when I need to do it. And then if something goes wrong, you like have fucked yourself over because you need to chip away. But it's like hard to chip away because if you chip away every night, then you don't have like a night. So it's like, I definitely think making sure you at least have a few hours a night that's like, I'm not doing any work and I'm resting is really, really important. I used to dream of the like, I'm gonna have hardcore, like I stop work at this hour, but with like how my job is and how our job is with like games and stuff, it's like, well, if I'm playing this for the pod, this kind of work. So I stopped kind of making those like laws, and instead I'm just like, every night I want to at least get like an hour or two where it's like, I had some fun. Like I enjoyed my time in like a way that felt relaxing. Every now and then that's not possible, but usually you can manage the little bit of time.
Yeah. Well, good luck. It is definitely a tough
if you find out, let me know.
Yeah,
I hope
sorry. I was hoping you guys would have some really solid advice, but all of you are like, yeah, we're all suffering, so I guess
moving target.
Suffer with us.
I like work from home a lot. I'll say that.
Me too. Like, I guess we
I
should.
don't think I can go back.
I like what I do. I have like immense privilege with that structure. And especially me, like I'm work from home and freelance with clients, if you want to call them MinnMax and rewrap that are like not jerks. So it's like very, I can move, so I can go where, like I can, it is very free form and it is like very, very nice. But yes, it's easy to let everything like, it's like, well, now I can just do stuff all the time. It's like, well, you probably can't though. Like you probably don't have the energy to. So it's as much energy management as it is time management. But yeah, I just think accepting that you're never fully going to figure it out, but being okay with that and just trying to get better at it. I don't think anyone has totally hacked it.
Yeah. There's some weeks where
that's
I'm
the
awful
adulthood
at
lesson.
it, and another I'm great at it. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the adulthood lesson just in a nutshell though, which is just you're never going to like fully have it down. We're just always improving. We will never arrive at our destination. We will always just be shooting for it.
My one
that is our show.
My one hard fast rule I was gonna say is I will never ever work on a weekend unless if I don't, someone loses an opportunity. Like one of my clients is like, if I don't have this done for Monday, I'm gonna not release my game. I'll be like, okay, I'm working this weekend. That's only happened like 5 times my whole time as a lawyer. Other than that, I'm never like, I'll finish this on Saturday. Like that's my one rule. No.
Yeah, the boundaries are really smart. I also do that. I don't work other than like for conventions and stuff like that. I don't work on weekends either. And that has helped immensely. I did not have that rule in place until just a few years ago. And
you need it.
You do.
Crazy.
And, you really have to have days where you're like, nope, I do not do work things today.
Yeah.
Anyways, that is our show. Thank you so much for listening to Pew Pew Bang. This is the beginning of season 4.
Whoa,
I didn't say any of this at the top
4!
of the show.
The season was born.
The season was born. I didn't say any of this at the top of the show, but this is going to be a slightly shorter season. We're not going to quite hit 10 episodes just due to, I would say, a variety of factors, but it's mostly me. I'm the problem. I have a lot going on this back half of the year.
If I would have played Chrono Trigger, we could have had 10 episodes. I can't prove it, but I just feel it.
So we'll have most of a season. You probably won't even notice it. The episodes are so long, it's going to basically be the same anyways. But if you feel like supporting the show, you can go to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's, where you can unlock our pre-show segment, Sarah's Loaded Gun, and find out why Sarah is a goldfish.
And she
Gonna be
died.
that one
canceled. Yeah,
dangling, and why Haley's canceled once again.
Don't look into it.
Haley, I feel like you get canceled in New Show Plus. Like, Loaded Gun. Wow. You know what, Leo? Can you just cut that one? Can you just say I said the right thing there?
No problem, Kelsey.
You should subscribe to the Patreon if you would like to do Sarah's Loaded Gun and learn about all this stuff. Anyways, yeah, share our content, tell a friend. We did record this pretty early. This is going to be, by the time you're hearing this, I think we will have already recorded 3 episodes. So we're a little in the future here
from the
right now.
past.
You're listening to our ghosts from the
Look
past.
out behind you.
It's kind of like a Chrono Trigger thing we got going on here. It's a little bit of time travel.
Did Sony reverse
anyways.
its physical disc decision? Did they do it, listener?
Ooh,
Did we
no,
all
there's
stop
no
shitting
way.
ourselves from lettuce?
Sarah was literally gonna ask about the lettuce because I'm
Oh yeah,
I'm
I meant
skipping
to
salad
ask
for a
you,
little bit.
Americans. Are you guys okay? I heard about your lettuce.
No.
It's not going
Stop
good,
asking.
but it's great for
sorry.
people that are mostly eat frozen foods, which is partially me. So I'll be all right.
To fully date this episode, did you see we're apparently going to tear a few for being on fire, even though when we were on fire, you guys sent help, and when you're on fire, we punish you, apparently?
Yeah, we're kind of talking smack about you guys over here. Not gonna lie, we're all rolling around a little
Again?
bit. Yeah, we were
Oh, I
thinking
wasn't
next.
fair.
We were just co-hosts at the World Cup. Come on.
I think next
We're
time you guys are on
friends.
fire, there won't be any little pretty red helicopters coming over the border to give you guys some water. I think we're gonna keep our water over here next time.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Love you
Well,
guys though.
I appreciate
Is
it.
that our mom in a helicopter? Our
Can
mom's
anyone
coming
do
in a helicopter?
sound? Oh, that's better.
helicopter?
And she's 22. You get it.
Wow. Oh my god. She's so wise.
You're so
For her
wise
old
and
age.
wizened.
You're beautiful, Mom. Bye.
That's our show. Bye-bye. If you liked this, you can catch more of us on MinnMax's other content like the MinnMax Show podcast, our unhinged community-voted series, New Show Plus, deepest dive game clubs on new and retro games, and a whole lot more. It's all Patreon supported, so if you enjoy the show, please consider checking out those benefits, clicking around to our other shows, or telling a friend about Pew Pew Bang. Thanks a bunch.